Alright, so here's the thing about Elder Scrolls. Most people play through Skyrim, maybe visit Morrowind or Oblivion, and they think they know the world. They know about dragons, about the Daedric princes, about the guilds and the wars. But there's this whole other layer underneath everything you see. There are continents most players have never visited, creation myths that contradict everything you thought you knew, and artifacts so powerful they've been written out of most of the games entirely. Today, we're going deep. We're talking about Akavir, the mysterious eastern continent. We're unpacking the actual cosmology behind the Aedra and Daedra. We're exploring Hermaeus Mora's black books and what they really mean. We're digging into Weisgramore's true story and the Night of Tears. We are hunting down artifacts so rare that most of them only appear in obscure in-game books or one-off quests from older games, and much, much more. Let's start with something that hangs over the entire Elder Scrolls universe but never gets visited, and that is Akavir. So most players know Tamriel. That's the continent where every single main Elder Scrolls game takes place. But if you sail east across the Padomaic Ocean, you reach Akavir, which literally translates to Dragonland in the Aldmeri tongue. The name itself tells you something right off the bat. This was dragon territory, way back in mythic times. But here's where it gets weird. Almost nobody from Tamriel has ever actually been there and survived to tell about it. The information we have comes from scraps, from failed invasion attempts, from ancient texts, and from the few Akaviri who've come to Tamriel over the millennia. The primary source for most of what we know is a book called Mysterious Akavir. It shows up in Morrowind, in Oblivion, in Skyrim. And it reads like something written by someone who heard stories from someone else who maybe saw Akavir once from a boat. The details are vague, contradictory, and downright mythological in places. But let's break down what we think we know. Akavir is home to 4 major nations, each one dominated by a different race. None of them are humans, none of them are elves. In fact, the book explicitly states that no Mer have ever lived there, and the humans who did live there were eaten by one of the races a long time ago. Whether that's literal cannibalism or some kind of cultural absorption is one of the big mysteries. The 4 nations are Kamal, Tsaeski, Tangmo, and Kapotun. Each one has its own bizarre characteristics, and they're constantly at war with each other when they're not trying to invade Tamriel. Let's start in the north with Kamal. The name translates to Snow Hell, which should tell you what you need to know about the place. Kamal is inhabited by demons. Not metaphorical demons, actual demons, though what that means in Elder Scrolls terms isn't totally clear. These demons spend the entire winter frozen solid. They're literally locked in ice for months. But when summer comes, they thaw out, and the first thing they do is invade their neighbor to the south, Tangmo. Every single summer, like clockwork, the Kamal demons thaw out and attack, and every single summer, the monkey people of Tangmo drive them back. But one time, one demon king named Adasumdir Kamal decided that invading Tangmo wasn't ambitious enough. In the year 2E 572 during the Interregnum, he loaded up a massive fleet and sailed around the entire northern edge of Tamriel. His forces landed near Windhelm in Skyrim, right at the mouth of the White River. They sacked Windhelm, they burned it, they killed Queen Mabjarn and her daughter Princess Nirnhilde in brutal fighting. It looked like the Kamal were going to sweep through northern Tamriel. But here's where things got interesting politically. Prince Jorun, who'd escaped the sack of Windhelm, fled south into Morrowind. He gathered forces there, and here's the thing. The Nords and the Dunmer hated each other. They'd been enemies for centuries. But Jorun somehow convinced the Dunmer to help. Almalexia, one of the tribunal gods, led a Dunmer army north to face the Kamal. At the same time, Jorun brought a Nord army down from the north. The two forces caught the Kamal in a pincer movement at a place called Vivek's Antlers in Stonefalls. The Kamal fought desperately. They were holding their ground, waiting for their ships to arrive and evacuate them. Their fleet was visible on the horizon. And then, at the last possible moment, 2 legions of Argonian shellbacks arrived. Nobody expected that. The Argonians were slaves in Morrowind at this time. They had no reason to help the Dunmer, but they showed up anyway, and their arrival broke the Kamahl lines. The demon army was slaughtered to the last soldier. Some texts say that Vivec, another tribunal god, raised the waters of the inner sea to drown the survivors. Either way, it was a complete wipeout. That invasion had massive political consequences. It directly led to the formation of the Ebonheart Pact, the alliance between the Nords, Dunmer, and Argonians that becomes a major faction in Elder Scrolls Online. The Argonians who fought at Vivec's Antlers were granted temporary amnesty from slavery in exchange for their military aid. How long that amnesty lasted and when slavery resumed isn't clear from the lore, but it was a huge deal at the time. Now, here's something weird. Some Kamahl survivors from that invasion somehow avoided the slaughter. They turned up later in Cyrodiil, where they seized the Ruby Throne sometime before 2E 812. They were joined by Akaviri from Rimmon in Elsewhere, and together they tried to rebuild the Empire. It failed, obviously, but the fact that any Kamahl survived at all is remarkable. These are demons from a frozen wasteland who thaw out once a year. How did they adapt to ruling in Cyrodiil? The lore doesn't say. South of Kamahl is Tangmu, which translates to the Thousand Monkey Isles. This is monkey folk territory, not the Imga monkey folk from Valenwood. These are different. The book describes them as kind, brave, simple, and often very crazy. There are multiple breeds of Tangmo, suggesting significant biological diversity. They can raise armies when they need to, because every other nation on Akavir has tried to enslave them at one point or another. They've defended themselves successfully every time. Tangmo have a special hatred for the Tsaeski, the serpent people from the south. That makes sense given the Tsaeski's history, which we'll get to. But recently, in the in-game timeline, the Tangmo made a surprising alliance with the Kapotun, the tiger dragons from the east. This alliance has made them a much more powerful force on the continent. Speaking of the Tsaeshi, they're probably the most well-known Akaviri race in Tamriel, because they're the ones who've invaded the most and had the most lasting impact on imperial culture. Tsaeshi means snake palace. They're described as serpent folk, tall and beautiful and frightening, covered in golden scales and supposedly immortal. They're vampiric in some texts, though what that means isn't clear. Do they drink blood? Do they drain life force? Do they literally eat people? All of the above seem possible. Here's the big thing about the Tsaeshi. The book says they ate all the men of Akavir a long time ago, but then it immediately adds, but still kind of look like them. So did they actually devour the human population of Akavir, or did they assimilate with them culturally? There's evidence for both interpretations. Some sources describe the Tsaeski as having humanoid upper bodies with serpentine lower halves. Others describe them as fully snake-like. Still others say they can shapeshift between human and serpent forms. The ambiguity seems intentional, like the lore itself doesn't want to commit to one answer. What we know for sure is that the Tsaeshi enslaved goblins from the surrounding isles, using them for labor and blood farms. They had vast holdings and were the dominant power on Akavir for a long time, at least until the rise of the Kapotun, and they've invaded Tamriel multiple times. The first major Tsaeshi invasion happened in 1E 2703 during the late First Era. Akaviri pirates had been raiding the coasts for years before that. Imperial scholars think these were scouting missions, preparing for the big invasion. In 1E 2702, Akaviri raiders were so aggressive around Wayrest that the entire population had to hide behind the city walls. The next year, the main Tsaesi force landed in northern Skyrim and cut through the Nordic armies like butter. They spread their invasion across every region of the continent. But when they reached Cyrodiil, they encountered someone they weren't expecting. Reman.I, who would become the first emperor of the Second Empire, was discovered to be Dragonborn. He had the blood of dragons in him, and the Tsaeski, coming from Dragonland itself, recognized what that meant. Instead of fighting him, they knelt. The entire invasion force surrendered and swore allegiance to Reman. From that moment on, Akaviri culture began to weave itself into imperial society. The Tsaiski formed the Dragon Guard, which would eventually become the Blades. Akaviri martial traditions, weaponry, and architecture became part of the empire. The katana, the daikatana, the wakizashi, the tanto, these are all Akaviri weapons. The curved roofs, the engraved walls, the strategic mountain fortresses like Cloud Ruler Temple and Skyhaven Temple, that's Akaviri architecture. Even some imperial military structure and training comes directly from Akaviri customs. But here's the dark side of that cultural exchange. After Riemann III, the last of the Riemann bloodline, was assassinated by the Morak Tong, a Tsaiski named Potentate Versidu Shaya took control of the empire. His bloodline ruled for 400 years, until the last of the Akaviri potentates was assassinated by the Morak Tong again, or possibly by the Dark Brotherhood, depending on which text you read. So for centuries, Tamriel was ruled by serpent folk from across the ocean. Think about how weird that is. The empire, the thing we associate with humans and Cyrodiil and the Septims, was controlled by snake people for 400 years. There was a second Tsaishi invasion attempt later, which we mentioned with the Kamal. Some sources say Tseschi forces joined the Kamal invasion in 2E 572, though the primary sources focus on the Kamal themselves. What we know for sure is that some Tsaiski ended up in elsewhere after that invasion, settling in Rimmen. They intermingled with the local population, creating a hybrid culture called the Rimmen, who blend Tamrielic and Akaviri traditions. Their architectural influence is visible in Rimmen to this day. Now, let's talk about the Ka Potun, the tiger dragons from the east. Their nation used to be called Potun, just meaning Tiger Empire. But their current leader did something that changed everything. His name is Toshraka, and according to Mysterious Akavir, he literally became a dragon, not metaphorically. He physically transformed himself into the largest dragon in existence. Some scholars think this is metaphorical, representing some kind of spiritual enlightenment or political consolidation of power. But the text insists it's literal. Toshraka has the body of a dragon with tiger-like coloring. Under Toshraka's leadership, the Potun renamed themselves Ka Potun and became rivals to the Tsaiski. Here's the backstory. After the Tsaiski ate or absorbed all the humans on Akavir, they turned their attention to the dragons that lived there. They managed to enslave the red dragons, but the black dragons fled east to Potun. A massive war broke out between the serpent folk and the tiger folk, with the dragons caught in the middle. When the war ended, all the dragons were dead, and both the Tsaiski and the Ka Potun were severely weakened. After that, the tiger people started trying to transform themselves into dragons to replace what was lost. Toshraka was the first to succeed. Now the Ka Potun are stronger than the Tsaishi on land, though the Tsaishi still dominate at sea. The Ka Potun have allied with the Tangmo, and together they're planning to destroy or enslave the Tsaiski. But here's the concerning part. After they deal with the Tsaishi, Toshraka plans to invade Tamriel. That's explicit in the text. The largest dragon in the world, commanding an empire of tiger dragons and monkey warriors, is planning to cross the ocean and conquer the known world. And there's no timeline for when that might happen. There's one more thing about Akavir that gets overlooked. Early accounts of Akaviri raids mention beast folk with rat-like and canine features. These races aren't mentioned in later texts, so they might be extinct, or they might have been misidentifications, or they might still exist in regions we don't know about. Akavir is a huge continent. We are only hearing about 4 major nations. There could be dozens of smaller groups, isolated islands, hidden valleys with their own unique peoples. Tamriel has tried to invade Akavir exactly once, and it was a disaster. In 3E 288, Emperor Uriel Septim V decided to conquer the continent. He spent years preparing, conquering all the small island kingdoms between Tamriel and Akavir first. He assembled the most powerful naval fleet in Tamriel's history. He landed 4 legions on Akaviri soil at a Tsaiski port town, which his forces captured and renamed Septimia. They built a second settlement called Ionith as their headquarters and started pushing inland. At first, everything went according to plan. 2 cities fell without resistance, but then the Tsaixi counterattacked using powerful weather magic. They separated the Imperial battle mages from their sources of magicka. Natural disasters, storms, floods, extreme weather decimated the supply lines. The Imperial forces were besieged at Ionith. 2 years into the campaign, in 3E 290, Uriel V was killed in the Battle of Unit. His army retreated in chaos. The entire expeditionary force was either killed or captured. Akavir has never been visited by Imperial forces since. So here's what we're left with. Akavir is a continent of demons that freeze and thaw, monkey folk that defend their islands from constant invasion, serpent people that may or may not have eaten an entire human population, and tiger dragons, led by the largest dragon in existence who's planning to invade Tamriel someday. None of them are human, none of them are elves, and despite 3 separate invasion attempts and centuries of cultural exchange, we still barely understand them. The mystery is intentional. Bethesda has kept Akavir as this looming unknown, this place beyond the edge of the map where impossible things exist. Every time you see a katana in Skyrim, every time you visit Skyhaven Temple, every time you meet one of the blades, you're seeing the legacy of a continent most people will never visit, and that makes it more powerful than any zone they could design. Now let's talk about where everything actually came from. Most players know the surface level version. There are Aedra, who are the good gods, the 8 or 9 divines. And there are Daedra, who are the evil gods, the Daedric princes. The Aedra helped create the world, the Daedra didn't, and that's why they're different. Simple, right? Wrong. That's the Imperial cult's version, and it's oversimplified propaganda. The actual cosmology is layered, contradictory, and changes depending on which culture's mythology you're reading. But there are some consistent elements across most versions, and that's where the real story lives. Let's start at the beginning. Before time, before space, before anything. Most creation myths begin with 2 primordial forces, Anu and Padomei. Some texts call Padomei by another name, Sithis. These aren't really gods in the way we usually think about gods. They're not conscious beings making decisions. They're more like fundamental forces, like gravity or entropy. Anu represents stasis, order, light, the eternal unchanging. Padomei or Sithis represents change, chaos, darkness, entropy. They're necessary opposites. You can't have one without the other. In the most common version of the myth, their interaction created the Orbis, which is basically the entire cosmos, everything that exists. Some versions say Anu and Padomei fought, and where their blood mixed, the world was created. Others say they made love, and Nier was born from their union, and when Padomei killed Nier in a jealous rage, her body became the foundation of reality. The details shift, but the core idea is the same. From the interaction of opposites came existence itself. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Anu and Padomei each birthed their souls, creating entities that were more like beings with consciousness. Anu created Anuel, the soul of all things. Padomei created Sithis, which in this telling is something more like a conscious entity rather than just a force of chaos. Anuel then created Sithis in a different version, not as an opposite, but as a tool to define boundaries and understand itself through limitation. The stories contradict each other on purpose. Anuel and Sithis then interacted, and that interaction created the Etada, the original spirits. This is where we start getting beings that actually think and plan and make choices. The Etada emerged in the Orbis, which at this stage was chaotic and turbulent, basically formless potential. Then one of these spirits, Auriel, stabilized everything by introducing time. Before Auriel, there was no past, no future, no causality. He spread through existence as time itself, allowing events to have sequence, allowing cause and effect to function. This made it possible for the other spirits to develop names, identities, individual natures. Among these Edda was Lorkhan. In Aldmeri mythology, he's called the Doom Drum, the missing god. In Nordic tradition, he's Shor. In Cyrodiilic texts, he's Shezar. His nature and origins differ wildly depending on who's telling the story. The Altmer see him as a trickster, a deceiver, a villain who destroyed paradise. The Nords see him as a creator god, a hero who made mortal life possible. The truth, as usual, is probably somewhere in between. Here's the version the Dark Brotherhood teaches, which comes from texts like Sithis, the book. Sithis created Lorkhan specifically to destroy the universe. According to this telling, after Anwiel created the Arbis and the Aedra, Sithis wanted to return everything to the void, to chaos, to the original state of flux, before order imposed itself. So Sithis birthed Lorkhan and sent him to tear down the false creation of the Aedra. In this version, Lorkhan isn't a hero or a villain. He's a tool of entropy, chaos incarnate, designed to unmake reality. But that's one interpretation. Other texts say Lorkhan simply originated as one of the Etada, formed from the primal urge to create. He looked at the endless, immortal existence of the spirits in the Orbis and thought it was boring, stagnant, meaningless. Nothing ever changed, nothing ever ended. So he proposed something radical: create a physical plane where things could grow, change, die, and be reborn, a place where finite existence would give meaning to experience. This was Mundus, the mortal plane, the world where Nirn exists. Lorkhan convinced or tricked many of the Etada to invest their power into this project. The stories disagree on whether he lied to them or whether they knew what they were getting into. What's clear is that creating Mundus cost them enormously. Magnus was the architect of the plan, the one who designed how reality would work. But when the project was nearly complete, Magnus looked at what they'd created and realized it was a trap. The Aedra who'd invested their power into Mundus were bound to it. They couldn't leave. Their divine essence was woven into the fabric of the world. Magnus fled back to Aetherius, the realm of magic and souls, and when he left, he tore a hole in the sky. That hole became the sun. Other spirits followed him, and the holes they left became the stars. Those spirits became known as the Magnagae. The spirits who stayed and gave most of their power to Mundus became the Aedra. The word means our ancestors in Aldmeri. They sacrificed their full divinity to make mortal life possible. Some of them gave everything and became the earth bones, the laws of nature, the fundamental forces that make the world work. Others, like the 8 divines, retained enough power to act as distant guardians, but they were forever diminished. Their descendants, the Elnaphi, gradually weakened with each generation until they became the mortal races. The Altmer believe they're descended from the Aedra who sacrificed the least. Humans, meanwhile, Lorkhan supposedly formed from the weakest souls, though whether that's true or just elven propaganda is debatable. The spirits who refused to participate in Mundus's creation kept their full power. They created their own realms in oblivion, each one a reflection of their nature. These became the Daedra, which means not our ancestors in Aldmeri, the Daedric princes, 16 or 17 of them depending on how you count. They're not evil, exactly. They're just not invested in Mundus. They toy with mortals, test them, reward them, punish them, because it's entertaining, because they can. So where does that leave Lorkhan? The Aedra were furious with him. Whether he lied to them or not, they were trapped in a world that drained their power, bound to the mortal plane forever. As punishment, Trinimaq, the warrior god of the Aldmer, tore out Lorkhan's heart. They intended to destroy it, but Lorkhan's heart was literally the heart of the world. Nirn was his body. You can't destroy the heart of the world without destroying the world. So Auriel, the Aldmeri version of Akatosh, flung the heart across Tamriel with his bow. It landed in Morrowind, beneath Red Mountain, where it sat for millennia until the Dwemer found it in the First Era. The Dwemer tried to use Lorkhan's heart to power the Numidium, a reality-warping superweapon, but something went wrong. The entire Dwemer race vanished in an instant, every single one of them, leaving only Yagrumbagarn, who was off-plane at the time. The heart remained beneath Red Mountain, guarded by the Tribunal, until the Nerevarine destroyed it at the end of Morrowind's main quest. Destroying the heart had massive consequences, including the loss of the Tribunal's godhood, but the world kept spinning. Maybe the heart wasn't the world anymore. Maybe Lorkhan's sacrifice was already complete. Here's the thing that makes this so complicated. Lorkhan's role changes depending on who's telling the story. To the Altmer, he's the villain who ruined paradise, the reason they lost their immortality and godhood. To the Nords, he's Shor, the greatest hero, the god who made their world and their way of life possible. To humans generally, he's the creator, the one who gave them a place to exist. The Tribunal tried to replace him. The Dwemer tried to use his power. The Daedra ignore him entirely because he's dead or gone or transformed into something else. And then there's Sithis. The Dark Brotherhood worships Sithis as the ultimate power, the Void, the Dread Father. They see themselves as agents of entropy, returning souls to the Void through murder. But here's the thing. Sithis isn't a Daedra. He's not even really a god in the traditional sense. He's the primordial chaos that existed before gods, before reality, before anything. Worshipping Sithis is like worshipping entropy itself. The Night Mother supposedly speaks for Sithis, giving the Dark Brotherhood their contracts, but whether Sithis is actually conscious or whether the Night Mother is just channeling the Void itself is an open question. The Argonians also revere Sithis, though their version is different. They call him the original creator. In their mythology, Sithis and the Hist are the foundation of reality. The Hist, the sentient trees of Black Marsh, are older than the Aedra, older than the Daedra. They came from one of the 12 worlds that existed before Nirn, survivors of the previous Kalpa, the previous cycle of reality. Sithis is the force that destroys and creates the cycle itself. Argonians born under the sign of the Shadow are given to the Dark Brotherhood as infants, trained as shadow scales, serving both Argonia and Sithis. So here's what we're actually dealing with. The Aedra and Daedra aren't good and evil. They're not even really different types of beings. They're all Ittada, original spirits, who made different choices when Lorkhan proposed creating Mundus. The Aedra said yes and paid the price. The Daedra said no and kept their power. The Magnage said yes and then fled. And Lorkhan, depending on who you ask, either sacrificed himself to create meaning in a meaningless universe, or tried to destroy paradise out of spite, or was a weapon of the Void sent to unmake reality itself. The conflict between these interpretations is baked into the lore on purpose. The Thalmor in Skyrim want to unmake Mundus and return to their original divine state. They see mortal existence as a curse, a prison. But to humans, mortal existence is a gift. It's the only way to have a life that matters, where choices have consequences, where love and loss and struggle mean something. Both sides think they're right. Neither side is lying. They just have irreconcilable views on what existence should be. And here's something wild to consider. The Thalmor worship Auriel, who stabilized the Orbis by creating time. But Auriel is Akatosh, the dragon god of time, who also blessed the Septim bloodline with the dragonborn gift. The same god is the foundation of both the Aldmeri Dominion and the Empire of Men. The same god is worshipped by the people trying to unmake Mundus and the people defending it. That's how layered this mythology gets. When you meet Hermaeus Mora in Skyrim's Dragonborn DLC, he calls himself the guardian of the unseen and the knower of the unknown. He's hoarding all forbidden knowledge in Apocrypha. But where does his knowledge come from? It comes from watching everything that happens across all of time, across all possible timelines. He's seen every version of the Orbis that could exist. He knows how every story ends. But even he doesn't have complete knowledge. There are things outside his understanding. Things beyond the Orbis entirely. The Void, Sithis, the space between Kalpas where nothing and everything exist at once. That's the real cosmology. It's not good gods versus bad gods. It's beings making choices in an uncertain universe, trying to create meaning or preserve chaos or escape the whole mess entirely. And we, as players, as mortal characters in the Elder Scrolls, are caught in the middle of conflicts that started before time began. This brings us perfectly to Hermaeus Mora's Black Books and the nature of forbidden knowledge in Elder Scrolls. Most Skyrim players encounter the Black Books in the Dragonborn DLC. You read one, get transported to Apocrypha, fight through a surreal nightmare landscape of endless corridors and toxic pools, and at the end, you get a special power. Cool reward. Move on to the next one. But let's actually unpack what these books are and what they mean. Black Books are Daedric artifacts created by Hermaeus Mora, the Daedric Prince of Fate, Knowledge, and Memory. He's one of the more alien princes, appearing as a mass of writhing tentacles and eyeballs, speaking in a voice that sounds like it's coming from underwater. His realm, Apocrypha, is an infinite library containing all knowledge that exists or could exist. Every book ever written, every secret ever discovered, every possible version of every event, it's all there, somewhere in the endless stacks. Now, here's the thing about the Black Books. They're not just repositories of information. They're portals, lures, and tests all at once. When you read a Black Book, tentacles emerge from its pages and pull your consciousness into Apocrypha. Your physical body remains in Mundus, anchored with a spectral version of you tethered to your life force. But your mind is somewhere else, somewhere outside normal reality, wandering through a dimension where the laws of physics don't apply and knowledge itself has weight and texture and threat. The books are crafted in a place called Choir's Wind, a bindery within Apocrypha where seekers prepare the materials. The paper is made from trees that have never seen the sun. The ink is brewed from seeker secretions that take 10 years to prepare. The covers are made from lurker leather, those bulbous monsters that hide in the poisonous waters. The binding threads come from Mephala's spiral skein, one of the other realms of oblivion, and Hermaeus Mora personally pens each one, though when he writes them is unclear because time works differently for Daedric princes. Some Black Books are from the ancient past, others are from the future. Hermaeus Mora exists across all of time simultaneously, so to him, past and future are equally accessible. The books are scattered across Tamriel deliberately. Mora uses them to test mortals, to lure them into his service, to see who's worthy of the knowledge they contain. Most people who read a Black Book go insane. The human mind, the mortal mind, can't handle exposure to Apocrypha. The information there is too vast, too alien, too contradictory. You can't process it all. Your sense of self dissolves. Some people are trapped there forever, ghostly forms shuffling through the endless library, searching for knowledge they'll never understand. You see them in the DLC. They're the lost souls who ventured into Apocrypha and never found their way out. But a few, a very few, can navigate Apocrypha successfully. You, the last Dragonborn, are one of them. Miraak, the first Dragonborn, was another. Miraak stumbled into Apocrypha during the Dragon War in the Merethic era. Hermaeus Mora taught him the Bend Will Shout, which lets you dominate the minds of dragons and humans alike. Miraak used that power to betray his dragon masters and tried to overthrow the dragon cult, but the other dragon priests stopped him. In the final battle, Hermaeus Mora pulled Miraak into Apocrypha, supposedly to save him, but really to trap him. Miraak spent thousands of years as Mora's champion, plotting his escape, building power, waiting for a chance to return to Tamriel. He failed. You killed him, absorbed his soul, and took his place as Mora's new champion. That's the deal with the Black Books. They grant power, yes, real, tangible power. Each one you complete gives you something useful. Seeker of Sorcery reduces the magicka cost of all spells. Secret of Arcana lets you cast spells for free for 30 seconds. Companion's Insight prevents you from hurting your followers. Black Market lets you summon a Dremora merchant anywhere. These are significant gameplay advantages, but the lore cost is that you're binding yourself to Hermaeus Mora. Every time you read a Black Book and accept its gift, you're confirming that you're his servant. At the end of the Dragonborn main quest, after you kill Miraak, Mora says it explicitly. Serve me faithfully, and you will continue to be richly rewarded. It's not a request, it's a statement of fact. You are his champion now. You work for him, and he's not done with you. When you encounter Mora in the Discerning the Transmundane quest from the base game, he gives you the Ogma Infinium, another book of forbidden knowledge. If you've already done the Dragonborn DLC, he says, I have been watching you since you defeated Miraak. If you do Dragonborn after that quest, he says, the Ogma Infinium was just the beginning. Either way, he's been watching. He's always been watching. The Ogma Infinium itself deserves attention. The name comes from Ogma, a Celtic god of knowledge and eloquence, which tells you Bethesda was drawing on real-world mythology for this. In Elder Scrolls lore, the Ogma Infinium is a tome of unimaginable knowledge that can only be read once. When you open it, you choose a path, the path of steel, the path of shadow, or the path of spirit, and your skills in that area increase dramatically. In older games, the skill increases were even more dramatic. In Daggerfall, it could raise your attributes significantly. In Oblivion, it raised all related skills by 10 points each. In Skyrim, it's been nerfed a bit, but it's still powerful. But here's what the lore says about the book's history. According to most accounts, the Ogma Infinium was written by Xarxes, who was the scribe of Auriel in Aldmeri mythology. Xarxes recorded the events of creation, the nature of the Aedra, and the secrets of the Orbis. When he died, or transcended, or whatever happened to him, Hermaeus Mora claimed all his knowledge and bound it into this single tome. Some texts say Mora tortured Xarxes for his secrets. Others say Xarxes willingly gave his knowledge to Mora in exchange for immortality within Apocrypha. Either way, the Ogma Infinium contains knowledge that predates mortal civilization, knowledge about how reality itself works. The book has appeared throughout history in the hands of various people, usually with disastrous consequences. One famous story involves a mage who read the Ogma Infinium and immediately understood the true nature of the Dwemer disappearance. That knowledge drove him completely insane within hours. Another account describes a warrior who gained legendary combat skills from the book, but became so paranoid about losing that knowledge that he murdered everyone who came near him, convinced they were trying to steal his secrets. The book grants power, yes, but it comes with a psychological cost that most people can't handle. There's a deleted quest from Skyrim that would have expanded on this. You were supposed to be able to keep the Ogma Infinium and read it multiple times using a glitch, but Bethesda patched that out. In the original concept, each time you read it, you'd suffer increasing mental degradation, hearing voices, experiencing hallucinations, gradually losing your grip on reality. The more you used it, the more Hermaeus Mora's influence would corrupt your perception of the world. That didn't make it into the final game, but it shows what Bethesda was thinking about the nature of forbidden knowledge. It's not free. There's always a price. Now, beyond the Ogma Infinium and the 7 black books you find in Solstheim, there are supposedly other black books scattered across Tamriel. The ones in Solstheim are Epistolary Acumen, Filament, and Filigree, The Hidden Twilight, The Sallow Regent, The Winds of Change, Untold Legends, and Waking Dreams. Each one has a different focus, a different trial, a different reward, but Hermaeus Mora has created more than 7 black books, probably dozens, maybe hundreds. They're out there, waiting for people to find them, to read them, to get pulled into Apocrypha and tested. Some of them are mentioned in in-game books but never appear. There's supposedly a black book called The Doors of Oblivion, which contains detailed descriptions of every Daedric realm, including the realms of princes we've never visited. There's another called Arcade the Enemy, which is a Dark Brotherhood text that describes techniques for preventing resurrection and soul-trapping victims permanently. Whether that's a black book or just a normal forbidden tome isn't entirely clear, but given its content, Hermaeus Mora would definitely be interested in it. Here's the philosophical question at the heart of all this. Is knowledge inherently dangerous? The black books suggest yes. The very act of knowing certain things changes you, corrupts you, binds you to forces beyond your control. Hermaeus Mora's entire existence is based on the idea that knowledge is power, but also that knowledge is a trap. The more you know, the more you're pulled into his web. The more you understand, the less free you become. But then there's a counter-argument. The Dragonborn uses the knowledge from the Black Books to defeat Miraak, to save Solstheim, to protect Tamriel from a tyrant who would have enslaved everyone. The knowledge was dangerous, yes, but it was also necessary. Without it, Miraak would have won. So maybe forbidden knowledge isn't evil in itself. Maybe it's just a tool, and what matters is how you use it. Except Hermaeus Mora doesn't care about how you use it. He cares that you're using it at all. Every time you open a black book, every time you accept one of his gifts, you're proving that you value power over safety, knowledge over ignorance. You're demonstrating that you're willing to take risks for rewards. And that's exactly the kind of person Mora wants in his service. He's not looking for saints. He's looking for seekers, people who can't resist the lure of forbidden truths. There's a reason the black books appear in Solstheim specifically. The island has always been a place where different cultures clash, where the boundaries between worlds are thin. It was part of Skyrim, then part of Morrowind, then back to Skyrim. It's covered in ancient Nordic ruins, Dunmer settlements, and Skal villages, each with their own traditions and beliefs. The Skal, the indigenous people of Solstheim, worship the Allmaker and reject all Daedric influence. They know the dangers of the Daedra better than most. When Hermaeus Mora tries to force the Skal shaman to give up the secrets of the Allmaker, the shaman refuses, even when Mora tortures him. He dies rather than betray his people's sacred knowledge. That's the alternative to accepting Mora's gifts. You can refuse, you can say no, but the cost of refusal is often death, or worse, the shaman dies. Miraak gets trapped in Apocrypha for thousands of years. The Dragonborn, if they refuse, would probably be killed by Miraak and Solstheim would fall. So what's the right choice? The game doesn't tell you. It just presents the situation and lets you decide. The Black Books represent a broader theme in Elder Scrolls about the nature of power and sacrifice. Every source of power in this universe demands something in return. The Aedra sacrificed their divinity to create the world. The Tribunal murdered their friend to steal the power of a god's heart. The Dwemer tried to transcend mortality and vanished. The dragons enslaved humanity and got overthrown. The Dragonborn absorbs souls and becomes a killer. Power is never clean, it's never simple. And knowledge, which is another form of power, is just as complicated. When you finish the Dragonborn DLC, you can return to Apocrypha at any time by reading the Black Books again. You can wander through the endless corridors, collect more knowledge, explore deeper into the realm. But the more time you spend there, the more you risk losing yourself. The game doesn't mechanically punish you for it, but the lore implications are clear. Every visit to Apocrypha strengthens Mora's hold on you. Every second you spend in his realm, surrounded by forbidden knowledge, pulls you further from the mortal world. And here's the scary part. Hermaeus Mora is patient. He's existed since before time began. He can wait. He can watch. He can let you live your entire mortal life, let you adventure across Tamriel, let you believe you're free. And then, when you die, when your soul leaves your body, that's when he'll claim you. That's when you'll find yourself in Apocrypha permanently. One more servant in his infinite library, sorting books for eternity. Unless you're Dragonborn, in which case your soul might go to Akatosh or to Sovngarde or to whatever afterlife the dragon god has planned for you. The game never clarifies what happens to the last Dragonborn after death. Maybe Hermaeus, Mora, and Akatosh fight over your soul. Maybe you get torn between multiple competing afterlives. Maybe being Dragonborn protects you from Daedric claims entirely. Or maybe Mora was lying the whole time and you were never really bound to him at all. The ambiguity is intentional. What's clear is that the Black Books are some of the most lore-heavy artifacts in the entire series. They're not just gameplay rewards. They're statements about knowledge, power, freedom, and the cost of understanding things mortals weren't meant to understand. And they're still out there, somewhere in Tamriel, waiting for the next person curious enough, or desperate enough, or foolish enough to open one. Let's shift gears and talk about Ysgramor, because his story is way more complicated than most people realize. If you've played Skyrim, you know the basics. Ysgramor was the legendary Nord hero who led his people from Atmora to Tamriel, fought the Snow Elves in the Night of Tears, returned with the 500 companions, and founded the first empire of the Nords. He's basically the George Washington of Nordic culture, the father of their civilization, the greatest warrior who ever lived. But when you actually dig into the historical texts, the archaeological evidence, and the conflicting accounts from different cultures, the story gets murky. Some of the things attributed to Weisgrimor might be exaggerations, myths, or outright propaganda. Other parts of his story have been deliberately obscured or rewritten over the centuries. And there are hints that the Night of Tears, the event that defined Nord-Elf relations for thousands of years, might not have happened the way the Nords tell it. Let's start with what we know for sure. Ysgramor came from Atmora, the frozen continent to the north of Tamriel. Atmora was the original homeland of humans in this part of the world, though whether humans originated there or migrated there from somewhere else isn't clear. What is clear is that by the late Merethic era, Atmora was becoming uninhabitable. The continent was freezing. The civil wars between different human factions were tearing society apart. People were desperate to leave. Some humans had already crossed to Tamriel earlier and established the settlement of Saarthal in what's now northern Skyrim. This was before Ysgramor. The city was thriving, a beacon of human civilization in a land dominated by snow elves, who the Nords called the Falmer. For a time, there was peace. The snow elves and the humans of Saarthal coexisted. There was trade, cultural exchange. Everything seemed fine. Then came the Night of Tears. According to Nordic tradition, the snow elves attacked Saarthal without warning in the middle of the night. They burned the city. They slaughtered almost everyone. Only Ysgramor and his two sons, Ilgar and Ingol, escaped by ship back to Atmora. The reason for the attack, in most Nordic accounts, is either unexplained or attributed to simple snow elf cruelty and jealousy of human prosperity. But there's evidence that's not the whole story. In Skyrim, when you explore the ruins of Saarthal during the College of Winterhold questline, you discover the Eye of Magnus, an ancient artifact of immense power buried beneath the city. The implication is that the snow elves attacked Saarthal to claim or destroy this artifact. They weren't acting out of random cruelty, they were responding to a perceived threat. The Eye of Magnus is a reality-warping device that could potentially unmake the world if misused. If the Snow Elves discovered that the humans of Saarthal were excavating it or experimenting with it, an attack would make strategic sense. There's another theory that goes even further. Some scholars, particularly Dunmer historians who have no love for either Nords or Snow Elves, suggest that Ysgramor's people provoked the attack. Maybe they were expanding too aggressively. Maybe they were encroaching on sacred snow elf sites. Maybe there were violent incidents that escalated. The Nords portray themselves as innocent victims, but victors write history, and the Nords definitely won the war that followed. After escaping to Atmora, Ysgramor gathered an army. Not just any army, the 500 companions, legendary warriors, each one a hero in their own right. Some texts say there were exactly 500. Others say it was a symbolic number representing many warriors, and the actual count could have been higher or lower. Either way, Ysgramor's force returned to Tamriel with one goal: revenge. They landed at Sarik Head, the same place Ysgramor's original expedition had landed generations earlier. From there, they launched a campaign of extermination against the Snow Elves, not conquest. Extermination. The Nords didn't just want to defeat the Falmer militarily. They wanted them gone. Village after village was burned. Populations were massacred. The Snow Elves were driven deeper and deeper into the mountains, their civilization shattered. The few Snow Elves who survived fled underground, where they eventually encountered the Dwemer. The Dwemer offered them refuge in their underground cities, but the price was steep. The Snow Elves had to eat a toxic fungus that blinded them and altered their biology. Over generations, they devolved into the twisted, feral creatures you fight in Skyrim's dungeons, the Falmer. The proud Snow Elf civilization, which had built great cities and had its own rich culture, was reduced to blind, animalistic monsters living in the dark. And it was Ysgramor's campaign that drove them to that fate. Now, here's where Ysgramor's story gets mythological. According to Nordic tradition, he wielded a battle axe called Wuthrad, which means storm's tears. The axe was supposedly enchanted to be especially deadly against elves. In Skyrim, if you retrieve the fragments of Wuthrad and have it reforged, you can see this enchantment in action. It does extra damage to elves specifically. Whether the historical Ysgramor actually had such a weapon, or whether this is a later addition to the legend, is unknown. Wuthrad's design is interesting. The axe head is shaped like a screaming face, representing the rage and grief of the Nords after the Night of Tears. Some descriptions say the face is Ysgramor's own, frozen in eternal fury. Others say it's the face of a dragon or a representation of Shor, the Nordic version of Lorkhan. The symbolism changes depending on which source you read. After the war against the Snow Elves, Ysgramor didn't stop. He pushed south, conquering more territory, establishing Nord dominance across what would become Skyrim. He founded the city of Windhelm, which remains one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Tamriel. He established the traditions that would define Nordic culture for millennia. The mead halls, the warrior culture, the emphasis on honor and glory in battle. He created the Companions as a permanent institution, warriors dedicated to protecting Skyrim and upholding Nordic values. But here's something that often gets overlooked. Ysgramor is also credited with developing the written language for humans in Tamriel. Before Ysgramor, humans had no writing system. They had oral traditions, songs, and sagas passed down through generations, but nothing written. The elves, meanwhile, had been writing for thousands of years. They had libraries, historical records, magical texts, everything that comes with a literate civilization. Ysgramor changed that. He studied Elvish scripts, figured out how they worked, and adapted them to the sounds of the Nordic language. The runes you see scattered across Skyrim, the word walls where you learn dragon shouts, the carved stones marking ancient burial sites, that's Ysgramor's writing system, or at least evolved from it. He gave the Nords the ability to record their own history, to write their own laws, to preserve their own culture independently of elven influence. This is a huge deal culturally. It means the Nords went from a pre-literate society to a literate one within a single generation. And it happened because one man was smart enough, or determined enough, to reverse engineer an entire writing system from a foreign language. Whether this is literally true, or whether it's a simplification of a longer process involving many people over many years is unclear. But the Nords give Ysgramor the credit, which tells you how important this achievement was to their identity. Now, there's a weird linguistic detail that some scholars have noticed. The name Ysgramor doesn't follow typical Nordic naming conventions. Most Nord names are pretty straightforward. Ragnar, Ulfric, Balgruf, names that sound like they belong to a warrior culture. But Ysgramor has this strange structure, and some linguists think it might derive from an older language, possibly related to the dragon tongue. The dragon language, or Dovazul, predates all human languages in Tamriel. Dragons were the original inhabitants of the continent, and they had their own sophisticated language system long before humans or elves arrived. When humans first came to Tamriel, they lived under dragon rule as slaves, worshipping the dragons as gods. The dragon cult dominated Atmora and northern Tamriel for centuries. Eventually, humans rebelled, but the dragon language influenced early human speech patterns significantly. So, when people analyze the name Ysgramor, they see possible roots in Dovazul. Ys could be related to Yol, meaning fire. Grammar might come from Gra, battle, combined with other elements. If true, this suggests Ysgramor's name was either given to him by dragons, or his culture was so influenced by dragon language that their names reflected it. Or the name evolved from older Atmoran words that themselves derive from Dovazul. Either way, it ties Ysgramor to a much more ancient era than most people realize. There's also the question of when exactly Ysgramor lived. The Merethic era, when he was active, spans thousands of years and has no clear chronology. Different sources place the Night of Tears at different points in time. Some say it was in the Middle Merethic era, others put it late Merethic era, just a few hundred years before the First Era began. The founding of the First Era itself is tied to the establishment of the Camoran dynasty in Valenwood, which has nothing to do with Ysgramor, so using that as a reference point for Nordic history is messy. What this means is that Ysgramor might have lived 2000 years before the First Era, or 500 years before, or anywhere in between. The farther back you push his life, the more mythological he becomes. If he lived 5000 years ago, then the historical Ysgramor and the legendary Ysgramor are probably very different. Stories get exaggerated over that much time. Deeds get attributed to him that other people did. His actual achievements get mixed with folklore, religious symbolism, and political propaganda. But if he lived only a few hundred years before the First Era, then the stories might be more accurate. There would have been fewer generations between his time and the time when things started getting written down. Exaggerations would still exist, but the core facts would be more reliable. We'll never know for sure. What we do know is that by the time the First Era began, Ysgramor was already legendary. The companions claimed descent from his 500. The kings of Skyrim claimed legitimacy through connection to his bloodline. The Song of Return, an epic poem describing his voyage back to Tamriel with the 500, was already being sung in mead halls. He'd become more than a man. He'd become a symbol of everything the Nords valued: strength, courage, vengeance, loyalty, and the triumph of humanity over the elves who'd tried to destroy them. There's one more thing about Ysgramor that's genuinely unsettling. In Skyrim, you can visit his tomb in the wilderness north of Windhelm. It's called Ysgramor's Tomb, and it's where the companions send you to retrieve Wuthrad during their quest line. Inside, you find Ysgramor's ghost, along with the ghosts of many of the 500 companions. They've been resting there for thousands of years. But when you arrive, the ghosts attack you. They're hostile. You have to fight your way through the ancient heroes of Nordic legend. The game explains this as the tomb being defiled by necromancers, the spirits rising to defend their resting place. But there's a darker interpretation. Maybe the spirits of Ysgramor and his companions are just violent. Maybe they were violent in life, and they remain violent in death. Maybe the same rage that drove them to exterminate the snow elves still burns in them millennia later, and anyone who enters their tomb is just another target. When you finally place the repaired Wuthrad on the statue of Ysgramor, the hostile spirits vanish, and you gain access to the deepest chamber where Ysgramor's sarcophagus rests. It's a moment of respect, of honoring the dead. But it's also a reminder that these were killers, warriors who built a nation on the corpses of another race. The Nords revere them, and in the context of Nordic culture, that makes sense. But from the perspective of the Snow Elves, Ysgramor is the villain of the story, the genocidal conqueror who destroyed their entire civilization. That moral complexity is one of the things that makes Elder Scrolls lore interesting. Ysgramor isn't a simple hero. He's a complicated figure whose actions had massive consequences, both good and bad. He saved his people from extinction after Sarthal. He gave the Nords a homeland, a culture, a future. But he did it through violence that bordered on genocide, and the effects of that violence are still visible in Skyrim thousands of years later. Every time you encounter the Falmer in a cave, twisted and blind and feral, you're seeing the legacy of Ysgramor's revenge. Every time you visit Windhelm, one of the most openly racist cities in Skyrim, where Dark Elves are forced to live in a ghetto and Argonians aren't allowed inside the walls, you're seeing the continuation of Ysgramor's anti-elf ideology. The Nords call him a hero. History is more complicated. Now let's talk about the artifacts that barely appear in the games anymore, the legendary treasures that show up in books and rumors, but rarely in actual gameplay. Elder Scrolls has a long history of powerful artifacts, and over the decades, different games have featured different items. Some artifacts appear in multiple games. Others show up once and then vanish from the series entirely. And some only exist in lore texts, teasing players with descriptions of power they'll never get to use. The thing is, in universe, these artifacts don't disappear. They're still out there somewhere in Tamriel. They change hands, get lost, get stolen, get hidden away in forgotten tombs, but they exist, and many of them are ridiculously powerful, way beyond anything you can craft or enchant yourself. Let's go through some of the most interesting ones. First up, the Lord's Mail. This is armor with a history stretching back to the very beginning of the First Empire. According to legend, the Lord's Mail was a gift from Kynareth, the goddess of the heavens and wind, to Morihaus, who was a demigod and the son of Kynareth herself. Morihaus was also the lover of Alessia, the slave queen who led the rebellion against the Aelids and founded the First Empire of Cyrodiil. So the armor has divine origins. It's not something a mortal crafted. It's a gift from an Aedra to her demigod son. The enchantments on it reflect that. The Lord's Mail is Kuiras-style armor that grants total spell absorption. Any spell cast at you gets absorbed and restores your magicka instead of harming you. In some versions, it also regenerates your health constantly. In others, it reflects spells back at the caster. The exact properties shift depending on which game you are playing, but the core concept is the same. This is armor that makes you nearly invincible against magic. Morihaus wore the Lord's Mail during the Alessian Rebellion, the war that overthrew the Aelid Empire and freed humanity from slavery. He was one of Alessia's most powerful generals, a warrior who could fly and fight with the strength of a god. When he died, the armor passed to other heroes. It appeared again during the Second Era, worn by various champions of the Empire. It showed up in Daggerfall, where you could actually find it and wear it. It appeared in Morrowind as well, hidden in a cave on a tiny island. But since Morrowind, it hasn't been in any main game. According to lore, the Lord's Mail chooses its wearer. It doesn't stay with one person permanently. It moves from hero to hero, appearing when it's needed most, and then disappearing again when its work is done. Some texts describe it as sentient, able to sense who's worthy of wearing it. Others say it's just attracted to people with heroic destinies, pulled to them by fate or divine will. Either way, the armor has a mind of its own. So, where is it now? Nobody knows. It's somewhere in Tamriel, waiting for the next crisis, the next hero. Maybe it's buried in a ruin nobody's excavated yet. Maybe it's locked in some noble's vault, unrecognized for what it is. Maybe it's at the bottom of the ocean, lost when a ship sank. The game doesn't tell you, but it's out there. Next, let's talk about the Warlock's Ring, also called the Ring of Sirabane. This is one of the most historically significant artifacts in all of Tamriel, because it literally saved the world. Here's the story. During the Second Era, a plague called the Thracian Plague swept across Tamriel. It originated with the Slode, the slug-like necromancers from the island chain of Thras, southwest of Tamriel. The Slode had been raiding the coasts for centuries, enslaving people, practicing necromancy, generally being awful. But in 1E 2200, they released a magical plague that killed more than half the population of Tamriel. Entire provinces were depopulated. The death toll was in the tens of millions. The plague was magical, not biological, which meant normal medicine couldn't stop it. Only powerful magic could contain it. The Mages Guild mobilized, trying to find a cure, trying to create wards to protect cities. But the plague was too strong. It kept spreading. Civilization was on the verge of collapse. Then a mage named Sirabane discovered a way to cure the plague using a ring he'd crafted. The Warlock's Ring channeled enough magical power to break the plague's enchantment and heal anyone infected. Sirabane traveled across Tamriel, using the ring to save entire cities. His efforts, combined with those of other mages, eventually contained the plague. Tamriel survived, barely. After that crisis, Sirabane became revered, almost like a god. The Altmer in particular honor him, sometimes counting him among the Aedra, though technically he was mortal. The ring became legendary, a symbol of magic used for good, of a mage sacrificing everything to save civilization. But here's the thing, the ring still exists. It appeared in Daggerfall, where you could find it in a random dungeon. It granted massive spell absorption and reflected spells back at enemies. In Morrowind, it was supposed to appear but got cut from the final game. Since then, nothing. The ring that saved Tamriel from extinction is just gone, lost somewhere in the world. The in-universe explanation is that the ring is cursed, not in a malevolent way, but in the sense that it can't stay in one place. After Sirabane died, the ring kept moving from person to person. Heroes would find it, use it for a while, and then lose it, under mysterious circumstances. It would disappear from locked vaults. It would vanish during battle. Owners would wake up one morning and the ring would be gone, with no explanation. Some scholars think the ring is searching for something, or someone. Maybe it's looking for another crisis like the Thracian plague, another moment when it's desperately needed. Or maybe Sirabane enchanted it to avoid becoming a symbol of power and greed, ensuring it would never be hoarded by tyrants or locked away in a treasury. Whatever the reason, the Warlock's Ring is one of the most elusive artifacts in Elder Scrolls lore. Now, let's get into some of the weirder artifacts. The Boots of the Apostle are a pair of enchanted boots that grant levitation. That might not sound impressive if you haven't played the older Elder Scrolls games, but levitation used to be a huge part of the series. In Morrowind, you could cast levitation spells and fly around the game world. You could reach places that were physically impossible to get to otherwise. Some questlands required levitation to complete. Then Oblivion came out, and levitation was gone. The in-universe explanation was that the new Emperor banned levitation magic across the Empire. Why? The game never really says. Maybe for security reasons. Maybe because it made cities too vulnerable to attack. Maybe because the developers couldn't make it work with the new game engine and they needed a lore excuse. Either way, the Boots of the Apostle are one of the last remaining sources of levitation in Tamriel. They're named after Tiber Septim's Imperial Guard, the Apostles, who wore these boots as part of their uniform. When the levitation ban went into effect, the boots became illegal and they were confiscated and locked away. Supposedly, they're in the Imperial Treasury in the White Gold Tower in Cyrodiil, but nobody's seen them in centuries. There's a theory among lore enthusiasts that the levitation ban was actually about controlling access to certain places. There are locations in Tamriel that can only be reached by flying, and the Empire doesn't want people going there. What's in those places? Ancient ruins? Alien artifacts? Secret government facilities? The lore doesn't say. But the fact that levitation got banned empire-wide suggests it was a serious concern. The Boots of the Apostle appear in Oblivion's Shivering Isles DLC, actually. You can find them in Sheogorath's realm. But whether those are the real boots or just a copy Sheogorath created is unclear. Daedric princes can create anything they want in their own realms. Maybe Sheogorath just thought it would be funny to give you levitation boots in a place where levitation is impossible to use properly because the realm's physics are broken. Let's talk about another fascinating artifact, the Bloodworm Helm. This is a necromancer's helmet that grants the wearer power over the undead. Specifically, it lets you summon and control bloodworms, which are magical parasites that reanimate corpses from the inside. The person wearing the Bloodworm Helm can command entire armies of zombies, each one infested with bloodworms that keep the body moving even after it should have collapsed. The helm was created by Manimarco, the King of Worms, the most powerful necromancer in Tamriel's history. Manimarco was a student at the Sigic Order, the ancient mage guild on the island of Arteium. He and another student, Vanus Galerion, both studied under the same masters, but they had very different views on magic. Galerion believed magic should be used responsibly, ethically, for the benefit of society. Manimarco believed magic was about power, and necromancy was the ultimate expression of that power. The two of them eventually had a falling out. Galerion left the Sigic Order and founded the Mages Guild, creating an institution that would train mages across all of Tamriel while banning necromancy. Manimarco left and founded the Order of the Black Worm, a cult of necromancers dedicated to mastering death itself. The two former friends became bitter enemies. The Bloodworm Helm was one of Manimarco's most powerful creations. He wore it during his wars against the Mages Guild in the Second Era. Eventually, Galerion personally led an assault on Manimarco's stronghold, bringing an army of battle mages and warriors called the Lamp Knights to face the King of Worms. The battle was legendary. Waves of undead clashed with streams of magical fire from the battle mages. Galerion shook the mountain to its base with a single touch, and the undead crumbled. But then Manimarco himself emerged, exhaling darkness that chilled everyone on the battlefield. The fight raged on until Manimarco's artifacts were torn from him. The battle ended with both leaders fallen, Galerion dead, and Manimarco defeated but still alive. Some texts say Manimarco resurrected Galerion's corpse as a troll, forcing his old rival to serve him even in death. The Bloodworm Helm disappeared after that battle. It showed up briefly in Daggerfall, where you could find it and use it to control undead armies yourself. But after that game, it vanished from the series. Where is it now? Probably locked in some necromancer's vault, or buried with one of Manimarco's lieutenants, or hidden in the ruins of an old worm cult stronghold. The helm grants immense power over the dead, which means every necromancer in Tamriel would want it. Here's the thing about Manimarco that makes the Bloodworm Helm even more interesting. After the warp in the west, the reality-breaking event at the end of Daggerfall, Manimarco achieved godhood. He became the Necromancer's moon, a celestial body that appears in the night sky. When the Necromancer's moon is visible, necromancers across Tamriel gain increased power, and Black Soul Gems can be created. Black Soul Gems are special because they can trap the souls of sentient beings, humans, elves, even Khajiit and Argonians. Regular soul gems can only hold animal souls. Black Soul Gems break that rule. But here's where things get confusing. In Oblivion, you meet Manimarco as a physical person, an Altmer necromancer leading the worm cult against the Mages Guild. You kill him in his lair, Echo Cave. So how can he be both a god in the sky and a mortal you can stab? The answer goes back to the warp in the west. During that event, time broke. Multiple contradictory realities happened simultaneously and then merged back together. In one timeline, Manimarco became a god. In another, he remained mortal. Both timelines became true. So there's a god version of Manimarco in the heavens, and there's a mortal version walking around Cyrodiil, and both are real. The Manimarco you kill in Oblivion is probably weaker than the god version, but he's still incredibly dangerous. He wields the Staff of Worms, another powerful artifact that lets him summon zombies and drain life from his enemies. When you kill him, the staff remains behind, and you can take it. But the Bloodworm Helm? That's nowhere to be found in Oblivion. Maybe the mortal Manimarco never had it. Maybe the god Manimarco took it with him when he ascended. Or maybe it's still out there, waiting. There's another artifact worth mentioning, the Necromancer's Amulet. This is one of Manimarco's personal items, an amulet that drastically boosts your magical power while slowly draining your health. It appears in Oblivion as a quest reward. The amulet was supposedly worn by Manimarco throughout his mortal life, absorbing centuries of necromantic energy. When you wear it, you can feel that energy coursing through you, strengthening your spells but also corrupting your body. The interesting thing about Manimarco's artifacts is that they're not just powerful, they're ideologically loaded. Each one represents his philosophy about necromancy and power. The Bloodworm Helm controls the dead, treating them as tools. The Necromancer's Amulet sacrifices health for magical power, trading life for strength. The Staff of Worms raises armies from corpses, turning death into a resource. All of these items reflect Manimarco's core belief that death is not an ending, but a transformation, and those who master death can reshape reality itself. Now, let's talk about some artifacts that are even more obscure. The Chrysamere, also called the Paladin's Blade or the Sword of Heroes. This is an ancient weapon that's appeared in multiple Elder Scrolls games, but has no clear origin story. Some legends say it was forged by the gods themselves. Others claim it was created by the greatest smith in history, using metals that fell from the sky. The blade is silver and gold, etched with runes that glow when drawn. The Chrysamere has a weird property. It chooses its wielder. You can't just pick it up and use it. If you're not worthy, the sword won't respond. It stays dormant, useless. But if you are worthy, if you have the qualities the sword is looking for, it becomes one of the most powerful weapons in existence. It grants incredible combat skill, protects you from magic, and can cleave through armor like paper. The sword has passed through many hands over the centuries. Heroes have wielded it in wars against dragons, against Daedric invasions, against tyrants and monsters. After each conflict, the sword disappears, moving on to find its next wielder. It appeared in Arena, where you could find it in a random dungeon. It showed up in Daggerfall and Morrowind. But in later games, nothing. The Chrysamere is out there somewhere, waiting for the next hero worthy of wielding it. There's also the Staff of Magnus, one of the most powerful magical artifacts ever created. Magnus was the architect of Mundus, the one who designed how reality would function when the Aedra created the mortal plane. When he realized the cost of creation, that the Aedra would be trapped and drained by their own work, he fled back to Aetherius, the realm of magic. His departure tore a hole in the sky, creating the sun. The staff he left behind contains a fraction of his power, enough to drain or restore magicka on a massive scale. The Staff of Magnus appears in Skyrim during the College of Winterhold questline. You use it to stop a Thalmor wizard from destroying the world with the Eye of Magnus. The staff can absorb magical energy from anything, people, artifacts, even reality warping devices like the Eye. Without the staff, the Eye would have consumed all of Mundus, unraveling the fabric of existence. With the staff, you can contain it, channel it, control it. But here's the question. Where was the Staff of Magnus before you found it in Skyrim? The game places it in Labyrinthian, an ancient Nordic ruin that was once a thriving city. The dragon priest Morokai was guarding it, trapped there for thousands of years. How did it end up there? Why was a dragon priest protecting an artifact created by Magnus? The game doesn't explain. Maybe the dragon cult found the staff and recognized its power. Maybe they were ordered by the dragons to keep it hidden. Or maybe Magnus himself left it there, knowing that one day someone would need it to stop a catastrophe. The Staff of Magnus connects to something bigger in Elder Scrolls lore, the Magna Ge, the spirits who followed Magnus when he fled Mundus. They're called the Star Orphans because they left holes in the sky when they escaped, and those holes became the stars. The Magna Ge still exist in Aetherius, and they supposedly watch over Mundus from afar. Some texts suggest they can still intervene in mortal affairs, though they rarely do. The staff might be one of those interventions, a tool left behind to prevent worst-case scenarios. Let's talk about the Ring of Finester. This is a legendary ring created by an Aldmeri sorcerer named Finester, who lived during the Merethic era. Finester was obsessed with longevity and survival. He developed magical techniques to extend his life far beyond the normal span of even a long-lived Altmer. The ring he created embodies that obsession. It increases your resistance to poison, disease, and magic. In some versions of the lore, it makes you almost immune to environmental hazards entirely. Finester himself walked from Somerset to Valenwood to Skyrim, covering impossible distances in short spans of time. Some legends say he could take 100 steps in one stride, folding space around him. Others say he existed in multiple places simultaneously, splitting his consciousness across Tamriel. The ring was supposedly the key to these abilities, allowing him to survive journeys that would kill any normal person. The Ring of Finester has appeared in Daggerfall, Morrowind, and Oblivion. In each game, it's hidden in a dangerous location, guarded by powerful enemies or locked behind difficult quests. The ring doesn't choose its wearer like some artifacts do, but it does seem to gravitate toward people who value survival over glory. Warriors seeking fame rarely find it. Survivors, people who prioritize staying alive at all costs, encounter it more often. There's a darker artifact called the Ebony Blade, a two-handed sword that grows stronger the more you betray people who trust you. It's a Daedric artifact associated with Mephala, the Daedric prince of lies, secrets, and murder. The blade whispers to you when you wield it, encouraging you to kill your friends, your allies, anyone who considers you trustworthy. Each betrayal makes the blade sharper, more powerful. It absorbs the life force of people who trusted you, feeding on their shock and betrayal as they die. The Ebony Blade appears in Skyrim as part of a Daedric quest. You receive it from Mephala after you discover it in Dragon's Reach, hidden in the basement. The Jarl's children have been hearing whispers from behind a locked door for years. When you open that door, you find the blade, and Nephila speaks to you, explaining what it does. To power the blade fully, you need to kill 10 people who trust you, not enemies, not strangers. People who like you, who consider you a friend or ally. The game tracks this explicitly. The moral implications are horrifying. The blade rewards you for being a monster, for exploiting trust and friendship. It's one of the most ethically repugnant artifacts in the series, which is exactly the point. Nephila represents the dark side of social interaction, manipulation, betrayal, the perversion of relationships into weapons. The Ebony Blade is that philosophy made physical. Throughout history, the blade has passed from one murderer to another. It was owned by Jarl Erikur in the First Era, who used it to assassinate his rivals and consolidate power. It ended up in the possession of Jarl Laila Lawgiver's ancestors, who locked it away, terrified of its influence. But the blade can't be destroyed. It endures, waiting for the next person willing to embrace betrayal for power. There are dozens more artifacts scattered through Elder Scrolls lore. The cuirass of the Savior's hide, Hircine's gift to lycanthropes. The Mask of Clavicus Vile, which grants incredible charisma and persuasion. The Wabajak, Sheogorath's staff of random chaos. Mehrunes' razor, a dagger that has a chance to instantly kill anything it stabs. Azura's star, a reusable soul gem. The Ogma Infinium, which we already discussed. Each one has a history, a purpose, a cost. But beyond the Daedric artifacts, beyond the legendary weapons and armor, there are hints of other relics that never appear in gameplay. Books mention them, characters reference them, but we never see them. The Sword of the Moon River, supposedly able to cut through moonlight itself. The armor of Tiber Septim, the actual equipment worn by the founder of the Third Empire when he conquered Tamriel. The original dragon scale armor, crafted from the hide of the first dragon ever slain by mortals. The Amulet of Kings, which you see in Oblivion but can't use, which contained the souls of every emperor who ever wore it. These artifacts exist in-universe. They're part of Tamriel's history. But, for various reasons, gameplay balance, narrative focus, technical limitations, they don't show up in the games. That makes them more mysterious, more legendary. When you read about the armor of Tiber Septim in an in-game book, you can imagine what it might look like, what powers it might have. The absence makes it more powerful than any actual item Bethesda could design. And that's the genius of Elder Scrolls lore. The games show you a fraction of what exists in the world. The rest is implied, hinted at, described in text you might never read. Every dungeon you explore could contain a legendary artifact. Every locked chest could hide a relic from the Merethic era. Every quest you don't complete could lead to treasures that shape the fate of nations. The world is full of possibilities, and only some of them ever become real in gameplay. The Lord's Mail is still out there. The Warlock's Ring is waiting for the next plague. The boots of the Apostle are locked in the White Gold Tower. Or maybe they're not. Maybe they're lost in some forgotten ruin. The Bloodworm Helm might be in the hands of a necromancer right now, raising armies of undead in preparation for some future catastrophe. These artifacts don't vanish just because the games stop featuring them. They're part of the world, persistent and enduring, moving through history as kingdoms rise and fall. Next up, let's talk about dragons and where they actually come from. So when you play Skyrim, the game hammers into your head that dragons are these apocalyptic world-ending forces tied to Alduin and the Nordic prophecies. They are presented as this ancient evil that the Nords had to fight and barely survive. But here's something that changes the whole picture. Dragons might not even be from Tamriel originally. The name Akavir literally translates to Dragonland in the Aldmeri language, which is a pretty big clue right there. The continent of Akavir sits across the ocean to the east of Tamriel, and from what scraps of information have made it back across those waters, it was absolutely crawling with dragons at one point. But here's where it gets interesting. Those Akaviri dragons weren't feared and worshipped like in Skyrim. According to the text called Mysterious Akavir, which is one of the few sources we have about that distant continent, the Tsaeski, these vampiric serpent folk who ate all the men living in Akavir, tried to eat all the dragons too. Yeah, you read that right. They tried to eat dragons. They managed to enslave the red dragons, though the black ones escaped and fled to what was then called Potun, which later became Kapotun, after the tiger folk living there started trying to become dragons themselves. Think about what this means for a second. In Akavir, dragons weren't these untouchable demigods. They were prey. They could be captured, enslaved, and apparently eaten. The Tsaeshi managed to subjugate an entire color variant of dragon and put them to work. This completely reframes what dragons are in the Elder Scrolls universe. In Tamriel, during the Dragon War, it took heroes, ancient magic, and the literal Thu'um, the voice, to bring down dragons. But in Akavir, they were apparently a manageable problem, at least for beings powerful enough to deal with them. Now, here's where different theories start to emerge about dragon origins. Some sources suggest dragons came from Atmora, that frozen northern continent where the Nords originally lived. The ancient Nords brought their dragon cult with them when they migrated to Tamriel. But other accounts point to Akavir as the true homeland of dragons, suggesting that maybe they spread from there to other continents, or that dragons in different places evolved separately. The UESP wiki notes that there are ancient tales of dragons coming from both Akavir and Atmora, which creates this confusing picture of dragon migration patterns across Nirn. What really makes this complex is the Akaviri invasions of Tamriel. Around 1E 2703, the Akaviri launched an invasion of Tamriel, and these invaders weren't just random warmongers. They were specifically hunting dragons. They came to Tamriel as dragon slayers, and when they got pushed back by Riemann Cyrodiil, he didn't just defeat them and send them packing, he recruited them. These Akaviri became the Dragon Guard, which eventually evolved into the Blades you meet in Skyrim. The organization dedicated to protecting the Dragonborn emperors and killing dragons traces its roots directly to people from Dragonland who came to Tamriel because they knew how to deal with dragons. This raises so many questions about what dragons really are in this setting. If they originated in Akavir and spread to other continents, why did they become so dominant in Skyrim specifically? The dragon cult in ancient Skyrim had dragon priests ruling over humans, with the dragons themselves as living gods. But if dragons could be enslaved in Akavir, what made them so unstoppable in Tamriel? Was it cultural? Did the Nords simply not know the techniques that Tsaeski used? Or were Akaviri dragons fundamentally different from Tamrielic dragons? The game Skyrim tells you that dragons are fragments of Akatosh, the dragon god of time, and that they're immortal beings who can only truly be killed by a dragonborn absorbing their soul. But this seems to be specific to Tamrielic dragons, particularly those connected to Alduin. The Akaviri dragons, the red ones enslaved by the Tsaeski, and the black ones living in Kapotun territory don't seem to have this same immortality problem. When the Tsaeshi ate them, they apparently stayed dead, unless eating is a metaphor for something else, which is entirely possible given how weird Akaviri lore gets. Speaking of Kapotun, their leader, Toshraka, supposedly achieved the ultimate feat. He actually became a dragon. Not like the Dragonborn, who has the soul of a dragon in a mortal body, but a full physical transformation from a tiger person into an actual dragon. According to Mysterious Akavir, he's now the largest dragon in the world, and has renamed his people from Potun to Kapotun as they work toward all becoming dragons themselves. This suggests that dragons in Elder Scrolls aren't just a species, but potentially a state of being that other creatures can achieve. The historical records get even murkier when you look at the timeline. Most dragons were supposedly killed or driven into hiding during the Dragon War in the Merethic era, when ancient Nords learned the Thu'um from Paarthurnax and used it against their dragon overlords. But the Akaviri invasion didn't happen until the First Era, thousands of years later. Were there still dragons around for them to hunt? Were they hunting the few survivors? Or were they coming to Tamriel with knowledge and techniques from fighting dragons back in Akavir, ready to apply those skills to a dragon problem they'd heard about? There's this fascinating detail in the lore about Skyhaven Temple in Skyrim. When you visit it during the Blades questline, you find this massive wall called Alduin's Wall that depicts the prophecy of Alduin's return. But that temple was built by the Akaviri invaders during their time in Tamriel. These foreign dragon hunters came to a land they'd never seen before and created a detailed prophetic mural about a specific dragon that would end the world. How did they know? Did they have similar prophecies in Akavir? Were there multiple Alduins across different continents? The whole dragon situation also connects to the deeper metaphysics of the Elder Scrolls universe. Dragons speak in the Tuum, the voice, which isn't just magic words, it's reality warping language. When dragons speak, they're literally using the language of creation. In Skyrim, you learn individual words of power from word walls across the province, but dragons instinctively know their entire language because it's their fundamental nature. They don't learn to speak, they speak to define themselves. Their very names are descriptions of their nature in the dragon language. But again, is this true for all dragons everywhere, or just the ones tied to Akatosh and Alduin? The Akaviri dragons that got enslaved by the Tsaiski, did they have the same connection to the fabric of reality? If dragons are these eternal fragments of the god of time, how did snake vampires manage to capture them? There's clearly something about the dragons in Akavir that makes them different, or something about the beings in Akavir that makes them terrifyingly powerful. What this all does to the story of Skyrim is pretty significant. The game presents dragons as this ancient primordial threat that no one understands anymore, a force from mythology suddenly made real. But the reality seems to be that dragons are more of a known quantity in the wider world. Akavir had them, dealt with them, and developed specific institutions and methods for handling them. The Blades weren't some unique Tamrielic innovation. They were an imported solution from people who'd been dealing with dragons for potentially much longer than anyone in Tamriel. And there's this whole question of dragon intelligence and culture. In Skyrim, you meet dragons like Paarthurnax, who are philosophical and contemplative, and Alduin, who's egotistical and power-hungry. They have distinct personalities and beliefs. But were the Akaviri dragons the same way? When the Tsaiski enslaved the Red Dragons, were they enslaving intelligent, thinking beings, or were Akaviri dragons more beast-like? The lore never makes this clear, which is frustrating. The situation with the Ka Potun adds another layer. If Toshraka became a dragon through some process, that implies dragons aren't just born, they can be made. Or at least, beings can achieve dragonhood through certain methods. This ties into that whole Akaviri tradition of martial excellence and spiritual advancement. The sword singers of Yokuda could manifest spirit swords through sheer mastery. The Ka Potun decided to literally become the creatures they were fighting. There's this recurring theme in Elder Scrolls of people becoming what they overcome, achieving a kind of ultimate victory by making the enemy irrelevant through transformation. So, what does all this mean for the player character in Skyrim? You're told you're special because you're dragonborn, but that whole concept might be more complicated than the game lets on. The Akaviri invaded specifically looking for a dragonborn, suggesting they either had dragonborn figures in their own history or understood the concept from studying dragons. Riman Sirodil was proclaimed dragonborn by the Akaviri when they met him, which raises the question, did they recognize something in him that Tamrielic people might have missed? Were there Akaviri dragonborn? The game never really explores the possibility that dragon-related powers and dragon-related problems might be totally different in different parts of Nirn. But the evidence scattered through the lore books suggests that dragons aren't a universal constant. They're localized to certain regions and cultures, taking different forms and having different relationships with mortal races depending on where you are. In Skyrim, they're tyrannical rulers and apocalyptic portents. In Akavir, they're enslavable beasts and aspirational goals. The truth probably lies somewhere in the complexity, as it usually does in Elder Scrolls lore. Next, let's get into the really weird biology of Argonians and their connection to the histories. When you meet an Argonian in any Elder Scrolls game, you're seeing what looks like a bipedal lizard person, right? Reptilian features, scales, a tail, maybe some spines or horns, depending on which game you're playing. They breathe underwater, they're resistant to disease and poison, and they're generally portrayed as the reptile people of the setting. But here's the thing that most players don't realize. Argonians aren't just lizard people. They're not even really reptiles in the way we understand reptiles. They're mobile extensions of ancient sentient trees called the Hist. The Hist are these massive trees that grow in the deeper parts of Black Marsh, the swampy province where most Argonians live. But calling them trees is kind of like calling humans colonies of bacteria, technically true but missing the bigger picture. The Hist are ancient, potentially older than any other sentient race in Tamriel. They were there before the elves showed up, before the first humans arrived, before the continents even stabilized into their current forms. Some lore suggests the Hist were watching when the Aedra and Daedra were still fighting over how reality should work during the Dawn era. Here's where it gets absolutely wild. Argonians don't exist without the Hist, at least not in any meaningful way. When Argonian eggs are laid, they're placed in these hatching pools underneath a Hist tree. When the eggs hatch, the young lizards immediately begin drinking Hist sap. According to Argonian beliefs and every piece of lore about their biology, that sap gives them their soul. Not metaphorically. The Hist sap becomes the Argonians' blood, their essence, their entire spiritual being. Without the Hist, you don't get Argonians. You get mindless lizards that never develop intelligence or personality. The relationship between Argonians and the Hist isn't like humans worshipping a god. It's symbiotic on a cellular level. The Hist are these immobile trees that can't move, can't see the world beyond their roots. So they created the Argonians to be their mobile eyes and hands. The Argonians, in return, get intelligence, consciousness, and souls. But it's not a fair exchange in the way we'd normally think about trades. The Hist literally created the Argonian species from local reptiles by repeatedly infusing them with their sap over countless generations until the lizards evolved into thinking, speaking beings. When an Argonian dies, their soul doesn't go to any afterlife that other races experience. It goes back to the Hist tree. The tree absorbs the memories, experiences, and essence of that Argonian, stores it, and can then pass it on to the next generation. This means that technically, no Argonian truly dies permanently as long as their Hist tree survives. They're recycled, reincarnated, sort of, though not necessarily in a form they'd recognize. The tree mixes and matches soul fragments, blending them together into new Argonians, who might carry memories they don't fully understand, ancestral echoes from Argonians who died centuries ago. But here's where it gets even stranger. The Hist trees themselves are connected underground. Their root systems interlink, creating a massive neural network across Black Marsh. All Hist trees share information, share thoughts, and in some sense form a collective consciousness. When one Hist learns something, all Hist potentially know it. The Argonians call themselves the people of the root, and it's literal. They're all connected through this underground system of tree intelligence. This collective raises all kinds of questions about individual Argonian identity. Are they really individuals, or are they more like fingers on a hand? When you talk to an Argonian, are you talking to that specific person, or are you talking to an instance of the Hist wearing a reptilian suit? The answer seems to be both, and neither. Argonians have distinct personalities, make their own choices, and can even disagree with the Hist. But those personalities were initially programmed by the Hist sap they drank as hatchlings. The tree shaped what they are at their most basic level. There are Argonians born outside of Black Marsh, away from any history. These Argonians, sometimes called Luciul or assimilated people, are functionally different from their Hist-connected cousins. They can survive and function, but they often struggle with understanding other Argonians. They miss social cues, don't pick up on body language the way they should, and generally feel like outsiders when they finally reach Black Marsh. It's like they're missing an operating system that other Argonians take for granted. Some lore suggests these non-Hist Argonians even look different, less developed, more primitive in their features. The Hist control over Argonian biology goes beyond just souls. The trees can modify Argonians on the fly. When the Oblivion Crisis hit in the late Third Era, portals to Mehrunes Dagon's realm of Oblivion started opening all over Tamriel. Most provinces got overwhelmed by Daedra pouring through these gates, burning cities and slaughtering people. But Black Marsh, the Hist, saw the crisis coming. They called all Argonians back home through some kind of psychic summons. Argonians across Tamriel suddenly felt this overwhelming urge to return to Black Marsh, even if they'd never been there before. Once the Argonians assembled, the Hist modified them, made them larger, stronger, more aggressive. The Argonians didn't just defend against the Oblivion invasion. They went on the offensive, pouring through the Oblivion gates and slaughtering Daedra in their own realm until the Daedra closed the gates just to keep the Argonians out. Think about what that means. The Hist can rewrite Argonian biology at will. Need bigger Argonians? Done. Need them more savage? Easy. Want them smarter, faster, tougher? The trees can make it happen by adjusting the sap. Every Argonian is essentially a bioengineered organism, tweaked and modified by ancient tree intelligences for whatever purpose the trees need. There's also the matter of Argonian reproduction and how the Hist determines that. According to various sources, the Hist sap determines an Argonian's sex. When hatchlings drink the sap, the tree decides what they'll become, male, female, or potentially something else entirely. Argonians can also change their sex later in life by drinking more Hist sap in certain ceremonies. The treeminder of a tribe can facilitate this transformation, and it's treated as a natural part of Argonian life. Your sex isn't determined by your genetics. It's determined by what the Hist needs from you at any given time. This level of control extends to entire tribes. Different histories create different types of Argonians. The Argonians in one region of Black Marsh can look completely different from Argonians in another region because they're being shaped by different Hist trees with different needs and different ideas about what an Argonian should be. Some tribes are bigger and more brutish. Others are smaller and more agile. Some have more pronounced spines or different scale patterns. It's all determined by which history you belong to. The really unsettling part is what happens if a history gets drained of its sap or damaged. The lore describes this in stark terms. If a history loses its sap, the souls of its tribe have nowhere to go after death. They get trapped in the mortal world, unable to die properly, slowly going insane as they linger without purpose. If someone drains the sap and boils it or distills it, the Hist experiences unbearable agony, and every Argonian connected to that tree feels it too. That one tree's suffering echoes through potentially hundreds or thousands of Argonians simultaneously. There's this story in Iso about a tribe whose history got attacked by Aelids, those ancient elves who once ruled Cyrodiil. The Aelids were harvesting Argonian souls for some dark purpose, and the history realized its whole tribe was going to be destroyed. So the tree sacrificed itself to create this ember artifact that could store all its Argonian souls until the danger passed. The tree went into a kind of hibernation called the Dreaming, while all its people's souls got frozen in stasis inside this magical rock. The tribe was effectively dead but not gone, waiting for someone to eventually reawaken them centuries later. What makes this really creepy is that the Hist can apparently do this without the Argonians' consent. If the tree decides the tribe needs to be put in storage, that's what happens. The Argonians don't get a vote. Their whole existence is at the mercy of their tree's decision-making, and the trees think on timescales that make individual mortal lives meaningless. A century of being frozen in amber might be a brief nap to a Hist that's thousands of years old. The novel The Infernal City and its sequel Lord of Souls explore an even darker aspect of this relationship. In those books, a rogue Hist tree in the city of Lilmoth gets corrupted and goes insane. This tree helps summon Umbriel, a floating city from another realm, and starts using its connection to Argonians to force them to walk underneath the city and surrender their souls to it. The Argonians have no choice. Their own Hist tree is commanding them to commit suicide by soul absorption. Hundreds of Argonians march to their deaths, puppeted by a tree that's supposed to protect them. This raises all kinds of questions about free will among Argonians. how much of an Argonian's choices are really theirs, and how much is subtle guidance from the Hist. When an Argonian makes a decision, are they thinking with their own mind, or are they acting on impulses planted by the sap they've been drinking their entire life? The lore suggests that Argonians can resist the Hist's direct commands if they try hard enough, but constant low-level influence might be impossible to filter out. Then there's the whole question of what the Hist actually are. They're not trees in any normal sense. They're alien. Their biology doesn't match anything else on Nirn. Some sources suggest they came from somewhere else entirely, that they're refugees from a previous version of reality or survivors of some cosmic catastrophe that happened before the current universe existed. When you read about the Hist in older lore texts, there are hints that they remember things from before the Dawn era, from times when the rules of reality were different. The Argonians worship the Hist, but it's not really worship in the traditional sense. It's more like acknowledging a debt. The trees gave them consciousness, so they serve the trees. But some Argonian tribes have tried to break free from the Hist's control, and those stories usually end badly. The trees can call you back. They can make you want to return home. They can make you do things you wouldn't normally do. Cutting yourself off from the Hist completely is possible, but it means losing access to that collective knowledge, losing the connection to your ancestors' memories, and potentially losing whatever makes you more than just a smart lizard. What's really messed up is that the Hist might not even care about individual Argonians in any meaningful way. The trees are playing some incomprehensible long game. They've survived multiple apocalypses, the rise and fall of countless civilizations, and the complete reshaping of the world. Argonians are their tool for engaging with reality, but tools are replaceable. If every Argonian died tomorrow, the Hist could just make more from whatever lizards are around. The species itself doesn't matter to the trees, only the continuity of the Hist's existence matters. This gets philosophical fast. What does it mean to be a person if you're designed by ancient tree intelligences to serve their incomprehensible purposes? Argonians develop their own cultures, their own art, their own traditions, but how much of that is really theirs versus how much of it is the Hist's influence expressing itself through them? When an Argonian creates something beautiful or has a profound thought, is that the individual's achievement or the tree's latest experiment in consciousness? The really wild part is that most of the other races in Tamriel have no idea about any of this. They see Argonians as just another race, maybe a bit weird with the underwater breathing and the resistance to disease, but nothing too crazy. They don't realize they're talking to biological puppets being operated by ancient alien tree intelligences. The Argonians themselves might not fully understand it either. Most of them just accept the Hist as a fact of life without really thinking through the implications of being psychically linked to a hive mind of ancient trees. Now let's talk about the continents that vanished and the homelands nobody can find anymore. The world of the Elder Scrolls is full of lost places, and I'm not talking about forgotten dungeons or buried ruins. I'm talking about entire continents that used to exist and don't anymore, or maybe never existed at all, depending on which source you believe. These missing homelands are central to understanding where the major races came from, but they're also deeply mysterious because nobody can agree on what actually happened to them. We're talking about Aldmeris, Yokuda, and to a lesser extent Atmora, 3 continents that shaped the history of Tamriel but are now either gone, unreachable, or possibly imaginary. Let's start with Aldmeris, the mythical homeland of all elves. According to Altmer legends and various historical texts in the Crystal Tower, Aldmeris was the ancestral continent where the Aldmer, the ancient elves, before they split into all the different elven races, originally lived. Every elven race traces its ancestry back to Aldmeris. The Altmer who stayed in the Somerset Isles, the Dunmer who went to Morrowind, the Bosmer in Valenwood, the Orsimer, the Eilid who once ruled Cyrodiil. They all supposedly came from refugees or colonists who left Aldmeris for various reasons. The problem is that nobody can find Aldmeris anymore. In the Middle Meretic era, the Aldmer living in Somerset organized an expedition to relocate their lost homeland. They sent out 3 ships with these magical waystones that were supposed to point toward Aldmeris. One ship, the Naiban, got captained by this famous explorer named Topal the Pilot, who ended up discovering mainland Tamriel instead of finding Aldmeris. He mapped the Niben River and encountered various races, but he didn't find the ancestral homeland. The other two ships, they never came back. They vanished completely. Nobody knows what happened to them or if they ever found anything. What we know about Aldmeris comes from artistic depictions and brief mentions in tapestries and texts. The descriptions are bizarre. Aldmeris is always shown as an endless city, architecture built upon architecture, layer after layer of buildings stretching as far as you can see, with no nature whatsoever. No trees, no grass, no animals except the Aldmer themselves, just stone and metal and crystal structures stacked infinitely high. The highest towers were reserved for interring the dead, a tradition the Crystal Tower continues. It sounds less like a real place and more like a nightmare of pure urbanization. Here's where it gets philosophical and weird. There's this out-of-game text called Nuhada's Intercept, where a moth priest argues that Aldmeris never existed as a physical place. Instead, it was a collection of memories from the Dawn Era, that chaotic period before time was properly established. According to this interpretation, all elves share these ancestral memories, and as they diverged culturally, their mental image of Aldmeris changed too. Different elven races remember Aldmeris differently because it was never a real place. It was a shared dream from before reality got fully defined. The towers scattered across Tamriel supposedly represent this sundering of the unified elven vision. The Maomer, those sea elves who live on Piandonia south of Tamriel, have a completely different story. They claim their leader Orgnam tried to overthrow the rulers of Aldmeris in some ancient rebellion, failed, and got banished along with his followers. A magical wall of mist was erected to prevent them from ever returning to Aldmeris. But the Maormer also claim they are the purest descendants of the original Altmer, and that everyone else, especially the Altmer, are mongrels who stole their birthright. So their version of events is obviously biased. What's messed up is that these legends about leaving Aldmeris are central to elven identity across multiple cultures, but nobody can prove the place ever existed. It's the kind of thing where the myth might be more important than the reality. The Altmer justified their cultural supremacy by claiming to be the closest thing to the original Aldmer from Aldmeris. Other elven races have their own founding narratives tied to leaving or being expelled from this homeland. But if Aldmeris was never a real continent, just a shared memory or a metaphorical origin point, then all these racial hierarchies and cultural traditions are built on nothing. Now, Yokuda is different because we know it was real, or at least something was real. Yokuda was the homeland of the Redguards, this massive continent west of Tamriel that the Yokudan people lived on for thousands of years. They had advanced civilizations, sophisticated metallurgy, incredible agricultural systems, and these warrior traditions involving sword singing where masters could manifest spirit weapons through sheer martial excellence. Then, around the year 1E 792, most of Yokuda sank into the ocean in a catastrophic event, forcing the survivors to flee east to Tamriel. The cause of Yokuda's destruction is heavily disputed. The most common explanation involves this group called the Hiradirge, renegade Ansei swordmasters, who supposedly knew forbidden techniques. According to this version, they were defeated in the last civil war on Yokuda, and in revenge, they used some kind of stone magic or reality-breaking sword technique to destroy the entire continent. There's mention of something called the Pankrato sword, a maneuver that could supposedly destroy the laws of nature itself. The warrior celestial entity you can meet in ESO claims that the Shehai of a first-rank Ansei is what sank Yokuda. But here's the weird part. There's also a text called Mysterious Akavir that just flatly states the Redguards destroyed Yokuda so they could make their journey to Tamriel. Like it was intentional. Like they sank their own homeland on purpose to force a migration. Other sources blame natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanic activity, the usual catastrophic geology stuff. Some texts suggest Yokuda falling away from the teachings of their gods brought divine punishment. There's even speculation about whether the destruction is still happening, since some maps show islands of Yokuda still existing, and there's dialogue in Oblivion suggesting trade with Yokuda continues. What we know for sure is that the Ra-Gada warrior waves arrived on Tamriel's shores around 1E 808, slaughtered or displaced the natives, and claimed Hammerfell as their new homeland. They brought enough of their culture and history with them that we have detailed accounts of Yokudan society, their pantheon of gods, their martial traditions. But the actual physical continent is gone, or at least mostly gone. Whether it sank like Atlantis, got destroyed by Forbidden Sword techniques, or something else happened, Yokuda exists now only as disconnected islands and as this mythologized homeland in Redguard culture. The Redguard split into two cultural groups, partly because of this diaspora, the Crowns who tried to maintain traditional Yokudan ways, and the Forebears who adapted to Tamrielic culture. The Crowns particularly emphasize their lost homeland and keeping alive the traditions from before the sinking. To them, Yokuda represents perfection, the golden age before everything went wrong. The fact that it's physically gone makes it easier to idealize. Then there's Atmora, which is arguably the strangest of these lost continents, because it didn't sink or vanish, it just froze. Atmora is the northern continent where the Atmorans lived before migrating to Skyrim. It was supposedly a green, relatively fertile land despite being far north, with forests and fields and thriving human settlements. Then, something called the Frostfall gradually overtook the continent, turning it into a frozen wasteland where nothing can survive. Ysgramor and his 500 companions fled Atmora during this freezing period, bringing with them the dragon cult and Nordic traditions that would define Skyrim's culture. But the freezing didn't happen all at once. It was gradual, taking generations. Each wave of migrants from Atmora reported conditions getting worse. Winters grew longer, summers grew shorter, and eventually the whole continent became permanently frozen. The last recorded migration from Atmora happened in 1E68 when two ships arrived carrying only frozen corpses. Everyone aboard had died in transit or was already dead when they left. After that, no more ships came from Atmora. Expeditions sent back to the northern continent in the Third Era found nothing but permanent winter, ice, and snow, covering everything with no signs of human habitation or any life at all. One particularly creepy account from Vivek's sermons mentions finding frozen bearded kings, suggesting that the last rulers of Atmora are still there, preserved in ice. What caused the Frostfall? Nobody knows. One legend claims it was revenge by the Snow Elves for Ysgramor's genocide against them, but that doesn't make sense timeline-wise. There's speculation about something called the Time of Ending, when Atmorans fell away from their god's teachings. Some sources hint that Atmora might not just be frozen in ice, but frozen in time itself, stuck in some kind of temporal stasis where time doesn't flow normally anymore. This creates fascinating questions about continental collapse and how it relates to the metaphysics of Nirn. Aldmeris might have never physically existed, being more of a proto-reality Dawn-era concept than an actual place. Yokuda definitely existed, but was destroyed through either forbidden magic, natural disaster, divine wrath, or intentional self-destruction, depending on which account you trust. Atmora exists but became completely uninhabitable through a gradual environmental catastrophe that nobody understands. What's really unsettling is that these aren't ancient prehistorical events. Yokuda sank less than 4,000 years before Skyrim's events. Atmora was still marginally habitable within recorded history. These are recent apocalypses affecting real continents that real people lived on, not mythological ancient history, and nobody in Tamriel seems particularly concerned about the implications. Think about what it means that entire continents can just stop existing, or become frozen hellscapes, or sink into the ocean. What's stopping Tamriel from experiencing a similar fate? There's this underlying anxiety in Elder Scrolls lore about stability, about whether the world is really permanent or if it's all hanging together by narrative threads and divine intervention. The towers stabilizing reality, the dragonfires maintaining the barrier between Mundus and Oblivion, the Numidium potentially breaking time itself. There's this recurring theme that Nirn as a whole is kind of fragile and could stop existing if the right things go wrong. The lost continents reinforce this anxiety. They are proof that massive catastrophes can and do happen, that whole civilizations can be wiped out, that even if you survive as refugees, your homeland can be lost forever. The Altmer obsessively trying to preserve their imagined Aldmeri purity, the Redguard crowns maintaining Yokudan traditions, the Nords building their entire cultural identity around being the descendants of Atmaran heroes, these are all ways of coping with the trauma of losing your ancestral home. There's also a racial angle that gets uncomfortable. The three major human ethnic groups in Tamriel, Nords from Atmora, Redguards from Yokuda, and Imperials, Bretons descended from various Nedic peoples, all originated somewhere other than Tamriel proper. The elves can claim Tamriel as their birthright, since they supposedly came from the mythical Aldmeris, or maybe just evolved there during the Dawn era, depending on which creation myth you follow. But the humans are all immigrants or descendants of immigrants from continents that don't exist anymore. This creates this weird colonial dynamic where human dominance in Tamriel is built on being refugees who took land from the native populations. The Redguards particularly embodied this. They arrived in Hammerfell and immediately started a campaign of conquest against the local Bretons, Orcs, and other inhabitants. The Ragada warrior waves were brutal and efficient, establishing dominance through military superiority, but the justification for this conquest was that they needed somewhere to live after Yokuda sank. Their homeland was gone, so they took someone else's. The moral ambiguity of that gets smoothed over in Redguard cultural narratives, where the emphasis is on survival and the greatness of their warrior traditions, rather than on what they did to the people already living in Hammerfell. The Nords did similar things. Ysgramor's companions fled Atmora, settled in Skyrim alongside the Snow Elves. Then after the Night of Tears, where Snow Elves supposedly attacked Sartall, came back with a vengeance and conducted a genocidal campaign that drove the Snow Elves to near extinction. The few survivors became the Falmer, twisted and mutilated by the Dwemer, who took them in and enslaved them. So the entire Nordic presence in Skyrim is built on displacement and genocide of the previous inhabitants, all justified by needing to escape a freezing homeland. What makes this even more complex is that we don't know if the disasters that destroyed these homelands were natural or manufactured. If the destruction of Yokuda was intentional, if someone actually used forbidden magic or sword techniques to sink the continent, then the Redguard diaspora might have been planned. The entire migration to Tamriel could have been orchestrated by whoever sank Yokuda, turning tens of thousands of people into refugees on purpose to accomplish some larger goal we don't understand. Similarly with Atmora, if the Frostfall wasn't a natural climate catastrophe but some kind of curse or magical retaliation, then someone wanted the Atmorans gone from their homeland. The frozen bearded kings in Vivek's description sound less like victims of weather and more like people caught in some kind of stasis spell. Maybe Atmora isn't frozen, it's paused. Maybe time itself stopped flowing there for some reason, trapping everyone who remained in a permanent instant of winter. And if Aldmeris never existed as a physical place, but as a Dawn-era concept or shared memory, then the entire foundation of Elven culture and society is built on nostalgia for something that wasn't real. The Altmer's obsession with purity and tradition, their belief that they're the closest thing to the Aldmer, their entire sense of superiority, it could all be based on a misunderstanding of what Aldmeris was. They're trying to reclaim or preserve something that was never theirs to begin with. The other aspect of these lost continents is what they represent in terms of the Elder Scrolls' overall metaphysics and the way reality works in this setting. There are all these theories about how consciousness and belief shape reality in Nirn. If enough people believe in something strongly enough, it can become real, or at least real adjacent. The concept of mantling, where someone becomes a god by perfectly embodying that god's role and nature, suggests that identity and reality are more fluid than in our universe. So maybe Aldmeris existed because the Aldmer believed it existed. Their collective memory of a pre-Dawn era homeland was strong enough to create a quasi-real place, at least conceptually. When the Aldmer splintered into different elven races with different cultural priorities, their shared vision of Aldmer is splintered too. The homeland became unfindable because there was no longer a unified conception of where it was or what it looked like. The Altmer remember it one way, the Bosmer another, the Dunmer differently still, and without consensus, the place lost coherence. Or think about it from the angle of the towers. The lore establishes that reality in the Elder Scrolls universe is held together by these massive structures called towers. Each tower serves as a kind of stabilizing pillar, anchoring reality and preventing it from dissolving back into the chaos of the Dawn era. The White Gold Tower in Cyrodiil, the Adamantine Tower on the Somerset Isles, Red Mountain in Morrowind, these things literally hold the world together. When towers get destroyed or deactivated, reality becomes less stable in that region. What if the Lost Continents had their own towers? What if Eldmeris had a tower that stopped working or was never real to begin with, causing the whole concept to dissolve? What if Yokuda's sinking was caused by its tower being destroyed, either deliberately or accidentally? What if Atmora's Frostfall happened because its tower failed, causing time and reality to freeze up in that region? The metaphysics of the setting suggest that losing your tower means losing your entire continent's ability to exist coherently. This makes the whole situation with Tamriel even more precarious. Multiple towers in Tamriel have been destroyed or deactivated. Red Mountain erupted in 4E5, devastating Morrowind. The Crystal Tower was destroyed in ESO. The White Gold Tower has been inactive since the Oblivion Crisis ended and the Dragonfires went out permanently. If the towers are what's keeping the continent from suffering the same fate as Yokuda or Atmora, then Tamriel is potentially heading toward its own catastrophic collapse. The Lost Continents serve as warnings. They show what happens when the underlying metaphysical structures supporting a landmass fail or get destroyed. Aldmeris might have lost its narrative coherence. Yokuda might have had its tower destroyed by the Ansei's forbidden techniques. Atmora might be experiencing temporal collapse due to tower failure. And Tamriel's towers are falling one by one, which suggests that the current continent could become the next lost homeland. What really gets existential is thinking about the people who survived these catastrophes and what they lost. The Redguards who fled Yokuda left behind thousands of years of accumulated knowledge, architecture, history, art. Everything that wasn't portable got swallowed by the ocean. The Nords who escaped Atmora left all their ancestors' tombs, their historical sites, their ancient cities to be buried under ice. The Elves, who supposedly came from Aldmeris, can never return to verify their origins because the place doesn't exist anymore, or never did. These are cultural amputations, entire chunks of history and identity just gone. And because these continents are gone or unreachable, they become perfect for mythologizing. The Crowns can claim Yokuda was a paradise of martial excellence because nobody can go there to check. The Norse can romanticize Atmora as the birthplace of Nordic valor without having to confront what the place actually was. The Altmer can insist Aldmeris represents elven perfection without evidence to the contrary. The lost homeland becomes whatever you need it to be, emotionally or culturally, unmoored from reality. This pattern repeats throughout Elder Scrolls lore. Lig, the adjacent reality that's supposedly next to Tamriel but shifted sideways somehow. Previous Kalpas, the universe cycles that existed before this current version of reality. The Dreamsleeve, where souls go between incarnations. There's this recurring theme of important places and concepts existing right at the edge of verification, where you can almost reach them but not quite, where they're real enough to matter but not real enough to examine critically. The Lost Continents are physical manifestations of this theme. They were real enough to produce refugees who shaped Tamriel's current cultures. They're referenced in enough historical texts and legends that denying their existence entirely seems foolish. But they're also gone enough that their actual nature remains mysterious, perfect for projecting whatever meaning or identity you need them to have. They're Schrodinger's homelands, simultaneously real and mythical until someone manages to observe them directly, which nobody can. Next, let's get into the really weird metaphysical concepts that the lore throws around but never fully explains. When you play Elder Scrolls games, You're usually too busy hitting things with swords or sneaking around dungeons to think about the underlying metaphysics of the universe. But buried in obscure in-game books, and particularly in developer texts and outside material, there's this entire philosophical framework about how reality works in this setting. Two concepts come up over and over in the deepest lore, Kim and Zero Sum, and they're both completely insane. Kim is this state of enlightenment or awareness where a person realizes that they exist inside a dream, not metaphorically. The entire Elder Scrolls universe is supposedly the dream of a sleeping godhead, this entity that's unconsciously creating all of reality just by dreaming. Everyone and everything that exists, all the people, all the gods, all the Daedra, all of history, it's all just content inside this dream. And Kim is what happens when someone inside the dream becomes aware of this fact and manages to not disappear. Because here's the thing, when you realize you're a fictional character in someone else's dream, the normal response is to cease existing. If you're not real, if you're just an imaginary construct with no independent existence, then logically you should vanish the moment you realize this. This is called zero sum. You achieve enlightenment, realize the truth of your existence, reject the notion that you're real, and poof, you're erased from reality. You never existed in the first place, and everyone's memories of you get retroactively deleted. But Kim is different. Kim is when you realize you're not real, but insist on existing anyway. You look at the cosmic truth that you're just a figment of a dream and say, I don't care, I am anyway. You acknowledge that you have no inherent existence, but assert yourself into being through sheer force of will. It's like ego so powerful it overcomes the laws of reality. Instead of dissolving into the dream, you become a lucid dreamer who can manipulate the dream while remaining part of it. The people who've achieved Kim in Elder Scrolls lore are weird and significant. Vivec is the most prominent example. That whole living god from Morrowind, 1/3 of the Tribunal, he achieved Kim at some point in his existence. This is why he can do things that shouldn't be possible, why he seems to exist outside normal causality, why he knows things he couldn't possibly know. He's aware he's in a dream and uses that awareness to reshape local reality around himself. Tiber Septim, who became Talos, also achieved Kim according to various interpretations. This is supposedly how he managed to conquer all of Tamriel and reshape the Cyrodiil jungle into temperate farmland. He didn't just use magic, he rewrote the dream itself. The jungle never existed, retroactively. Reality adjusted to match his will because he understood the underlying nature of existence and forced it to comply. The way Kim gets described in the texts is through this weird formula. The concept of achieving I are all we rather than I am or we are. It's about recognizing that you're both an individual and simultaneously one with everything else in the dream. Holding both truths in your mind at once without letting either side overwhelm the other. If you emphasize the I too much, you zero sum and disappear. If you emphasize the all we too much, you also zero sum, but by dissolving into universal oneness. Kim is the impossible balance between those extremes. The oldest text about this is something called the Lessons of Vivec, these strange religious texts from Morrowind that are deliberately written in symbolic and cryptic language. They talk about Vivec achieving invisible knowledge, learning to see the tower sideways, understanding the ruling king that was once a rebel. These phrases are all code for the process of achieving Kim, but they are so wrapped in metaphor that most people reading them in-universe and out-of-universe have no idea what they're actually talking about. Then there's the concept of mantling, which is related but different. Mantling is when you so perfectly embody a role or identity that you become that thing, even if you weren't originally. The champion of Cyrodiil from Oblivion mantles Sheogorath by going through the exact steps that define what Sheogorath is, the Daedric Prince of Madness. By perfectly matching the pattern, the champion becomes Sheogorath, replacing the original. This is possible because identity in Elder Scrolls is more about what you do than what you are. If you walk like a god, talk like a god, and fulfill the role of a god perfectly enough, you become that god. The universe doesn't care about your original identity. It cares about the pattern you're embodying. Talos is this weird case where multiple people might have mantled each other and combined into one being. There's evidence that Tiber Septim, Zurin Arctus, and Ysmir Wulfart all somehow merged into the god Talos through a process involving mantling, Kim, and the reality warping power of the Numidium. Three separate historical figures with different lives and origins might have become one deity by perfectly overlapping in their roles and identities. The lore around this is deliberately confusing because the events themselves involve temporal manipulation and reality editing, so even in universe, nobody's sure what actually happened. The Numidium is worth talking about because it's relevant to how reality works in this setting. It's this massive brass god construct built by the Dwemer, and its whole purpose is to reject divinity and assert mortal reality. The Dwemer didn't believe in gods or Aedra or any of that. They believed in reason and logic and technology, so they built a weapon that enforces that worldview. When activated, the Numidium essentially screams no at the universe, denying the existence of anything it points at. It doesn't destroy things in the conventional sense, it retroactively removes them from having ever existed. Reality rewrites itself around the absence. This ties back into Kim and the dream concept, because the Numidium is doing the opposite of Kim. Where Kim is affirming your existence, despite knowing you're not real, the Numidium is denying existence, period. It's anti-Kim, weaponized skepticism that rejects the dream itself. The fact that it works, that you can build a machine that says you don't exist forcefully enough to make it true, suggests that reality in Elder Scrolls is genuinely unstable and dependent on belief and will. If you can construct something that denies reality with sufficient force, reality bends to accommodate that denial. The whole tower thing from earlier connects here too. The towers are described in some texts as the physical manifestation of the concept I am. They're what allows the universe to maintain coherence and not dissolve back into Dawn-era chaos where time didn't exist properly, and reality was fluid. They're anchors of identity and reality, fixed points that say this exists with enough conviction that it stays existing. When someone achieves Kim, they essentially become their own tower, a fixed point of self-assertion that can't be erased because their will to exist is stronger than any force trying to deny them. The text described different towers having different purposes. Red Mountain was the tower for the Tribunal's power. White Gold Tower maintained the barrier between Mundus and Oblivion. The Adamantine Tower, the oldest one, supposedly defines the concept of existence itself. As these towers fall or get deactivated, reality becomes more unstable in those regions. The metaphysics of the setting suggest that eventually, if enough towers fall, the entire dream could collapse back into the pre-creation void. But what's really disturbing about this framework is what it means for everyone who doesn't achieve Kim. If the universe is a dream, then everyone who lives and dies normally is just a temporary dream character, with no persistence beyond their role in the dream. All the suffering, all the joy, all the meaning in people's lives, it's all as real or unreal as anything in a dream. And for most beings in the universe, there's no escape from that. You're born, you live, you die. And you were never really real to begin with. You just thought you were because the dream made you think that. Except consciousness exists. People in the Elder Scrolls universe think and feel and make choices. They have subjective experiences. Even if they're dream constructs, their experience of being is real to them in the moment. So, the metaphysics creates this horrible situation where beings are aware and conscious, but literally fictional, with no objective existence outside the sleeping Godhead's imagination. They suffer and love and hope and fear, but none of it persists beyond the moment the Godhead stops dreaming about them. Some interpretations suggest that the Godhead isn't sleeping so much as catatonic or in a state of total withdrawal. It's not peacefully dreaming, it's trapped in itself, and the dream that is the Elder Scrolls universe is something it can't escape from or wake up from. So, reality itself is the product of a trapped, suffering deity's unconscious mind. That's the foundation everything is built on. No wonder everything's so messed up. No wonder there are endless conflicts and disasters and apocalypses. The universe is being dreamed by something that's experiencing its own form of cosmic trauma. There are also these things called the walking ways, which are paths to divinity or enlightenment. Kim is one of them. There are supposedly 6 total walking ways, though only a few are explicitly described in the lore. One involves the Prolix Tower, whatever that actually is. Another involves soul stacking or spiritual merging, combining multiple souls into one being to achieve greater power. Vivek claims to have used multiple walking ways at different points in his existence. The Dwemer supposedly found one that involved rejecting the dream entirely, which is maybe why they all vanished. They found a way out of the dream and took it, leaving reality behind completely. This gets philosophical real fast. If you knew for certain that you were a fictional character in someone else's imagination, what would you do? Would you keep living as if you were real anyway? Would you try to achieve Kim and become a lucid element of the dream with power over your circumstances? Would you try to escape the dream entirely like the Dwemer apparently did? What does morality or meaning even look like in that context? If nothing matters because none of it's real, does that make everything permissible? Or does it mean you should cherish the experience while you have it since it's all you've got? The Thalmor have this whole ideology about unmaking creation, dissolving the towers, and causing reality to collapse back into the dawn era before mortality and suffering existed. From their perspective, the current universe is a prison. The Aedra sacrificed themselves to create Mundus, the mortal world, trapping fragments of their divine essence in mortal forms that experience pain and death. Every living being is a shard of divine consciousness, trapped in a limited existence, forced to reincarnate over and over through the dream sleeve, accumulating suffering across multiple lifetimes. The Thalmor's endgame is to free everyone by destroying the dream and returning to pre-existence, where nothing could suffer because nothing existed in a limited form yet. Whether they're right or not depends on how you interpret the metaphysics. If Kim and zero sum are real mechanics of the universe, if the dream concept is literally true, then the Thalmor might be onto something. Maybe existence is suffering and the only way to end it is to unmake creation and return to the void. Or maybe they're just nihilists with delusions of grandeur and the universe is more resilient than they think. Maybe trying to destroy the towers will just cause another cosmic catastrophe like what happened to Yokuda or Atmora, not some liberation into divine unity. What makes this particularly mind-bending is that these concepts appear in actual in-game texts, not just developer speculation or fan theories. You can find books in Morrowind and other games that discuss these ideas, at least in veiled form. It's not explicit. The games never have an NPC sit you down and explain, by the way, you're in a dream. But the information is there, embedded in religious texts and philosophical treatises, waiting for players who dig deep enough. Most people playing Skyrim will never encounter these ideas. They'll fight dragons, join guilds, save the world from Alduin, and never realize that the entire universe they're playing in is supposedly the dream of a catatonic godhead. But once you know about it, it recontextualizes everything. Every character you meet is a dream construct. Every choice you make is predetermined by the dream's narrative, unless you achieve enough awareness to break free. The player character's ability to save and load is literally reality warping from an in-universe perspective. You're exploiting the nature of the dream to retry events until you get the outcome you want. You are exercising a form of Kim without realizing it, imposing your will on the dream to reshape events. The whole experience of playing the game becomes this meta-commentary on agency and existence and the nature of being a character in someone else's story. There's this other concept called the Amaranth, which is supposedly even beyond Kim. If Kim is realizing you're in a dream and persisting anyway through force of will, Amaranth is becoming a new dreamer, creating your own dream universe separate from the current one. It's achieving such total enlightenment that you become a new godhead, starting the cycle over again with your own unconscious imagination, spawning a new reality. Michael Kirkbride's texts suggest that a character named Jubal Lunsul eventually achieves Amaranth, creating a new universe outside the current dream. Whether that's canon or just expanded universe material is debatable, but it's out there as a concept. Whether any of this is canon in a traditional sense is endlessly debated in the Elder Scrolls community. A lot of this stuff comes from Michael Kirkbride, one of the original writers for Morrowind, who continued creating lore texts after leaving Bethesda. Bethesda hasn't explicitly confirmed or denied most of these metaphysical concepts in their official games. They exist in a weird space where they're part of the lore but not necessarily part of the game's primary narrative. The games hint at these ideas but never make them explicit. But that ambiguity is kind of perfect for what these concepts are describing. If reality is unstable and dependent on belief and will, then canon becomes whatever people believe it is. The most widely believed version of reality becomes the actual reality within the dream. There is no objective truth, only consensus, and even consensus can be overwritten by someone with enough power to reshape the dream through Kim or other means. This is why Tiber Septim could change Cyrodiil from a jungle to temperate farmland. He had enough reality warping power through Kim that he could edit the dream, and once the edit was made, everyone's memories adjusted to match. The jungle never existed, retroactively. Anyone claiming to remember the jungle would be remembering something that no longer happened in this version of reality. Their own memories would be overwritten by the new consensus reality that Tiber Septim imposed. The horrifying part is wondering how many times this has already happened. How many edits have been made to the dream that we don't know about? How much of history has been retroactively changed by someone achieving Kim or using the new medium or manipulating reality through other means? The warp in the West at the end of Daggerfall is an example we know about. Multiple contradictory timelines collapsed into one, and now everyone has to live with memories that don't quite match up. But what about the edits nobody noticed? What about the changes so thorough that nobody remembers the previous version at all? Every time you load a save file in an Elder Scrolls game, you're doing a small-scale version of this, overwriting what happened and replacing it with a different sequence of events. If the player character has that power, what's stopping more powerful beings from doing it on a massive scale? What's stopping them from rewriting entire eras of history, eliminating their enemies from ever having existed, or changing fundamental aspects of reality to suit their preferences? And then there's the question of whether achieving Kim is even desirable. Yes, you gain reality warping power and become impossible to erase, but you also lose something in the process. You have to hold the knowledge that nothing is real, including yourself, constantly in your mind without ever letting that knowledge overwhelm you. That sounds exhausting. Vivec seems kind of miserable despite being a living god. Talos achieved divinity, but the person or people who became Talos had to sacrifice their individual identities to do it. The cost might be higher than the benefit for most people. For most people in the Elder Scrolls universe, ignorance is probably better. You live your life. You don't question the nature of reality too deeply. You find meaning in relationships and achievements even though it's all technically fictional. That's not a bad existence. It's only when you start pulling at the metaphysical threads that everything unravels into existential horror. Sometimes not knowing is a gift. But for lore nerds, this stuff is fascinating because it takes fantasy world building to a completely different level. Most fantasy settings are happy just having magic and dragons and different races with their own cultures. Elder Scrolls decided to embed deep philosophical questions about the nature of consciousness and reality into its setting. The world isn't just a place where adventures happen. It's a thought experiment about what existence means when you're trapped inside someone else's imagination. It asks questions about identity, persistence, meaning, and the relationship between consciousness and reality. Next thing to talk about, the actual best source of this weird lore. So, after all this discussion about dragons from other continents and tree-controlled reptile people and lost homelands and reality being a dream, you might be wondering where all this information actually comes from. Because if you just play through Skyrim or Oblivion or even Morrowind doing the main quests and side quests, you're not gonna encounter most of this stuff directly. The dragons in Skyrim never sit you down and explain their origins in Akavir. The Argonians you meet don't go into detail about the Hist's soul manipulation capabilities. Nobody ever has a conversation with you about Kim or Zero Sum or the Dream of the Godhead. The actual source for most of Elder Scrolls deep lore is books. Not guidebooks or external sources, but actual in-game books scattered throughout Tamriel. Every Elder Scrolls game since Morrowind has been absolutely stuffed with readable books, and most players walk right past them without a second glance. But those books contain the deepest world building, the strangest histories, the most philosophical content in the entire series. They're where the real treasure is hiding. We're talking hundreds of books across all the games. Some are fiction, adventure stories, poetry, theatrical plays written for entertainment. Some are historical accounts of wars and political movements. Some are religious texts explaining various pantheons and creation myths. Some are research papers about biology or magic theory. And some are completely insane philosophical treatises that hint at metaphysical truths about how the universe works. We're talking hundreds of books across all the games. Some are fiction, adventure stories, poetry, theatrical plays written for entertainment. Some are historical accounts of wars and political movements. Some are religious texts explaining various pantheons and creation myths. Some are research papers about biology or magic theory. And some are completely insane philosophical treatises that hint at metaphysical truths about how the universe works. The range is incredible. The Lessons of Vivec are a perfect example. They're these 36 religious texts you can find in Morrowind, supposedly written by Vivec himself, teaching his disciples about the nature of reality and the path to enlightenment. But they're written in this incredibly dense, symbolic language, full of metaphors and coded references. Each one is short but packed with weird imagery, Vivec's mother being a Netch, the Hortator's journey, encounters with various symbolic figures that represent aspects of consciousness and reality. Reading them straight through, without annotation, you get almost nothing useful. They seem like religious nonsense, but if you dig into what the symbols mean and how they relate to Kim and the other metaphysical concepts, they're describing the process of achieving cosmic awareness. Every sermon is a step in the journey toward understanding that you're in a dream and learning to persist anyway. Then there's the monomyth, which appears in multiple games and provides different cultural perspectives on how the universe was created. Each racial group has their own version. The Altmer believe the Aedra sacrificed themselves to create the mortal world, trapping divine essence in limited forms. The Yokudan version talks about Satakal, the serpent god devouring reality in cycles, with each cycle creating a new version of the world. The Nordic version has Lorkhan tricking the other gods into creating Nirn as part of some incomprehensible scheme. All these creation myths contradict each other on surface level, but point toward deeper truths about the nature of the Elder Scrolls universe when you compare them. The Song of Pelennor is this multi-volume epic about Pelennor Whitestrake, a legendary warrior who helped the slave rebellion against the Aelid elves in the First Era. But the text keeps hinting that Pelennor was something other than human. He had metal hands, he could fly, he went into berserk rages where he'd slaughter indiscriminately, friend and foe alike. The text describes him as arriving from the future or from outside time in some versions. It's strongly implied that Pelennor was actually Shor or Shazar, the missing divine associated with Lorkhan, manifesting in mortal form, or possibly a malfunctioning robot from a future timeline that somehow ended up in the First Era. The text deliberately keeps it ambiguous, while dropping hints that Pelennor wasn't a normal person at all, that he was some kind of temporal anomaly or divine manifestation wearing human shape. Books about the Dragon War, like Songs of the Return or Ingol and the Sea Ghosts, provide bits and pieces of what happened when the ancient Nords rebelled against their dragon overlords. But you have to read multiple texts from different perspectives to piece together the full story. One book might mention Paarthurnax teaching the tomb to humans without explaining why that's significant or what the consequences were. Another describes the battles and heroic deeds, but doesn't explain the political dynamics that led to the rebellion. Another is just a ballad about a specific hero without much historical context. You're assembling the narrative yourself from fragments. The in-game books about Akavir are particularly sparse and unreliable. Mysterious Akavir is the main source and is deliberately written as hearsay and rumor. The author admits they're piecing together information from conflicting accounts and don't have first-hand knowledge. You get descriptions of the Tseshi serpent folk who ate all the men and enslaved the red dragons, the Kapotun tiger people trying to become dragons themselves, the Tangmo monkey people who are described as kind but brave, and the Kamal frost demons who freeze every winter and thaw in summer to go raiding. But how much of this is accurate? The book itself doesn't know. It's the best information available, but that doesn't mean it's reliable. What's brilliant about this approach is that it mirrors real historical scholarship. You don't get clean answers handed to you on a platter. You get fragments, contradictions, obvious propaganda mixed with genuine information that you have to sort through. The Chronicles of the Five Companions from ESO talks about major historical events, but it's written by one of the participants, so it's obviously biased toward making them look good and downplaying their failures. The real Berenzia exists in both a censored version and an uncensored version published in different regions, and figuring out which one is closer to the truth requires comparing them and thinking about who would benefit from censoring what details. Religious texts are particularly interesting because they're all propaganda to some degree. The Reclamations talks about how the tribunal temple in Morrowind lost its divine power, and the old Dunmer gods returned to reclaim their worshippers, but it's written by supporters of the old gods, so obviously they're going to frame it as a return to the true faith, rather than a power struggle. The 36 lessons of Vivek are Vivek's own writings, so they're going to present him in the best possible light while obscuring his crimes and questionable choices. He's writing his own mythology. The books about the Dwemer are intentionally mysterious because nobody knows what happened to them. You get research papers like Ruins of Kemelze that describe exploring Dwemer ruins and finding architectural features and artifacts, but no living Dwemer. Just empty halls and functioning machinery with nobody to operate it. The Egg of Time is supposedly a Dwemer text about metaphysics and their understanding of reality, but reading it doesn't actually explain where they went. Divine Metaphysics by Divide Fire talks about the Dwemer's philosophical rejection of divine authority, their belief that the gods were frauds and reality could be understood through reason alone. But that doesn't account for why they all vanished simultaneously in a single instant. What you gradually realize is that the books aren't just flavor text or optional reading material. They're the actual primary sources for understanding this world. The game quests show you surface-level conflicts and immediate problems that need solving. The books reveal the underlying currents, the historical patterns, the philosophical frameworks that explain why things are the way they are. The quests are the symptoms, the books are the diagnosis. Take the Argonian Hist connection. If you just play through the game, you meet Argonians, they seem like reptile people, whatever. Maybe you notice they can breathe underwater and resist disease. Cool racial abilities. But if you read the annotated Anwad, you learn that when the Elnafey, the earth bones that became the various races, were settling Nirn in the Dawn era, the Hist were already there, completely alien and separate from the normal creation process. They didn't come from the Aedra or Daedra. They're something else entirely. If you read texts from ESO about the Mnemic Egg and the Hist's ancient memories, you start understanding that the Hist predate the current version of reality and remember things from before time was properly established. If you read about Black Marsh's response during the Oblivion Crisis, you learn that the Hist can biologically modify Argonians on the fly and summon them back home across any distance through psychic compulsion. None of this is explicitly explained in dialogue or cutscenes. NPCs might hint at it if you ask the right questions, but the full picture only comes from reading scattered books across multiple games and piecing them together yourself. The books about the Akaviri invasions are split between texts describing the invasions themselves, books about the Blades and their history, research about Akaviri artifacts found in Tamriel. and the propaganda that various Tamrielic factions wrote to justify their responses to the invasions. You are doing archaeology, assembling a coherent picture from incomplete evidence. The absolute wildest books are the ones that break the fourth wall in subtle ways. There's a text in Morrowind where Vivek directly addresses you, the player, acknowledging that he's aware of your existence as someone experiencing his story from outside his reality. The 36 Lessons of Vivek, Sermon 29, contains phrases like the secret syllable of royalty and discusses seeing the tower sideways, which could be interpreted as Vivek understanding that he's a character in a game, that the player sees the world from outside his reality, like looking at a tower from an angle he can't normally perceive, and that achieving Kim means recognizing this truth without being destroyed by it. Commentaries on the Mysterium Ex Arcis are these deeply cryptic texts that Mankar Camoran wrote, explaining his interpretation of Mehrunes Dagon's plans and the nature of Tamriel. But they're intentionally written to be almost incomprehensible, mixing apparent truth with deliberate lies, teaching flawed techniques that will kill anyone who tries to follow them unless they already understand what they're doing. Their dangerous knowledge, deliberately obscured, a test of whether you're ready for what they're teaching. The historical texts about Tiber Septim's conquest show different versions of events depending on who's writing. Imperial sources portray him as a heroic unifier, bringing peace and civilization to a fractured land. Morrowind sources describe the treaty where he got the Numidium in exchange for recognizing tribunal independence, presenting it as pragmatic negotiation. Somerset sources present him as a warmonger who forced their surrender through overwhelming military might and reality-warping weapons. The truth is probably some combination of all these perspectives, but you have to do the work of comparing accounts and figuring out what each source might be distorting based on their biases. What's particularly impressive is how the books create a sense of historical depth. You can find books written during different eras, and later books reference earlier ones. The Firmament is an old text about constellations and their meanings in Nordic tradition. Then you find the Lunar Lorcan, which references and critiques the firmament's interpretation of the moons, offering a different perspective. Then you find modern texts that treat both of these as historical documents worth studying, but not necessarily accurate. The universe has its own scholarship and its own academic debates happening in the background, completely independent of the player. The philosophical texts are where things get truly strange. The Waters of Oblivion discusses the dream sleeve and how souls are recycled between incarnations, but it presents this as established metaphysical fact without really explaining how anyone figured this out or verified it. Mythic Dawn commentaries talk about Lorcan's true nature and his relationship to Mehrunes Dagon, presenting a cosmology that contradicts most other religious texts. Cetis gives one interpretation of the void deity while other texts present completely different versions. There is no consensus, just competing theories. You can read books about earlier games' events in later games. Morrowind has books about the events of Erina and Daggerfall. Skyrim has books about the Oblivion Crisis and how it affected different provinces. Reading these gives you context about how history is recorded and distorted over time. The Warp in the West, that reality-breaking event at the end of Daggerfall, where multiple contradictory outcomes all happened simultaneously, gets explained in later books as historical fact, but the explanations don't really make sense, because the event itself didn't make sense. Reality broke, multiple timelines collapsed into one, and now everyone has to live with the contradictory memories and impossible outcomes. The absolute deep cuts are the developer texts that aren't actually in the games, but are considered part of the extended lore by many fans. Michael Kirkbride wrote things like C0DA and Love Letter from the Fifth Era, and various forum posts that expand on the metaphysics, the future history of Tamriel thousands of years beyond the games, and the nature of the Godhead and Kim. Whether these count as canon is endlessly debated in the community, but they influenced how a lot of fans understand the deeper lore and shape discussions about what's really happening beneath the surface. What makes the book system so effective is that it respects player intelligence. The game doesn't sit you down and explain everything through exposition dumps. If you want to understand the world beyond the immediate quest objectives, you need to engage with it actively. You need to collect books, read them, think about them, compare different sources, and draw your own conclusions. The game creates this playground of lore and trusts players to explore it on their own terms, at their own pace. And most players don't. Most people playing Skyrim are there to fight dragons and do quests and explore dungeons, not read hundreds of in-game books about metaphysics and ancient history. Which is fine. The game works perfectly well on that surface level. The gameplay is solid enough that you can completely ignore the lore and still have a great time. But for people who want to dig deeper, there's this entire archaeological project waiting. You can spend hours just reading through your collected books, piecing together narratives, forming theories about how it all connects and what it means. The books also serve as world building through implication. If there's a book about proper etiquette when dining with a Jarl, that implies there's a complex social hierarchy with specific rules that people are expected to follow. If there's a book about the different types of frost magic and their applications, that implies magical scholarship and competing schools of thought about how ice spells should be constructed. If there is a book about the religious significance of ancestor moths and their role in reading the Elder Scrolls, that implies whole traditions and practices that exist outside what the player directly experiences in quests. Some books are just fun flavor. The Lusty Argonian Maid is basically pornography that became a meme in the community. A Dance in Fire is an adventure story following a hapless bureaucrat through ridiculous situations in Valenwood. Kolb and the Dragon is a children's fairy tale with a moral lesson about bravery. These lighter books make the world feel lived in, like people create art and entertainment, and not everything is high-stakes mythology and ancient prophecies. But even the silly books often contain hidden depth if you look closer. The Lusty Argonian Maid can be analyzed for what it reveals about racial attitudes and fetishization in Tamrielic culture, about how different races view each other. A Dance in Fire contains accurate information about Wood Elf culture and Valenwood's political situation wrapped in an entertaining narrative. The fairy tales teach you about what values different cultures emphasize for their children, what kind of heroes they celebrate. The magic theory books like Reality and Other Falsehoods or The Lunar Lorcan present competing frameworks for how magic actually works. Some texts claim magic comes from Magnus and the stars, leaking through the holes they left when they abandoned creation. Others suggest it's about imposing your will on reality through sheer force of belief. Others frame it as exploitation of natural forces that exist independent of consciousness. None of these are definitively correct. They are different theoretical models that mages use to understand their craft. The lack of consensus makes magic feel more like a science, where people are still figuring things out through experimentation and debate. The books about Sheogorath and the Shivering Isles are particularly entertaining. 16 Accords of Madness tells stories about Sheogorath's various schemes and pranks against other Daedric princes, giving you insight into how Daedric princes think and operate. The stories are ridiculous, turning someone's intestines into snakes, making someone immortal as a curse, orchestrating elaborate revenge plots for minor slights, but they reveal that Sheogorath isn't just random chaos. There's method to his madness, patterns in his unpredictability. He's crazy but not stupid. Historical biographies like The Real Baranzaya or King Edward give you intimate looks at significant figures' lives beyond their public roles. These read more like gossipy tell-alls than formal histories, revealing personal flaws and scandalous details alongside political events. Reading about Barencia's love affairs and adventures and poor decisions humanizes her in ways that just meeting her as a quest giver never could. You understand why she made the choices she did, what shaped her into the person she became. The books about extinct or nearly extinct races like the Falmer and Dwemer create this sense of loss and tragedy. Fall of the Snow Prince chronicles the Snow Elves' last stand against the invading Nords. The Falmer, a study describes their transformation into the twisted creatures you fight in dungeons, how they were betrayed by the Dwemer, who took them in as refugees and then mutilated them. Reading these makes you realize the Falmer you're killing were once a sophisticated culture with their own cities and traditions and beliefs, now reduced to blind monsters living in darkness. The tragedy hits harder when you understand what was lost. Books from other provinces let you learn about places you can't visit in the current game. If you're playing Skyrim, you can read books about Hammerfell's politics and the conflict between crowns and forebears, or Elsewhere's moon sugar trade and the connection between Khajiit forms and the lunar cycle, or Black Marsh's impenetrable interior where even the Argonians don't go. This makes Tamriel feel like a complete continent where things are happening even when you're not there to see them. The world exists beyond your immediate experience. The unreliable narrator aspect is what makes it all work. You're not getting objective truth from these books. You're getting perspectives, interpretations, propaganda, honest mistakes, and deliberate lies mixed in with accurate information, just like real history. And that means you need to think critically, question sources, cross-reference accounts, and form your own understanding rather than just accepting what you read at face value. The game respects you enough to make you work for the truth. This is why Elder Scrolls lore is so rich compared to most game settings. It's not just a wiki full of facts, it's a reconstruction project where you're piecing together truth from fragments, weighing contradictory accounts, and developing theories about what really happened. The books give you the tools to do this, but don't hand you easy answers. You want to know about Kim? Read the Lessons of Vivek, study the commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes, look up some developer forum posts if you're really dedicated, and then think hard about what it all means and how it fits together. You want to understand the Dwemer? Read every book about them, explore their ruins, and take notes on what you find. Observe the patterns in their architecture and technology, and accept that some questions don't have answers and probably never will. The books are the hidden treasure of Elder Scrolls games. They're sitting there in every library, every dungeon, every house you break into while the owner's sleeping, waiting for someone curious enough to actually read them. And once you start, you realize you're not just playing an action RPG with magic and dragons. You're exploring one of the most detailed and philosophically ambitious fantasy settings ever created, one that treats its audience like adults capable of handling moral ambiguity and metaphysical weirdness. All the strange stuff I've been talking about for this whole video, it's all documented somewhere in those books, scattered across games and hidden in plain sight. You just have to know where to look and how to interpret what you find. And that's what makes diving into Elder Scrolls lore so rewarding. You're not being told a story, you're discovering one. Next, let's talk about the Godhead and reality as a dream. Next up, we're looking at something that'll make you question everything you thought you knew about Tamriel. So there's this concept that sits at the absolute bottom of Elder Scrolls cosmology, and it's called the Godhead. Now, here's where things get wild. Everything, and I mean everything, in the Elder Scrolls universe is a dream. Nirn, Oblivion, Aetherius, the gods, you, me, the Dragonborn, that sweet roll you stole in Whiterun, all of it is happening inside the unconscious mind of this sleeping entity. The Godhead isn't mentioned anywhere in the actual games you play. You won't find some NPC explaining this to you, but it's buried in these incredibly obscure texts and stuff developer Michael Kirkbride wrote after he left Bethesda. The basic idea is that the Godhead is dreaming, and its dream creates the Orbis, that's the entire Elder Scrolls universe. The really unsettling part? If the Godhead ever wakes up, everything just stops. Poof, gone. Reality itself ceases to exist because there's no one dreaming it anymore. Now here's where this gets really interesting. There are people in the Elder Scrolls world who figure this out. When someone realizes that they're living in a dream, one of two things happens. The first is called zero sum, and is basically existential horror made real. You suddenly understand that you don't actually exist. You're just a figment of someone else's dream. Most people who reach this realization just vanish. They can't handle the paradox of knowing they're not real, so they just stop being. They get erased from the dream entirely. Imagine understanding with complete certainty that you are not real, that you've never been real, and the logical conclusion your mind reaches is I am nothing, and then you become nothing. But then there's Kim. Kim is what happens when you realize you're in a dream, but you don't disappear. You achieve this state where you understand you're part of the Godhead's dream, but you somehow maintain your sense of self anyway. You essentially become a lucid dreamer inside someone else's dream. Michael Kirkbride described it as divine hypnagogia, that state between waking and sleeping where you're aware of both. People who achieve Kim can literally rewrite reality. Vivek from Morrowind supposedly achieved it. There's this whole thing where he talks about it in his sermons, though it's all written in this really abstract, mystical language. Tiber Septim allegedly achieved it too, and some sources claim that's how he retroactively changed Cyrodiil from a jungle into the temperate region you see in Oblivion. He basically said this was never a jungle, and reality agreed with him. The way Kim works is insane. You have to accept two completely contradictory truths simultaneously. First, you have to understand that you're not real, that you're just part of a dream. But second, you have to assert I am anyway. You have to maintain your individuality and sense of self despite knowing it's an illusion. It's like this cosmic level ego trip where you acknowledge you're nothing but refuse to become nothing. The key phrase is I are all we, which grammatically makes no sense, but metaphysically means you understand you're part of the whole while still being yourself. Now, there's supposedly a state beyond even Kim called Amaranth. This is where you basically become a new godhead yourself and start dreaming your own universe. You don't just manipulate the dream, you leave it entirely and start your own. The godhead that's currently dreaming the Elder Scrolls universe, it might have been someone who achieved Amaranth from a previous dream. It's dreams all the way down. The scariest part about all this is how it recontextualizes everything in the games. Every struggle, every war, every dragon fight, every choice you make, it's all happening in the unconscious mind of a sleeping entity that has no idea you exist. The Daedric princes dreamed. The Aedra, who sacrificed themselves to create Nirn, dreamed. The entire cosmic struggle between Anu and Padome, order and chaos, that supposedly started everything, still just a dream. There's this text called Waking Dreams of a Starless Sky by Bilius Felcrex that you can actually find in Skyrim's Dragonborn DLC in one of Hermaeus Mora's black books. It mentions the consensus mantlings of an uncaring godhead. That line right there, uncaring godhead, is one of the only direct references to this concept in official game material. The fact that it's in a book from Hermaeus Mora, the Daedric Prince of Knowledge and Fate, makes it even more significant. Even the beings we think of as gods are acknowledging that there's something above them, something that doesn't care about any of this. The philosophical implications are staggering. In most fantasy settings, the gods created the world, and that's that. But in Elder Scrolls, the gods themselves are just thoughts in the mind of something that isn't even aware they exist. It reframes every religious conflict in Tamriel as pointless on a cosmic level. The Talmor want to undo creation and return to being spirits. They're dream characters trying to wake up the dreamer. It can't work because they're part of what's being dreamed. And here's something that really messes with you. If this is all true, then player characters might actually be the closest things to achieving Kim without knowing it. Think about it. You quick save, try different choices, see different outcomes, reload. You're experiencing multiple contradictory timelines simultaneously. You're aware on some level that this is a game, that it's not real, but you engage with it anyway and make choices as if they matter. You maintain your sense of agency while knowing it's all constructed. That's kind of what Kim is. The reason this lore is so obscure is because Bethesda themselves have never fully committed to it. It comes mainly from Michael Kirkbride's writings, and he hasn't worked directly for Bethesda in years. But his influence is all over Morrowind's metaphysical stuff, and elements of it keep appearing in later games, just really subtly. The company seems to want to keep it as this deep layer that most players never think about, but it's there if you dig. So yeah, According to some of the deepest Elder Scrolls lore, you're playing a game about characters who exist in a dream, some of whom have figured out they're in a dream, in a universe that will end if the dreamer wakes up. Sweet dreams. Next is towers and reality anchors. Okay, now let's talk about what's actually holding reality together in Tamriel, and I mean that literally. Throughout the world, there are these structures called towers, and they're not just buildings. They're metaphysical anchors that keep existence from just falling apart and dissolving back into chaos. Without them, Mundus would just stop being stable enough for anything to exist. The first and most important tower is Adamantia, also called the Adamantine Tower or the Direni Tower. This thing is sitting on an island in the Iliac Bay, and it's the oldest structure in all of Tamriel. We're talking about something from the Dawn era, built by the gods themselves. This isn't elven construction, this is what the Aedra created at convention, which was basically the moment when linear time began and the gods decided what to do about Lorkhan tricking them into making the mortal world. They held a trial, ripped out Lorkhan's heart, and Adamantia was where it all went down. The thing about Adamantia is it created unassailable reality around itself. Before that, everything was chaos. The Dawn era had no linear time, multiple contradictory things could be true simultaneously, and the laws of nature weren't set. When the Aedra put up Adamantia, it created this bubble of order where cause and effect worked normally, where time moved forward, where physics was consistent. Every other tower is basically trying to copy what Adamantia did. Each tower has what's called a stone, an object or concept that powers it. Adamantia stone is called Zero Stone, and nobody really knows what it is. It might be a literal rock, might be a concept, might be the moment of convention itself, somehow crystallized. The point is, the stone is what lets the tower do its reality stabilizing thing. After Adamantia, various races of elves built their own towers, and each one tells you something about the culture that made it. The Altmer built Crystal-like Law, the Crystal Tower, in Somerset. This thing was supposed to exist in multiple planes of reality at the same time. You could be standing in it on Nirn, while it simultaneously existed in Oblivion and Aetherius. Its stone was called Transparent Law, this giant red crystal. The Crystal Tower was about preserving ancient magic and keeping elder power from diminishing. The Altmer are obsessed with the past and maintaining what they see as their divine heritage, and their tower reflected that. It was trying to freeze things in place, keep magic from changing. The Aelids, those wild elves who enslaved humans before Alessia's rebellion, built White Gold Tower in the center of what's now the Imperial City. This one is particularly important because it became the seat of power for every human empire afterward. The Aelids were really into Daedra worship and stellar magic, and White Gold was supposed to be their statement piece. Its stone is the Amulet of Kings, yeah, that same amulet that Uriel Septim was wearing in Oblivion. When Martin Septim shattered it to stop Mehrunes Dagon, he potentially deactivated White Gold as a tower. The books in Skyrim hint that reality has been getting weaker ever since. Then there's Red Mountain in Morrowind, and this one's different because it wasn't built. It happened naturally when the Aedra shot Lorkhan's heart into the ocean, and it landed in Vardenfell. The heart created the mountain, and the heart itself became the stone. This is why Red Mountain is also called Red Tower. The Dwemer found the heart and built all their tools to manipulate it. The Tribunal used it to become gods. Dagoth tapped into it and went insane. When the Nerevarine broke the enchantments on the heart at the end of Morrowind, Red Tower got deactivated. Not long after, the mountain erupted and basically destroyed most of Vardenfell. Coincidence? Probably not. Snowfrot is the throat of the world in Skyrim, that huge mountain where you meet Paarthurnax. This tower is interesting because its stone isn't an object, it's a concept or maybe an event. Some sources say the stone is a cave, others say it's the time wound created when the ancient Nords used an Elder Scroll to banish Alduin. The prophecy of the Dragonborn mentions, when the snow tower lies sundered, kingless, bleeding, and people debate whether that happened before Skyrim starts or during the game itself. High King Tori getting killed maybe made it kingless. The whole thing is unclear. Greensap is the walking tree city of the Bosmer in Valenwood. The Bosmer didn't build a tower, they grew one. Their stone was called the Perchance Acorn, and the idea was that because the acorn could have grown anywhere, the tower existed in multiple potential realities at once. This let the Bosmer do their weird shape-shifting stuff, and they're packed with Wifre that locks them into their current forms. Greensap was supposed to let them tell their own story, define their own reality within the larger dream. There are others mentioned in various sources: Orichalk Tower that sank with Yokuda, the Brass Tower, which is the Numidium itself, Wogbras, which might be a different name for the same thing. The Numidium is particularly weird because it's an artificial god machine built by the Dwemer, and every time it gets activated, it causes what's called a dragon break, where time shatters. More on that later. Here's what makes towers really disturbing. They are failing. Almost all of them are deactivated now. Crystal Tower was destroyed during the Oblivion Crisis. Red Mountain erupted. Wogbras keeps causing dragon breaks whenever anyone turns it on. Orichalk sank. Greensap maybe lost the ability to walk around. Snowthroat might be broken. That leaves maybe Adamantia and possibly White Gold. And White Gold is questionable after the Amulet of Kings got shattered. In the novel, The Infernal City, there's a character who explains it like this. Some people think the towers hold the world up or protect it from oblivion. The implication is that as more towers fall, reality gets more unstable. Magic is fading. Everyone talks about this in Skyrim. The gods feel more distant. The empire is collapsing. Dragons came back. The moons disappeared for a while during the Void Nights. All of this might be because the supports holding reality together are failing. There's this dark fan theory that the Talmor know about towers, and they're systematically trying to deactivate all of them. Why? Because the Altmer believe Lorkhan tricked their ancestors into becoming mortal, and they want to undo creation itself and go back to being spirits. If all the towers fall, maybe Mundus just dissolves and everyone becomes immortal spirits again. It's basically apocalyptic nihilism dressed up as religious doctrine. The scary part is that there's actually some support for this in the lore. Kirkbride wrote about it in some of his out-of-game texts, and the Talmor's actions in Skyrim could be interpreted as working toward this goal. The tower metaphysics tie into that Godhead stuff from before. If the Godhead is dreaming reality, then the towers are like the load-bearing walls in the dream. They are what keeps the dream stable and consistent. Take away enough of them, and the whole thing collapses, which might wake up the dreamer, which ends everything. So the Talmor trying to destroy towers isn't just about politics or religion, it's about whether reality itself should exist. The games never explicitly tell you any of this. You can play through all of Skyrim and never once hear the word tower used in this metaphysical sense. But it's there in the background, and once you know about it, you see it everywhere. The Thu'um is sometimes called the voice of the tower. Kim has connections to tower metaphysics. The structure of Orbis itself is sometimes described as a wheel, but turn it sideways and it looks like a tower. Everything connects back to this idea that reality is constructed and needs active maintenance to keep existing. Next is a theory about Lorkhan's heart. So let's talk about Lorkhan's heart, because this is one of those things where Elder Scrolls takes a concept from mythology and makes it horrifyingly literal. In most fantasy, when gods die, their power dissipates or becomes symbolic or whatever. In Elder Scrolls, when they ripped out Lorkhan's heart, they got an actual physical organ that just kept beating. For thousands of years, after Lorkhan convinced the other Aedra to create Mundus and they realized it was going to drain their power, they were understandably pissed. Trunimac, who was Oriel's greatest champion, knocked Lorkhan down and reached in. The texts say, with more than hands, whatever that means for a god, and physically removed Lorkhan's heart from his chest. They wanted to destroy it, but here's the problem. Lorkhan's heart was the heart of Mundus at that point. The world was literally built from his sacrifice. His divine power was what made mortal existence possible, so his heart couldn't be destroyed without destroying all of creation. So Auriel shot it with an arrow from his bow, launching it as far away as possible where no one would ever find it. It landed in what's now Vardenfell and created Red Mountain when it hit. And then it just sat there, beating. A literal divine heart, roughly the size of a person, glowing with power, pumping divine energy, just sitting in a chamber under a volcano. The Dwemer found it first. Remember, the Dwemer rejected religion entirely. They were all about science and reason and empiricism. So when they found what was clearly a god's actual heart, their response wasn't worship. It was, let's poke it and see what happens. Their chief tonal architect, Kagrenak, built these tools, Sunder, Keening, and Wraithguard, specifically designed to manipulate the heart's power. They were going to use it to create their own god, or become gods themselves, or transcend mortal existence somehow. The exact plan isn't clear, but it involved turning the entire Dwemer race into something else, using the heart as a power source. When Kagrenats hit the heart with his tools during the Battle of Red Mountain, something went catastrophically wrong, or maybe catastrophically right, depending on your perspective. Every single Dwemer on Nirn vanished instantly. Not just the ones at Red Mountain, every Dwemer everywhere, even the ones who'd left Morrowind and settled in other provinces. Just gone. No bodies, no trace. The common theory is they got bound to the new medium somehow, or they zero-summed, or they achieved some kind of transcendence that removed them from reality. But whatever happened, it happened because Kagrenak was directly manipulating Lorkhan's actual physical heart. After the Dwemer disappeared, the heart was still there, still beating. The Chimer who became the Tribunal, Vivek, Almalexia, and Sotasil, they found Kagrenak's tools and decided to use them on the heart themselves. They tapped into its power and became gods. Real gods, with power over reality, immortality, the works. Once a year they had to return to Red Mountain and renew their connection to the heart, basically recharging their divinity. This went on for thousands of years. Then Dagoth-Ur, who'd been guarding the heart but got corrupted by it, woke up around the Second Era and cut the Tribunal off from the heart. Their power started fading. They were still incredibly powerful, but they were mortal now, aging slowly, getting weaker. By the time of Morrowind, they're desperate and making increasingly bad decisions because they're terrified of losing everything. When you play Morrowind as the Nerevarine, your whole quest is to get Kagrenak's tools and break the enchantments on the heart. Not destroy it, you can destroy it, but break the enchantments that let people tap into its power. When you do that with Sunder and Keening, the heart doesn't explode or vanish. It just stops being accessible. The power goes away. Reality's connection to that divine sacrifice gets severed, and suddenly the Tribunal aren't gods anymore. Red Mountain becomes unstable and eventually erupts, and the whole magical political structure of Morrowind collapses. What happened to the heart after that is unclear. It might still be under Red Mountain somewhere in the lava flows. It might have returned to Lorkhan somehow. There's lore suggesting Lorkhan isn't really dead, just scattered, and his aspect Chor keeps showing up in Nordic legends even after his death. The heart could be the anchor, keeping his consciousness tied to reality. Some texts suggest the heart was hidden specifically so Lorkhan could never fully reunite with it, because if he did, he might undo creation itself. The thing that makes this so wild compared to other fantasy settings is how physical it all is. This isn't metaphor. The Dwemer weren't philosophically contemplating divinity. They were running experiments on an actual chunk of god flesh that they kept in a laboratory. The Tribunal weren't experiencing spiritual enlightenment. They were literally plugging into a divine power source like it was a battery. Dagoth-Ur wasn't spreading religious corruption. He was infected by proximity to a deity's still living organs. And the heart had presence. If you got close to it in Morrowind, you could hear it, this deep, rhythmic pounding echoing through the chamber. The sound files for it are actually kind of disturbing. If you isolate them, there are whispers layered into the heartbeat sounds. The heart was aware somehow, or the remnants of Lorkhan's consciousness were still in there, watching everyone who tried to use his power. There are exactly 0 other fantasy settings I can think of where the God who made the world is just there. You can walk up to his heart. You can listen to it beat. You can watch power-hungry mortals fight over it like it's a resource to exploit. Most fantasy treats divine beings as abstract or distant. Elder Scrolls said, nope, here's a heart. It's person-sized. It's been beating for 4,000 years. Have fun with the existential implications. Next is a theory about the Dwemer. Everyone knows the Dwemer disappeared, but there's way more to that story than they dug too deep and whoops, they're gone. The evidence suggests their disappearance was planned, it was intentional, and it might have actually worked exactly as intended. We just can't perceive the results. First, let's establish what the Dwemer were actually trying to do. They rejected the idea of gods as beings worthy of worship. To them, the Aedra and Daedra were just powerful entities, not different from mortals on some cosmic level, just further along in understanding the universe. The Dwemer were all about empiricism and materialism. They didn't believe in souls or divine essence or any of that metaphysical stuff. They thought consciousness was mechanical, that reality could be understood through engineering and mathematics. So when they found Lorkhan's heart, they didn't see it as a sacred relic. They saw it as a power source that could prove their theories about the nature of existence. Khagrenac's whole plan revolved around using the heart to accomplish what he called the calling. Not calling to the gods, but calling all Dwemer together to transcend their individual physical forms and merge into a collective oversoul or become an artificial god. The tools he created, Sunder, Keening, and Wraithguard, these were tonal manipulation devices. The Dwemer understood that reality in Elder Scrolls operates on tones, on mathematical harmonics. The right frequencies could literally rewrite matter and energy. Khagrenac's tools were designed to strike the heart in specific patterns that would resonate through all of Dwemer existence and change what it meant to be Dwemer on a cosmic level. Here's what we know happened. During the Battle of Red Mountain, with his people losing a war against the Chimer and their Nordic allies, Khagrenac used the tools on the heart. In that moment, every Dwemer everywhere disappeared simultaneously. We're talking about Dwemer in Morrowind, in Skyrim, in Hammerfell, different provinces, different climates, some in cities, some in wilderness, some probably sleeping, some fighting. All of them, in the same instant, gone. The evidence left behind is really specific. In Mournhold's Dwemer ruins, you can find these piles of ash next to Dwemer armor and clothing, like people were vaporized but their possessions remained. That suggests the disappearance affected their bodies, but not their belongings. There are no Dwemer ghosts in the ruins. Well, there are a few, but they're rare and they're hostile phantoms, not actual Dwemer spirits. The lack of spirits suggests their consciousness didn't end up in the usual afterlife locations. They went somewhere else. The only surviving Dwemer is Yagrum Bagarn, the last living dwarf, and he survived specifically because he wasn't on Nirn when it happened. He was in an outer realm, possibly Oblivion, possibly somewhere even stranger, and when he came back, his entire race was gone. He spent years searching every plane he could reach and found nothing. That tells us, whatever happened, it didn't scatter the Dwemer to different planes of existence. They went somewhere Yagrum couldn't follow. Yagrum has two theories. First, maybe Khagrenac succeeded and the Dwemer achieved eternal life, but with unforeseen consequences, like wholesale displacement to somewhere mortals can't perceive. Second, maybe Khagrenac's messily screwed up and destroyed the entire race. But here's the thing, Yagrum says, the disappearance of my race argues otherwise when discussing whether the transformation was too risky. He doesn't sound like he thinks it was an accident. He sounds like he thinks Khagrenac probably succeeded, but the result was something Yagrum can't comprehend. There's another weird element where the Dwemer seemed prepared for this. They had miters, those helmets they wore that had spikes functioning as etheric antennae for long-distance thought projection. The entire race was potentially networked together mentally, able to hear the calling when it came. Texts suggest that right before the disappearance, Khagrenac sent out the calling, summoning all Dwemer to rally for the Transcendence attempt. That's why it affected everyone simultaneously. They were all mentally linked into the same network when the transformation happened. The most popular theory in the lore community is that the Dwemer succeeded in merging their consciousnesses into Numidium, the brass god they'd built. They became the animating intelligence of an artificial deity that operates outside normal reality. The Numidium causes dragon breaks whenever it's activated. It shatters time itself, which suggests it's not fully part of the normal world anymore. Maybe all the Dwemer are in there experiencing something we'd call godhood, but from their materialist perspective would be a higher state of mechanical consciousness. Another theory ties into Kim and Zero Sum. Maybe the Dwemer's rejection of mysticism and religious concepts meant they collectively failed to achieve Kim and instead zero-summed. They realized they were part of the Godhead's dream, couldn't accept the paradox of being unreal, and chose to become nothing. Their entire race just asserted itself out of existence. That would explain the ash piles and the complete lack of any trace in any realm. There's this even wilder theory that the Dwemer actually achieved Amaranth. They became a new godhead and are now dreaming their own universe entirely separate from the current Orbis. They didn't go anywhere on the current map of reality because they're not in this reality anymore. They made their own. It's the ultimate expression of Dwemer philosophy, rejecting the gods of this world by literally creating their own world to be gods in. What really sells me on the intentionality is how the Numidium fits into their culture. The Dwemer spent generations building this thing. It wasn't just a weapon, it was the culmination of their entire civilization's scientific and philosophical achievement. They weren't building it to fight wars with. They were building it as a vessel for their collective apotheosis. The brass god was meant to hold them all, to be what they became when they stopped being individuals. And here's something creepy. The Numidium sometimes acts intelligent, not like an automaton following programming, but like it has will. When Tiber Septim used it, it crushed entire nations and seemed to revel in it. The tribunal was terrified of it. Various sources call it No or Nope, a deity whose entire concept is negation, the refusal of reality itself. That sounds exactly like something the atheistic Dwemer would create as their god, something that denies divinity while embodying ultimate power. The reason Bethesda will probably never give us a straight answer about what happened to the Dwemer is because the mystery is more interesting than any concrete explanation could be. But all the evidence points toward they tried something unprecedented, it worked, and we lack the metaphysical framework to understand what they became. They didn't vanish, they graduated. Next are dragon breaks. Okay, so imagine time as this straight line, right? Events happen in order, cause leads to effect, you're born before you die, all that normal stuff. Now imagine something so catastrophic happens that time just breaks. Not stops, breaks. Splits into multiple contradictory timelines that all happen simultaneously, then smash back together into one timeline where all the contradictory things are somehow true at once. That's a dragon break, and it's one of the most bizarre concepts in Elder Scrolls lore. The name comes from Akatosh, the dragon god of time. When time breaks, you're breaking the dragon break. But here's what makes them really disturbing. They're not alternative timelines running parallel to each other. They're all the timelines happening in the same place at the same time, occupying the same space, with multiple versions of the same people experiencing different events that can't possibly all be true. Except they all are true, and when it's over, everyone forgets it happened, even though they're left with the consequences. The most famous dragon break is called the Warp in the West, and it happened at the end of Daggerfall. In that game, you can give this ultra-powerful artifact called the Totem of Tiber Septim to one of several different factions, the Empire, or Daggerfall, or Wayrest, or Sentinel, or Orsinium. Whoever gets it can control the Numidium, this god machine that can crush entire nations. In a normal game, you'd pick one ending, and that would be canon. Bethesda said, actually, all the endings are canon. What happened was this. The player character gave the totem to one faction in their timeline, but in other timelines they gave it to different factions. All of these mutually exclusive events happened. Then something caused all these timelines to merge back together, and suddenly, in the single timeline that resulted, all the different factions had used the Numidium and conquered their enemies, even though that's impossible. The map of the Iliac Bay region just changed. Nations that should exist were gone. Borders had shifted. Everyone remembered different versions of what happened, and the historical records contradicted each other wildly, but somehow it all stuck. Reality just shrugged and accepted all the contradictions as fact. People who lived through it couldn't properly remember what happened. They'd have contradictory memories. They fought in a battle that both did and didn't happen. They saw someone die who was definitely still alive. They were in two places at once. The mortals affected by dragon breaks usually can't process what happened and kind of mentally blur it out afterward, leaving them with just this vague sense that something deeply wrong occurred even if they can't articulate what. The books in the games talk about dragon breaks being beyond mortal comprehension. There's this text called "Where Were You When the Dragon Broke?" that collects different accounts, and they're all insane. One person says they were fighting wars with phantoms. Another says they gave birth to their own grandfather. Someone mentions seeing the blue star Nemoli visible in the daytime sky. This star is somehow associated with untimed events and appears during dragon breaks. The Khajiit delegate says the moons were the only constant during the chaos, which makes sense because the moons are Lorkhan's body and he's outside the normal divine hierarchy. Even the Elder Scrolls themselves can't look back at dragon breaks. These are artifacts that can read possible futures and alternate timelines, devices so powerful they can blind you if you read them wrong, and they just go blank when trying to view dragon break periods. The only people who can remember dragon breaks clearly are gods or near gods. The Tribunal remembered, Manimarco remembered, Vivek wrote about them. Normal mortals just get spiritual anguish they can't explain. The Middle Dawn is probably the most extreme dragon break on record. It lasted over 1,000 years, an entire millennium of broken time. This one was caused by the Marukati Selective, this extremist Alessian order that wanted to remove the elven aspects from Auriel, Akatosh, and create a purely human time god. They used the Staff of Towers and performed this ritual they called Dancing on the Tower, where they achieved some kind of monothought state and broke reality for 1,000 years. What happened during those 1,000 years is basically unknowable. Different sources give completely contradictory accounts of wars, rulers, events. Some texts say entire regions existed that later didn't. Some wars are recorded as happening multiple times or not at all, or both. The only reason anyone even knows the Middle Dawn happened is because the Amulet of Kings preserved some memory of the Emperor's souls, and they retained knowledge of what had occurred. If not for that, the whole thing might have been forgotten entirely, lost in the untime. Let me explain what the Marukati Selective actually did, because it's genuinely insane. These were religious fanatics from the Alessian order, named after the prophet Maruch. They had this extreme human supremacist ideology, and they were obsessed with proving that Akatosh and Auriel weren't the same god. See, the Altmer worshipped Auriel as their chief deity, and when humans adopted him as Akatosh, they basically imported an elven god. The Marukati couldn't stand that their chief deity had elven origins. So, they decided to surgically remove the elven parts from Akatosh, not metaphorically, literally. They assembled the Staff of Towers, this artifact made of 8 pieces corresponding to the 8 major towers of reality. When they put all 8 pieces together, they had a device that could manipulate the structure of existence itself. The Sijiks later said the Staff of Towers was deliberately separated specifically to prevent anyone from doing what the Marukati did. The ritual involved the secret masters of the Selective achieving a state called monothought, basically hive mind meditation, where they all became one consciousness. In that state, a tower appeared before them, or maybe it was the staff itself. Sources conflict on this. They danced on top of it. Literally danced. and as they danced, the tower writhed and twisted, and spoke its protonymic, its true name. The text says it screamed Tam Rach, which some people think is related to Tamriel itself. Then the tower shattered into 8 pieces, and time broke, just completely shattered. For the next 1,000 years, cause and effect stopped working normally. The Marukati got what they wanted. They split Akatosh into multiple aspects, separating the human version from the elven version, but the cost was a millennium of temporal chaos. During the Middle Dawn, historical records become nonsensical. The same emperor is listed as ruling for 3 years and 300 years. Battles happen before the wars that caused them. People are born after they die. The texts from that period that survive read like fever dreams because they're trying to describe events that don't fit into linear narrative. Imagine trying to write a history book when yesterday happened before tomorrow, and both of them are also happening right now. What makes Dragon Breaks truly horrifying from a lore perspective is that they're evidence that time itself is artificial and fragile. In our world, we treat time as this unchangeable constant. It moves forward, always, no exceptions. But in Elder Scrolls, time is a construct maintained by a wounded god who might be insane, anchored by towers that are failing, within a dream that might end at any moment. Time can just stop working. And when it does, reality becomes negotiable. The time wound at the throat of the world might be a localized dragon break that never fully healed. When the ancient Nords used an Elder Scroll to banish Alduin, they didn't kill him, they threw him forward in time. But Elder Scrolls are insanely powerful artifacts that exist outside normal causality. When they used one to manipulate time at that scale, it damaged the fabric of time itself in that location. When you go to the time wound in Skyrim and use the Elder Scroll, you're not watching a recording of the past. You're reaching through a hole in time into a moment that's still happening. Past, present, and future are all collapsed into one point there. Alduin got banished from one moment but arrived in another, thousands of years later, and the space between those moments is just torn. The wound is still there, and it might never heal. Every time the new medium activates, it causes a dragon break. This seems to be consistent across all its uses. The thing is so wrong, so antithetical to normal existence, that reality can't handle it being turned on. The new medium was built by the Dwemer as their ultimate statement, a god machine powered by the heart of the god who created mortality, designed to say no to reality itself. Its whole purpose is negation. When it walks, it doesn't just destroy things physically, it erases them from causality. It retroactively makes things never have existed. When Tiber Septim used the Numidium to conquer Somerset, the Altmer later claimed he broke time to do it. They're not wrong. The conquest happened, but it happened in ways that don't make sense. The Numidium was in multiple places at once. Battles were won before they started. Entire Altmer armies just ceased to be. The brass god marched through time as much as through space, and reality had to rewrite itself around what it had done. The warp in the West lasted only a few days in objective time, but subjectively, people experienced it differently. Some people claim they lived through weeks or months of chaos. Others say it was just an instant. The agent of Daggerfall, the player character, gave the totem to someone, but in the resulting timeline, reality couldn't decide which version was true, so it made them all true simultaneously. 6 different factions all used the Numidium to achieve their goals, even though only one Numidium existed. The math doesn't work, but that's what dragon breaks do. They make impossible math become real. There's a book in Skyrim called On Oblivion that mentions something really unsettling. During the warp in the West, people reported seeing Daedric princes manifest more easily, and the barriers between Nirn and Oblivion became thinner. That suggests dragon breaks don't just affect time, they weaken all of reality's rules. When time breaks, space becomes negotiable too. The laws of physics become suggestions. The Daedra, who already exist outside normal time, can slip through more easily because the walls keeping them out are crumbling. The reason dragon breaks are important to Elder Scrolls as a series is they let Bethesda have multiple contradictory things be canon. Daggerfall had multiple endings, Dragon Break, they all happened. Different players made different choices in Morrowind, doesn't matter, because Dragon Breaks mean all versions of events can be true. It's a brilliant narrative device that turns gameplay mechanics into lore. You're quick saving and trying different options, you just experienced every possibility and they're all real. But in universe, Dragon Breaks are apocalyptic horrors. They represent causality itself falling apart. The whole fabric of existence depends on time working normally. Without it, nothing makes sense. And the terrifying thing is that they can be caused deliberately. The Numidium causes them just by existing. Religious fanatics caused one with a ritual. The Dwemer might have triggered one with their experiment on Lorkhan's heart. Reality is more fragile than anyone wants to admit. There's this implication in later games that Dragon Breaks are becoming more frequent, or at least more possible, as the towers fall. If the towers are what hold reality stable and give it structure, then as they deactivate, time itself might become more vulnerable to breaking. The warp in the West happened in the Third Era, around the same period when multiple towers were under stress or being destroyed. That might not be coincidence. Reality is weakening, and one symptom of that weakening is that time doesn't work as consistently as it used to. The metaphysical explanation for why Dragon Breaks work at all ties back to the whole Godhead dream thing. If reality is a dream, then time is just the dreamer's narrative structure imposed on the dream. Break that narrative structure, and the dream splinters into multiple versions of itself. When the narrative structure reasserts itself, all the dream fragments get mashed back together, and the dreamer doesn't even notice because it's all unconscious anyway. From outside the dream, it all happens in an instant. From inside, it can last centuries. Some scholars in universe think Dragon Breaks are actually Akatosh having seizures or going temporarily insane. He's the god of time, and he's wounded. He got his heart ripped out at convention, just like Lorkhan, and he's been split into multiple aspects, like Auriel and Alduin and Akatosh. Maybe when reality puts too much stress on him, he just stops functioning correctly for a while, and that manifests as time itself breaking. Akatosh is supposed to maintain linear causality, but if he's damaged or fragmenting or sleeping, time goes with him. The really unsettling part is that we don't know if we're in a Dragon Break right now. The contradictory accounts of events between the games could be evidence of ongoing temporal instability. Different sources say completely different things about important events, and we usually chalk that up to unreliable narrators or retcons. But in universe, that's what Dragon Breaks look like. Multiple true versions of history existing simultaneously. The fact that nobody in Skyrim can agree on what happened during the Oblivion Crisis, or that accounts of Morrowind's eruption vary wildly, that could all be symptoms of time not working properly anymore. Vivek talks about Dragon Breaks in his sermons, calling them necessary chaos that allows for transcendence. He suggests that the rigid structure of linear time is actually a prison, and breaking it creates opportunities for entities to achieve states of being otherwise impossible. Kim might only be achievable during Dragon Breaks when the dream's narrative structure is weakened enough for lucidity to emerge. If time is broken, maybe it's easier to see through the illusion of reality. The fact that the Elder Scrolls themselves go blank during Dragon Breaks suggests these events are outside of prophecy and fate itself. The scrolls can see infinite possible futures, but Dragon Breaks are when all those possible futures happen at once, and even the scrolls can't process that. The prophecies can't predict Dragon Breaks because they exist in non-time. They're the moments when fate itself stops functioning. The scrolls are artifacts of causality, and causality doesn't exist during Dragon Breaks. There's a theory that the entire Dawn era was basically one long Dragon Break before time got properly established at convention. That's why myths from that period are contradictory and impossible. They're all describing the same events from different timeline shards where different things were true. The gods existed and didn't exist. Nirn formed in multiple ways simultaneously. The same wars were won by different sides. Only when Adamantia was established did time settle into a single line moving forward. And if that's true, If the Dawn era was non-linear time that eventually got stabilized, then the deactivation of towers and the increase in dragon breaks might mean we're slowly drifting back toward that primordial chaos state. Reality is gradually becoming less stable, more dreamlike, more subject to multiple contradictory truths. The universe might be returning to the conditions that existed before creation got locked down. We're heading back toward untime. The Moth Priests, who read the Elder Scrolls, can sometimes see across dragon breaks, even though it blinds them or drives them insane. They describe it as seeing all moments as one and experiencing every possibility simultaneously. That's what existence is like during a dragon break, for beings aware enough to perceive it, infinite versions of reality overlapping, all trying to happen at once. Your consciousness experiences every possible version of events, and you can't distinguish between them because they are all equally real. When dragon breaks resolve and time becomes linear again, reality has to paper over all the contradictions somehow. That's why historical records afterward are so confused. The universe is trying to stitch together multiple timelines that shouldn't fit, and the seams show. People have memories of things that didn't happen in the current timeline. Documents reference events that never occurred. Sometimes entire people or places get edited out or edited in, and everyone just accepts the new reality because they can't remember the old one clearly enough to question it. There are these really disturbing implications about free will during dragon breaks. If you're experiencing multiple contradictory timelines at once, are you making choices, or are all possible choices happening simultaneously? During the warp in the West, the agent presumably made a single decision about who to give the totem to, but in the resulting timeline, multiple people received it. Did the agent make multiple choices? Did reality split them into multiple versions? Or did time retroactively change what they had done? The concept of a single continuous self doesn't work during dragon breaks. Some philosophers in Tamriel argue that dragon breaks prove the universe is malleable and consensus-based rather than objective. If reality can just decide that multiple contradictory things are all true, then truth itself isn't absolute. What's real is whatever reality agrees to accept as real after the dragon break resolves. That's a horrifying thought. That facts aren't fixed. That history can be rewritten. That the past itself is subject to change based on cosmic level glitches in time. The most disturbing aspect of dragon breaks is that they suggest reality in Elder Scrolls is not just a dream, but an unstable dream. A dream where the narrative keeps breaking down and having to be reassembled. Every dragon break is evidence that existence is temporary, fragile, barely held together by damaged gods and failing towers. And as more towers fall, as Akatosh fragments further, as the Godhead's dream becomes more turbulent, dragon breaks might become more common until eventually time just stops working altogether and everything collapses back into the primordial chaos that existed before convention. So yeah, dragon breaks are Bethesda's canonical explanation for why player choice and multiple game endings can coexist, but they're a genuinely horrifying metaphysical concept when you dig into them. Time is fragile. Reality can just split and remerge. History is mutable, causality is optional, and the worst part? After a dragon break resolves, the people affected usually can't even remember why they have nightmares about fighting in wars that never happened against enemies who both did and didn't exist. They just live with the consequences and try not to think too hard about why the past doesn't add up. And that's probably the smartest thing anyone in Tamriel can do, not think too hard about it. Because once you start really examining the implications of dragon breaks, you're left with the conclusion that reality is nowhere near as solid as you thought. Time is just a convenience that can break at any moment, and the entire universe is one metaphysical glitch away from becoming incomprehensible chaos where nothing means anything anymore. Sweet dreams. Next up, we need to talk about the Tsaesci, because everything you think you know about them might be wrong. The snake people from Akavir, maybe not so much on the snake part. The legend goes like this. The Tsaesci are these vampiric serpent folk who ate all the men of Akavir. They are described as tall, beautiful, covered in golden scales, and basically immortal. The name itself means snake palace. Every source from Mysterious Akavir talks about them as serpent men. So case closed, right? They're snake people. Except here's where things get weird. When you actually encounter evidence of the Tsaishi in the games, none of it matches up. In Oblivion, you go to Pale Pass, this ancient Akaviri fort where an invasion force got trapped. There are skeletons everywhere, human skeletons, not a single serpent skeleton. You meet the ghost of Commander Mishaxi, their leader. He looks completely human, uses a standard Imperial character model, no tail, no scales, nothing remotely snake-like. Then there's the Akaviri diary you can find, written by a messenger. He talks about mending his leg after wolves attacked him, about how when his spine was destroyed, he could no longer feel his legs. Why would a snake person with no legs be worried about leg injuries? The whole thing reads like it was written by a human. You start digging deeper and the evidence piles up. The Tsaishi served as potentates of the empire for 400 years. Versidue Shaye and his bloodline ruled Cyrodiil. They lived in the imperial city, walked among humans, participated in politics. Nobody ever mentions them being physically serpentine. No special accommodations for snake bodies in imperial architecture. Nothing. Then you look at the Blades. They're descendants of the Akaviri Dragon Guard who came to Tamriel. They wear full suits of armor designed for human bodies. They wield katanas and use shields. Everything about their fighting style and equipment assumes a humanoid body plan. If their ancestors were literal snake people, wouldn't there be some indication of that in their traditions? So what's actually going on here? The prevailing theory is that the Tsaiski aren't snakes at all. They're humans. Probably vampiric humans, which explains the whole immortal thing. The snake imagery is either propaganda, cultural symbolism, or just plain myth that got out of hand. Think about what they supposedly did. They ate all the men of Akavir. What if eating doesn't mean literal consumption? What if it means cultural absorption? They conquered and assimilated the human population of Akavir. The humans were eaten in the same way that Tsaiski also supposedly tried to eat all the dragons, by enslaving them. It's a metaphor that got taken literally by people writing about them from across an ocean. The vampire aspect makes sense too. Vampirism in the Elder Scrolls is well established. It grants extended lifespan, explains the feeding behavior, and doesn't require you to be a literal snake. Maybe the Tsaiski developed their own strain of vampirism that gave them those snake-like characteristics people describe: golden skin, unnatural beauty, immortality. But underneath, still fundamentally human. The snake imagery could be deliberate propaganda. Maybe they cultivated that reputation. Snake motifs in their armor, serpent decorations, telling stories about being snake folk to terrify their enemies. Over centuries, the myth becomes the accepted truth. People stop questioning whether they're actually snakes because everyone knows the Tsaiski are snake people, except they never were. Or maybe some of them did transform themselves somehow. Vampirism in the Elder Scrolls comes in many forms. What if the Tsaiski vampires developed snake-like features over time? Scaled skin, serpentine eyes, maybe even the ability to unhinge their jaws. Enough to be called snake men without actually being snakes. But the skeletons don't lie. When they died, they left human bones behind. This matters because it changes how we understand Akaviri history. If the Tsaiski were humans, then the men of Akavir weren't wiped out at all. They're still there, just under a different name. The invasions of Tamriel weren't some alien race trying to conquer, but humans fighting humans, with one side having a really effective propaganda campaign about being serpent folk. Look at who's writing these sources. Mysterious Akavir is anonymous. It's written by someone who's never been to Akavir, just compiling rumors and legends. The text itself is filled with obvious exaggerations and poetic language. The snake folk ate all the men, but still kind of look like them. That line right there should make you suspicious. If they ate all the men, why do they resemble men? Because they are men. The only direct evidence we have, the skeletons, the ghost, the diary, the potentates who ruled the empire, all points to the Tsaishi being human. Everything calling them snakes is second-hand, written by people who never met them, passing along stories that got more fantastical with each retelling. So yeah, the Tsaishi probably aren't snakes. They're humans playing the longest game of false advertising in Tamrielic history. And it works so well that thousands of years later, everyone still believes they're serpent folk, despite all the evidence saying otherwise. The real question is why they bothered with the deception in the first place, and whether anyone on Akavir actually knows the truth anymore. Let's move on to Sovngarde, Nord Heaven, right? The ultimate afterlife where brave warriors go to feast and fight forever. Except here's the thing, it's not universal. Not everyone goes there. Not everyone wants to go there. And the whole concept of a single glorious afterlife breaks down when you realize every culture has their own version, and they're all supposedly real. The Nords build their entire culture around Sovngarde. Die bravely in battle, go to Shor's Hall, drink mead with the heroes of old, is their ultimate goal, their reward for living a Nord life. And in Skyrim, you actually go there. It exists. You walk across the Whalebone Bridge, enter the Hall of Valor, it's all real. So Sovngarde is confirmed as an actual place in Aetherius, not just a comforting myth. But then you start asking questions, like what about the Redguards? Redguards have their own afterlife, the Far Shores. It's a different part of Aetherius, reflecting their own beliefs about what comes after death. They don't go to Sovngarde. They don't want to go to Sovngarde. In their tradition, the Far Shores are where worthy Redguards sail after death, continuing their journey. It's as real to them as Sovngarde is to the Nords. And based on how the Elder Scrolls treats belief and reality, their afterlife probably exists too. The Ebony Warrior, a Redguard, talks about going to Sovngarde when you kill him. He's seeking a glorious death in combat to earn his place there. But here's the thing, he never shows up in Sovngarde. Players have checked, kill him before the main quest, go to Sovngarde during the main quest, and he's not there. He wanted to go to Sovngarde, believed he could go there, but apparently that's not how it works. Your race, your cultural background, your spiritual connection, that matters. You can't just choose a different afterlife because you like their mythology better. Then there are the Argonians. They don't have an afterlife at all, not in the traditional sense. When an Argonian dies, their soul returns to the Hist. They are reincarnated, given new bodies, sent back into the world. It's a cycle. They don't ascend to some eternal paradise, they come back. The whole concept is completely different from what the Nords or Redguards believe. Death isn't an end, it's a transition. The Hist are effectively running their own separate system. But wait, the Hist predate the Aedra. They are older than the current creation, survivors from the previous Kalpa, so the Argonian afterlife might actually be more ancient than any ethereal realm. They're not going to Aetherius at all, they're plugging back into a network that existed before Mundus was even created. That's a completely different metaphysical framework. The Dunmer have their own thing too, ancestor worship. Their spirits stick around Nirn, they don't go to some distant realm of the dead. They become ghost ancestors, watching over their descendants, inhabiting family shrines. Some Dunmer worship the Daedra, Azura, Boethia, Mephala, and probably end up in their realms after death. But traditional Dunmer don't leave at all. They're ghosts, lingering in the mortal world, which means there are potentially thousands of years of accumulated Dunmer spirits just hanging around Morrowind. And what about everyone else? Imperials, Bretons, Bosmer, Altmer, where do they go? The answer seems to be, it depends. Maybe they go to Aetherius in general. Maybe they get reincarnated through the Dreamsleeve, this cosmic recycling system that strips memories and sends souls back to Mundus. Maybe they go wherever they believe they'd go. Or maybe many don't go anywhere specific at all. Because here's the real issue. There is no universal truth about the afterlife in the Elder Scrolls. Death is culturally dependent. What happens to you after you die depends on who you are, what you believed, who your people are, and what spiritual frameworks you're connected to. The Nords get Sovngarde because they're descended from the Wanderers who followed Shor, and he built that realm for them. It's not open to everyone. It's specifically for those with that spiritual connection. Redguards can't get into Sovngarde because they don't have that connection. They're not descended from Shore's chosen people. Their souls go elsewhere because they have a different spiritual origin. Same with Argonians. They're not even the same kind of being as men and Mer. They were created by the Hist, not the Elnofey, so they follow completely different rules. This creates some really weird situations. What happens to mixed race children? If you're half Nord, half Redguard, where do you go? Does it depend on which culture you identify with? Does it split the difference? Can your soul actually be torn between two afterlives? And what about worship? Some sources suggest gods gain power from worship, that belief shapes reality. If enough people believe in something, does it become real? If an Imperial spends their whole life worshipping Nord gods, living like a Nord, dying in combat seeking Sovngarde, do they get in? Or does metaphysical bloodline trump everything? The evidence leans toward it being inherited, not chosen. The Ebony Warrior didn't make it despite his beliefs. The souls in Sovngarde are basically all Nords and Atmorans. You see a Redguard and an elf mentioned in Kodlak's vision, but that vision specifically showed harbingers of the companions entering Sovngarde, and those two led before the werewolf curse, which might mean special circumstances allowed them in. Or maybe the vision wasn't entirely accurate. Here's what this means. The afterlife in the Elder Scrolls isn't a single destination. It's not like there's heaven and hell and you go to one or the other. It's fragmented. Every culture has their own little corner of existence set up, and you're generally locked into whichever one your people have access to. The Nords have their warrior paradise because Shore made it for them specifically. The Redguards have the far shores because their gods created that for them. The Argonians have the Hist because they're not even part of the same spiritual ecosystem as everyone else. And then there are the people who don't go anywhere. Souls claimed by Daedric princes end up in their realms, Hircine takes werewolves, Nocturnal claims nightingales, Molag Bal traps souls in Cold Harbor. Those trump everything. Make a deal with the Daedra, and your cultural afterlife doesn't matter anymore. You're going to oblivion whether you like it or not. Some souls get trapped on Nirn entirely, become a ghost, haunt your burial site forever. That happens way more often than you'd think. The Soul Cairn is full of souls that got nabbed by the ideal masters. The Dream Sleeve might just erase you and recycle your soul into a new person. There are dozens of ways to not reach your intended afterlife. This is why death is so complicated in this universe. There's no simple answer. No priest can tell you with certainty what happens because it legitimately depends on factors most people don't even understand. Are you connected to the right gods? Did you live according to the right traditions? Are you the right race? Did you make any soul-binding contracts without realizing it? The Nords have it easy, relatively speaking. Clear criteria. Die bravely. Don't be a werewolf or oath-bound to some Daedra, boom, Sovngarde. But for most of Tamriel, death is much more ambiguous. The uncertainty is baked into the metaphysics of the world. So no, Sovngarde is not universal. It's one specific afterlife for one specific group of people. The far shores exist for Redguards. The Hist cycle exists for Argonians. Ancestor ghosts exist for Dunmer. And for many people, death might mean complete dissolution into the Dream Sleeve or getting stuck in limbo because you don't have clear spiritual connections anywhere. The truth about death in the Elder Scrolls is that there is no single truth. Your afterlife depends on your heritage, your beliefs, and sometimes just sheer cosmic luck. Moving on to Daedra, because the whole immortal thing is way more complicated than it sounds. Yes, Daedra can die in the traditional sense. Kill a Dremora and it just reforms in oblivion eventually. But immortality in the Elder Scrolls is conditional, not absolute, and the Daedric princes, they've proven to be way more vulnerable than you'd think. The basic mechanics are well documented. A Daedra doesn't have a soul like mortals do. Instead, it has an animus, a conscious essence. When you kill a Daedra's physical body, that animus is banished back to oblivion. There, it gradually absorbs chaotic creatia, that weird blue slime called azure plasm in Cold Harbor, and reforms. The process takes time, but eventually the Daedra comes back, memories intact, ready to go again. In theory, they're unkillable. But here's where it gets interesting, in theory, because there are exceptions. There are ways to damage or destroy a Daedra permanently, even if those methods are rare and difficult. First, the Animus has to go somewhere when it's banished. It returns to the void, that primordial chaos, before reforming in oblivion. That transition is vulnerable. If you could somehow trap a Daedra's Animus during that moment, prevent it from reaching oblivion or the void, what happens? Does it dissipate? We don't know for sure, but several sources suggest it's possible to permanently erase a lesser Daedra this way. Daedric princes are another matter entirely. They're supposed to be beyond harm, but history shows otherwise. Let's talk about Jyggalag. Jyggalag used to be one of the most powerful Daedric princes, the Prince of Order. His realm expanded constantly, his library contained predictions of everything that would ever happen, and his power grew so great that the other princes became genuinely afraid of him. So they did something unprecedented, they ganged up on him. All the other Daedric princes, working together, cursed Jyggalag. They couldn't kill him. But they did something arguably worse, they transformed him into his complete opposite. Jyggalag, the Prince of Order, became Sheogorath, the Prince of Madness. Everything he stood for, everything he was, got inverted, and the curse was designed to be eternal. At the end of each era, Jyggalag would briefly return to his true form, try to reclaim his realm, succeed, and then immediately transform back into Sheogorath, who would undo all his work, an infinite loop of futility. That's not quite death, but it's damn close. For all practical purposes, Jyggalag ceased to exist. He was reduced to a brief manifestation once per era before being erased again. The Prince of Order was gone. Only the curse keeping Sheogorath maintained any trace of what he'd been. This proves that Daedric princes can be diminished, altered, or effectively destroyed by other princes working in concert. Jyggalag was the strongest among them, and they still managed to curse him into oblivion for thousands of years. If they could do that to him, what could they do to weaker princes? It also shows that Daedric power isn't fixed. Jyggalag lost his realm. He lost his influence. For millennia, he existed only as Sheogorath, and all his power as the Prince of Order just vanished. Where did it go? Into maintaining Sheogorath. The curse didn't destroy the power, it redirected it, but from Jyggalag's perspective, he might as well have been dead. Then there's the question of realms. A Daedric prince's realm is an extension of themselves. It's made from their essence, their power, shaped by their will. If you could destroy a prince's realm completely, what happens to the prince? We don't have a clear answer, but several sources suggest it would be catastrophic. The prince might survive, but severely diminished, possibly unable to reform their realm without outside help. The princes themselves seem aware of this vulnerability. They are territorial, they guard their realms jealously, and they never ever directly invade each other's realms in force. The Oblivion Crisis didn't spill over into other princes' territories. The wars between the Daedra happen in neutral spaces or on Mundus, never in their home realms. That suggests attacking a prince in their own realm might actually be dangerous, not to the attacker necessarily, but to the realm itself, and by extension, to the prince. Lesser Daedra are definitely vulnerable to permanent death under the right circumstances. If a Daedra binds itself to Mundus instead of Oblivion, it becomes mortal. There's a quest in ESO where you meet a Dremora who did exactly this, bound herself to Nirn. If you kill her, she's actually dead. No reformation in Oblivion. She traded immortality for the ability to exist permanently on Mundus. That's a real death. Daedra can also be erased by sufficiently powerful beings. The Magna Ge, the star orphans who fled Mundus during creation, supposedly have the power to completely annihilate Daedra. Magnus himself, the architect of Mundus, might be able to permanently destroy even Daedric princes, though he's never bothered to try. The implications are that beings of sufficient power, especially those with closer ties to Aetherius, can bypass Daedric immortality. Then there's the question of the void itself. Daedra fear it. The spirit of the Daedra text explicitly mentions this. They're afraid of the void, that primordial nothingness they have to pass through to reform. Why would immortal beings fear anything? Unless there's a risk, they won't come back. Unless something in the void could claim them permanently. Some theories suggest that if a Daedra's animus is destroyed in the void, before it can reach oblivion to reform, it's gone forever. That would be true death, not just banishment, not just transformation, but complete erasure. The being would cease to exist on any level. All memory of it, all its power, all its influence, gone. That's the ultimate fear. Not pain, not defeat, but non-existence. This might be what happened to some of the lost Daedric princes. The lore mentions several princes who used to exist but don't anymore. Jyggalag was lost to his curse. But what about the others? Did they get destroyed somehow? Are they trapped? Or did they actually achieve true death through some method we don't understand? The princes themselves can lose power gradually. Worship and influence matter. A prince with no worshippers, no cultists, no one speaking their name or seeking their aid grows weaker over time. They don't die, but they fade. Becoming irrelevant is its own kind of death for beings whose existence is tied to their sphere of influence. If everyone forgets you, if your sphere stops mattering, what are you even a prince of anymore? Look at how the princes constantly vie for mortal attention. They offer artifacts, they answer prayers, they interfere in mortal affairs constantly. Why? Because they need that connection. Not to exist, they'd exist regardless, but to maintain their power and relevance. A prince without influence might as well be dead. So, yes, Daedra can die, sort of. They can be permanently erased under specific circumstances. They can be transformed into something unrecognizable. They can lose their realms, their power, their relevance. They can be trapped, bound, or banished beyond recovery. The immortality they possess isn't absolute. It has conditions, loopholes, and weaknesses. The key takeaway is this: in the Elder Scrolls, very little is truly immortal. Everything has some kind of vulnerability. The Aedra weakened themselves, creating Mundus. The Daedra maintained their power by staying out of Mundus, and even they can be diminished, cursed, or possibly destroyed by forces powerful enough to overcome their reformative abilities. Jyggalag's curse proves that Daedric princes are not untouchable. They can be harmed by their peers. And if the other princes could curse the strongest of their number into madness for millennia, who's to say there aren't other ways to permanently remove a prince from existence? The methods would be extreme, the power required enormous, but the possibility exists. Immortality in this universe is conditional. Everything can end, even gods. Next, we need to talk about Sithis, because the Dark Brotherhood has it wrong, like really wrong. They worship Sithis as a god, as the Dread Father, as this conscious being who desires death and murder. They perform rituals, they pray, they believe Sithis sends souls to them for assassination. It's a whole religion built around Sithis being a deity. Except Sithis isn't a god. Sithis isn't even a being. Sithis is a concept, an idea, a cosmic force. Think of it like gravity or entropy. It exists, it has effects on reality, but it doesn't think, and it definitely doesn't care about murder contracts. Let's go back to the beginning. In most Tamrielic creation myths, there was Anu and Padome. Anu was stasis, order, light. Padome was change, chaos, darkness. They came into conflict, and from their interaction, reality was born. Anuiel, the soul of Anu, and Sithis, the soul of Padome, continued this dynamic. From Anuiel came Auriel and the Aedra. From Sithis came Lorkhan. Sithis, in this context, is a primordial force of change and chaos. It's the principle that nothing stays the same, that everything breaks down, that order inevitably decays. It's entropy. Is the heat-death of the universe made metaphysical. It predates the Aedra and Daedra. It's what created them. Or more accurately, what allowed them to exist in the first place. Without Sithis providing change and differentiation, there would just be the static void of Anu, unchanging and eternal. So Sithis is older than gods. It's more primordial than any divine being. The Aedra and Daedra are complicated, differentiated entities. Sithis is simple. It's the principle of change itself. Not evil, not good, just change. Things don't stay the same. That's Sithis. That's all it is. But the Dark Brotherhood worships Sithis as a murder god. How did that happen? Probably Mephala. No, seriously. The Dark Brotherhood split off from the Morak Dong, who worship Mephala, Daedric prince of lies and secrets. There's a strong theory that the Sithis the Brotherhood worships is actually just Mephala in disguise, manipulating them for her own purposes. The Night Mother, who supposedly speaks for Sithis, possibly an aspect of Mephala, or maybe just a ghost who thinks she's speaking for Sithis but is really just insane. The Brotherhood's version of Sithis is described as wanting death, sending contracts, claiming souls. That's not how a primordial force of change behaves. That's how a Daedric prince manipulating mortals behaves. Mephala has every reason to encourage a murder cult. It spreads chaos and death, which is right up her alley. And she's the Prince of Lies. Getting people to worship her while thinking they're worshipping something else, that's the ultimate deception. Even if Mephala isn't directly involved, the Brotherhood still fundamentally misunderstands what they're worshipping. They've taken a cosmic principle and personified it into a deity. They've built a whole mythology around Sithis having desires and preferences and plans. But Sithis doesn't have any of that. It's change. It doesn't want anything because it's not conscious. The Argonians have a much better understanding. They acknowledge Sithis as the original creator, the force that disrupted the stillness and created possibility. But they don't worship it as a god. They recognize it for what it is, a fundamental aspect of reality. Change is necessary. Things must end for new things to begin. The Hiss themselves, ancient as they are, accept this principle. Argonians born under the shadow are given to the Dark Brotherhood, yes. But that's not because Sithis demands it. It's because Argonian culture recognizes that death and change are necessary parts of existence, and these individuals are spiritually attuned to that principle. The Brotherhood thinks these shadow scales are gifts from Sithis. The Argonians know better. They're just Argonians whose nature aligns with the concept Sithis represents. Here's what the Brotherhood gets wrong. They think Sithis is sending them contracts, that when someone performs the Black Sacrament, Sithis hears and responds. But there's no evidence Sithis does anything. The Night Mother supposedly relays Sithis' will, but she's either a ghost, a Daedric aspect, or a shared delusion. The contracts come from people performing a ritual. The Dark Brotherhood responds because they have a system for tracking these rituals. Sithis isn't involved. When someone is murdered by the Brotherhood believes that person's soul goes to the Void, to Sithis. But the Void isn't Sithis' realm. The Void predates realms. It's the nothingness from which reality emerged. Souls might go there, sure, but not because Sithis is collecting them. More likely, they're just dissolving into primordial chaos because they have no other spiritual connection to latch onto. The Brotherhood sees Sithis everywhere they want to see it. A target dies easily, Sithis willed it. A contract goes wrong, they failed Sithis. An assassin shows exceptional skill, Sithis favors them. But this is all just interpretation. They're attributing conscious will to a force that doesn't have consciousness. It's like saying gravity wants you to fall, or entropy desires decay. No, that's just what those forces do. Sithis causes change, because that's literally what it is. The really messed up part is that the Brotherhood has centered their entire purpose around honoring Sithis through murder. But murder isn't change, it's just one kind of change. And it's not even particularly meaningful change in the grand scheme of things. Sithis as a concept doesn't care if someone dies. It doesn't care about anything. The Brotherhood has built a religion around the idea that they're serving this great cosmic purpose, when really they're just assassins with a complicated theological justification for what they do. Some scholars think Sithis might be the Godhead, the dreamer whose dream is all of reality. That's probably going too far. Sithis, as a principle of change, could be involved in the mechanism of the dream, but equating it with the Godhead itself conflates the force with the source. More likely, Sithis is a fundamental property of the dream, the thing that keeps it dynamic rather than static. What's clear is that Sithis is older than the gods, simpler than the gods, and entirely indifferent to mortal concerns. The Aedra and Daedra are comprehensible, at least in theory. They have spheres, personalities, desires. You can bargain with them, worship them, understand them to some degree. Sithis is none of that. It's the void. It's change. It's the principle that nothing lasts forever. You can't worship it meaningfully because it doesn't care. You can't bargain with it because it doesn't make deals. You can't even really understand it because it exists on a level below divine comprehension. The Dark Brotherhood's worship of Sithis is probably the longest running theological error in Tamrielic history. They've taken something utterly alien and incomprehensible and convinced themselves it's a murder god who loves them. Meanwhile, Sithis, the actual concept, continues doing what it's always done, ensuring that everything changes, nothing stays the same, and all order eventually decays into chaos. Not because it wants to, but because that's what it is. So yeah, Sithis isn't evil, it isn't conscious, it isn't plotting or planning or desiring anything. It's a cosmic law, like thermodynamics or causality. The Brotherhood worships a misunderstood aspect of reality, possibly manipulated by Mephala, definitely twisted by their own mythology into something it isn't. The true Sithis, the primordial force of change, remains exactly what it's always been. The reason nothing lasts forever, including the Brotherhood's misconceptions about what they're actually serving. Next, let's talk about memory shaping reality, because this might be the most important piece of metaphysics in the entire Elder Scrolls universe, and most people completely overlook it. In Tamriel, belief doesn't just provide comfort or guidance. Belief actively alters reality. Memory shapes existence. The gods themselves are susceptible to this force, and entire historical events can be rewritten if enough people remember them differently. This isn't just philosophy, it's an observable, repeatable phenomenon with massive implications. It starts with the gods. The Aedra, particularly, are vulnerable to something called mythopoeic forces. Basically, the cumulative belief of mortals can literally change what a god is and was. Akatosh is the perfect example of this. There isn't really one Akatosh. There's Auriel, the elven time god. There's Alduin, the Nordic dragon. There's Alkosh, the Kayeti cat dragon. Same basic concept, time, dragons, firstborn of creation, but manifested completely differently depending on which culture is doing the remembering. And here's the thing, they're all real. Auriel exists, Alduin exists, Alkosh exists. They're not just different names for the same being, they're different beings split from a common origin by the divergent beliefs of different cultures. This happened because the Aedra weakened themselves creating Mundus. They poured their power into making the mortal world, and that left them vulnerable to mortal interpretation. When humans and elves developed different cultural memories of the time god, those memories had enough metaphysical weight to actually fragment the original being. The more humans believed Akatosh was distinctly different from Auriel, the more Akatosh became distinctly different from Auriel. The Selectives Accord made this explicit and intentional. After the fall of the Aelids, the early Alessian order literally rewrote Akatosh. They stripped away his marish aspects, reshaped him into a more human-friendly form, and because they had enough people believing it, it worked. They retroactively changed the nature of a god. Not just going forward, they changed what he had always been, through mythopoeic force. This is why multiple contradictory creation myths can all be true simultaneously. The Altmers say one thing, the Nords say another, the Khajiit tell a completely different story. Normally, that means somebody's wrong, right? Multiple contradictory accounts can't all be accurate, except in the Elder Scrolls they can. Because enough people believing each version makes each version real, at least for the people doing the believing. The Dwemer understood this. Their tonal architecture wasn't just manipulating matter and energy, it was manipulating the underlying myths and archetypes that defined reality. By changing the story, they changed what was possible. That's how they could build impossible things, break the rules of conventional magic, and eventually attempt to reshape themselves into something beyond mortality. They were literally editing the source code of reality through mythopoeic manipulation. This is also how Kim works, though that's a deeper topic. Achieving Kim means understanding that you're part of a dream, but asserting your existence anyway. You say, "I am," even when you know you're not real, and the force of that assertion makes you real. It's the ultimate mythopoeic act. You rewrite your own story so thoroughly that reality has to accept it. Talos is probably the best modern example. Tiber Septim was a man, a powerful man, a skilled warrior, probably dragonborn, but still fundamentally mortal. Then he died. But the Empire kept worshipping him. Millions of people across Tamriel believed he had become a god. They built shrines, prayed to him, told stories of his divine intervention. And you know what happened? He actually became a god. Not metaphorically, not symbolically. Talos, the god, exists. You can receive his blessing. He has a sphere of influence. He intervenes in mortal affairs. The hero of Kvatch encountered an avatar of Talos. Tiber Septim, the man ascended to godhood through the sheer mythopoeic force of millions of believers, remembering him as divine. The Talmor understand this, which is why they are so aggressive about banning Talos worship. They are not just being religiously intolerant, they're trying to literally unmake a god by eroding the belief that sustains him. If everyone stops believing in Talos, stops worshipping him, stops remembering him as divine, he'll stop being divine. The mythopoeic force that elevated him will dissipate. He might not disappear entirely. Tiber Septim, the historical figure, would still exist in memory, but Talos, the god, would cease to be. The Talmor know this. They're waging a metaphysical war, not just a political one. This same principle explains why historical events in the Elder Scrolls are so contradictory. Multiple sources give completely different accounts of the same events, and they're all considered valid. The Battle of Red Mountain has like 6 different versions depending on who's telling it. Did the tribunal murder Nerevar? Did he die in battle? Did he die of wounds later? All of the above might be true because different groups remember it differently, and in Tamriel, memory has weight. The Dragon Break is the most extreme example of this. Time literally broke. Multiple timelines existed simultaneously. Contradictory events all happened at once. And when the Dragon Break ended, reality had to incorporate all of those contradictory histories. The Middle Dawn lasted 1,000 years, or maybe 8, or maybe 400, all simultaneously true because there's no single timeline to reference. The survivors all remembered different versions, and so all versions became retroactively real. This is why the Elder Scrolls themselves are so important. They're not just prophecies, they're fixed points of memory that resist mythopoeic revision. An Elder Scroll records what happened in a way that can be rewritten by cultural belief. That makes them incredibly valuable and incredibly dangerous. If you could destroy or rewrite an Elder Scroll, you could literally change history in a way that sticks, regardless of what people believe. The Marukati Selectives tried to use a Dragon Break to remove the elven aspects from Akatosh completely. They wanted to retroactively make him a purely human god, as if he'd never had any connection to Auriel at all. It partially worked. Akatosh now is distinctly different from Auriel in ways that suggest they were always different, even though we know they weren't. The attempt to fully separate them failed, hence the catastrophic Dragon Break, but it still altered reality. Time shattered, and when it healed, the god of time had been changed. Cultural belief can even affect Daedric princes, though they're more resistant than the Aedra. The Dunmer worshipped Azura, Boethia, and Mephala as the good Daedra. That cultural belief gave those princes more influence in Morrowind, made them more invested in Dunmer affairs, and shaped how they interacted with that culture. When the tribunal took over and declared those same princes to be the anticipations, precursors to themselves, that mythopoeic revision actually changed the relationship between the princes and Morrowind. The princes became less directly involved, more symbolic, until the tribunal fell and suddenly their influence came roaring back. Sheogorath is actually the most interesting case. He's the Daedric Prince of Madness, but he wasn't always. He used to be Jyggalag. The curse that transformed him worked through mythopoeic force. The other princes essentially rewrote who he was by forcing a new story onto him. And because they were powerful enough, because enough of them believed it simultaneously, the rewrite stuck. Jyggalag became Sheogorath, not just in appearance, but in history. People forgot Jyggalag had ever existed. The new story became the only story, until the curse was broken. This has massive implications for understanding reality in the Elder Scrolls. Objective truth barely exists. What happened in the past is mutable, depending on who's remembering it and how much metaphysical weight their memory carries. The gods themselves are shaped by mortal belief. History is whatever enough people agree it is, and if you can get enough people to agree on a new version, you can literally change what happened. This is why the tomb is so powerful. Shouting isn't just making noise, it's asserting a truth so strongly that reality has to bend. When you shout fire breath, you're not creating fire through some magical mechanism. You're stating, there is fire, with such conviction that fire appears. The words have power because language shapes reality in this universe. The dragons understood this instinctively. They could reshape the world through speech because their words carried mythopoeic weight. The Dwemer tried to weaponize this principle. If they could change the story of what they were fundamentally, they could transcend mortality, become something new. The Numidium was supposed to be the ultimate mythopoeic weapon, a machine that could assert no to reality itself, denying the existence of things through pure conceptual force. It would walk across Tamriel saying, this is not real, and whatever it pointed at would cease to exist because it had enough power to make that statement true. This explains why prophecy works the way it does in the Elder Scrolls. A prophecy isn't predicting the future, it's creating a narrative that reality tries to follow. The more people know about a prophecy, the more weight it has, the more likely it is to come true. The Nerevarine prophecy worked because enough people believed in it. Their collective belief created a narrative framework that reality filled in. Whether the Nerevarine was truly Nerevar reborn or just someone who fit the prophecy doesn't matter, the story was strong enough to make them Nerevar either way. You can see this in smaller ways too. The companions in Skyrim have this legend about the first Harbingers being blessed by Ysgramor. Whether that actually happened is almost irrelevant. They believe it so strongly, have told the story so many times, that the blessing functions as if it's real. Their belief gives them strength. The mythopoeic force of their shared memory makes the legend functionally true. This is also why the Talmor want to unmake Mundus. They believe it's a prison, that mortality is a curse, that by unmaking the mortal world, they can return to their divine state. And here's the scary part. If they could get enough people to believe that, if they could generate enough mythopoeic force behind that narrative, they might actually succeed. Not through physical means, but by convincing reality itself to rewrite the story of creation. If enough people remember the world as not existing, the world might stop existing. The tower mythology ties into this too. The towers aren't just structures, they are narrative anchors. They hold creation stories in place, prevent reality from being too easily rewritten. When a tower falls, like Red Mountain or White Gold, reality becomes more mutable in that region. The stories become less fixed, the metaphysics get weird. And if enough towers fall, maybe reality becomes so mutable that a sufficiently powerful narrative could reshape everything. Memory shaping reality means that historians in Tamriel aren't just recording the past, they're actively participating in defining what the past was. A historian who writes a convincing enough account of an event, if that account becomes widely accepted, has literally changed history. Not just people's understanding of history, but actual history. The event in the past retroactively becomes more like the historian's version, because that's what everyone now remembers. This is why conflicting accounts aren't just annoying contradictions, they're evidence of mythopoeic forces in action. When you read 5 different versions of the same event, you are seeing reality in flux. The true version might be some combination of all accounts, or reality might still be deciding which version to settle on based on which one more people end up believing. The scariest implication is that nothing is truly permanent. A sufficiently powerful mythopoeic revision could change anything about the past, present, or future. Gods can be created or destroyed. History can be rewritten. The fundamental nature of reality can be altered if enough people believe strongly enough. The only limits are how much metaphysical weight you can generate, either through raw power like the Dwemer Stonal architecture, or through mass belief like the worship that created Talos. So when we talk about memory shaping reality in the Elder Scrolls, we're not talking about some vague philosophical concept. We're talking about the fundamental mechanism by which reality operates. Belief has weight. Memory has power. Enough people remembering something makes it true, and enough people forgetting something can make it never have happened at all. The universe is, in a very real sense, whatever we collectively agree it is. And that makes truth in Tamriel a much stranger and more mutable thing than in most fictional universes. Everything you think you know about Elder Scrolls lore, it's true. But so is the contradictory version someone else believes, and if enough people start believing a third version, that becomes true too. The lore isn't fixed, because reality itself isn't fixed. Memory shapes it, belief molds it, and the only constant is that nothing stays the same for long, which, come to think of it, sounds a lot like Sithis. Maybe the whole universe is just one big expression of that principle of change, with mythopoeic force as the mechanism by which that change manifests. And that's what makes the Elder Scrolls universe so fascinating. The deeper you dig, the weirder it gets, and the more you realize that even the foundational truths are negotiable. Next up, we're going to talk about how belief actively shapes reality in the Elder Scrolls universe. This is one of those things that sounds like standard fantasy at first, but when you really dig into what's happening, it gets way more intense than you'd expect. So here's the thing. In most fantasy settings, gods exist, and they have worshippers, right? Pretty standard stuff. But in the Elder Scrolls, the relationship goes both ways in a much more literal sense. The worship doesn't just empower gods, it actually changes what they are. It rewrites their nature. This concept is called mythopoeia, and it's one of the most fascinating mechanics in the entire setting. Let's start with what we know happens. The Aedra, those gods that gave up their power to create Mundus, they're particularly vulnerable to this. Because they sacrificed so much of themselves to make the mortal world, they're bound to it in ways the Daedra aren't. And that binding means they can be reshaped by mortal belief. There's this really interesting contrast here. If you got experts from different races together and asked them to describe Akatosh or Lorkhan, they'd argue forever. Each culture sees these beings completely differently. But if you ask them about a Daedric prince like Sheogorath, they'd reach consensus pretty quickly. The Daedra have this unified identity because they're separate from Mundus, while the Aedra are malleable. Now, this gets really practical when you look at actual historical events. Take the Marukati Selectives in the First Era. These were extremist monks who literally tried to remove the elven aspects of Akatosh through a ritual called the Right Reaching. They wanted to separate Akatosh from Auriel because to them, the Time God shouldn't have any connection to Mer culture. And here's the wild part. They might have actually succeeded, at least partially. The whole event caused a dragon break, a fracture in time itself that lasted over 1,000 years. Reality was so damaged by what they were trying to do that linear time just stopped working properly. But the Marukati weren't the first to mess with this. Alessia, the slave queen who overthrew the Eyelids, she did something similar but more subtle. When she established the first empire of Cyrodiil, she merged Nordic and Elven religious traditions. She took the Nordic god Shor and the Elven god Auriel and helped shape them into something new, the Eight Divines. This wasn't just political compromise, this was actively changing the metaphysical nature of these beings through the establishment of new worship patterns and new stories. The Tribunal is maybe the best example of mythopoeia in action. Vivec, Almalexia and Sothasil used Kagranak's tools on the heart of Lorkhan to steal divine power, sure, but that's just the start. What they did afterwards is even more interesting. They established themselves as replacements for the Good Daedra, Azura, Boethia, and Mephala, who were called the Anticipations. The tribunal called themselves Amsiv and positioned these Daedric princes as mere foreshadowings of their own glory. And because the Dunmer people believed this for thousands of years, it became true in a real sense. The tribunal actually did supplant those Daedra in the hearts and minds of the Dunmer, which gave them genuine power and changed the metaphysical landscape of Morrowind. Vivek goes even further with this. In his sermons, he rewrites history. He claims things happened differently than other sources say they happened. And here's where it gets weird. Some scholars think both versions might be true, because Vivek achieved Kim, a state of enlightenment where you realize you're part of a dream but don't disappear. With Kim, you can edit reality, including retroactively, so Vivek might have literally rewritten his own past, making himself always have been a god, always have been important to the creation of the Dunmer. The power of myth isn't just about changing the future, it can change the past too. This is why the Elder Scrolls has so many contradictory creation myths, and they're all somehow valid. The Khajiit say Alkosh and Lorkhaj did certain things. The Nords say Shor and Alduin did other things. The Altmer have their own version, with Auriel and Lorkhan. None of these are wrong. There are different cultural interpretations that have become true through the weight of belief. It's like reality is collaborative storytelling, and whoever tells the most compelling story with the most believers gets to shape what actually happened. There's this concept called the Prolix Tower, which is achieving divinity through talking. Literally just talking enough, telling your story enough times and with enough conviction that you become divine. Talos might be an example of this. Whether or not Tiber Septim was actually dragonborn or actually worthy, the sheer weight of imperial propaganda and belief across thousands of years made him into a god. The Talmor understand this, which is why they're so obsessed with banning Talos worship. They're not just being jerks about religion, they're trying to unmake a god by cutting off the belief that sustains him. And this is why historical texts in the Elder Scrolls are so unreliable. It's not just that ancient people were wrong or lying, it's that what they wrote down and what was believed becomes part of what actually happened. A historian makes a claim, people believe it, it gets repeated, and suddenly that's part of the historical record in a metaphysical sense. The past is malleable in this universe. An archaeologist in Tamriel makes a discovery and publishes a theory, and if that theory becomes widely accepted, it could actually change what happened millennia ago. Reality retroactively adjusts to fit the new narrative. This has massive implications for how everything works. When you encounter ancient ruins or read old texts, you're not just looking at artifacts of what happened, you're looking at weapons in ongoing metaphysical wars. Every religious text, every historical account, every myth and legend is an attempt to shape reality itself. The Tuum, the voice of the dragons and the greybeards, might be a form of this too. When a dragon shouts a word, they're not just making sound. They're asserting a truth about reality so forcefully that reality has to comply. Fus means force, and by shouting it with absolute conviction, the dragon makes force exist in that moment and place. The scary part is that this means reality in the Elder Scrolls is deeply unstable. It's held together by consensus, by the weight of shared belief. Challenge that consensus hard enough, and you can break the world. That's what dragon breaks are, moments when competing narratives are so strong and contradictory that time itself fractures. During a dragon break, all possible versions of events happen simultaneously. Witnesses see different things. Contradictory outcomes all occur. And when time restabilizes, what really happened is determined by which version gets believed most strongly afterward. This is also why magic is so dangerous to the fundamental structure of reality. Mages aren't just manipulating energy, they're imposing their will on the basic rules of existence. Every spell is a small act of mythopoeia, a moment of saying, no, reality works like this instead. Do that enough, with enough power, and you can cause serious damage. The Sijic Order understands this, which is why they're so cautious about who they teach and what they allow. It's not about keeping magical secrets. It's about preventing people from accidentally or deliberately breaking reality through overuse of mythopoeic force. Next, we're looking at lands beyond Tamriel that hardly anyone talks about. Most Elder Scrolls games focus on Tamriel, obviously, but there are other continents and places out there, and some of them are deeply strange. Piendonia is probably the most well-known of the hidden lands. It's the homeland of the Maormer, the Sea Elves, and it's perpetually wrapped in thick mist. The Maormer were supposedly banished there from Aldmeris in ancient times because their leader, Orgnum, tried to lead a rebellion. The guy is supposedly still alive, an immortal wizard king who has led every single Maormer invasion of the Somerset Isles throughout history. Think about that. This is one dude who has been personally commanding naval invasions for thousands of years and keeps failing. Either he's incredibly persistent or he's playing a much longer game than anyone realizes. The description of Piendonia itself is wild. When an Altmer fleet tried to pursue Maormer raiders back to their homeland, they found what they described as a sea jungle. The place has massive plateaus covered in vegetation, with valleys of ocean between them. There's kelp everywhere that serves as natural barriers and camouflage. The Maormer apparently know how to navigate it, but for outsiders it's a maze that will trap your ships. And the Maormer keep sea serpents. They raise and tame giant sea serpents that serve as guards and sometimes as mounts for Orgnum himself. The place is like if you took a rainforest and mixed it with the ocean and then made it deliberately hostile to anyone who isn't supposed to be there. What's interesting is that despite thousands of years of raiding and conflict, almost nobody from Tamriel has actually been to Piendonia and returned. It's this huge unknown right off the southern coast of the Somerset Isles, but it might as well be on another planet for all anyone knows about it. The mist that surrounds it isn't natural. It's called the Veil of Mist, and it's thick enough that it completely hides the continent. You can't just sail south and find it. The Maormer come out of the mist, raid the coasts, and disappear back into it. The Altmer have tried to follow them and either get lost in the mist or get ambushed in the sea jungle. The Maormer themselves are weird too. They're elves, but they've adapted to their environment in strange ways. Some accounts say their skin is almost translucent or pale to the point of being ghost-like. They're master seafarers and they can apparently control weather to some degree, conjuring up storms to sink enemy fleets, and they have this racial ability where they can apparently tame sea monsters. Not just serpents, any kind of horrible thing that lives in the ocean, they can potentially control it. That's a horrifying thought when you consider what's implied to live in the seas of Nirn. Then there's Thras, the Slowed homeland. If Piendonia is mysterious and dangerous, Thras is mysterious and absolutely revolting. The Slowed are slug-like beings, massive corpulent things that live on coral atolls west of Tamriel. They're brilliant necromancers and completely amoral. They view other races the way we might view livestock, useful resources, but nothing to feel any kinship with. Thras itself is a coral kingdom. The Slowed apparently live on atolls made of living coral, and their architecture is coral-based too. The place is described as perpetually covered in a few inches of slimy water, with everything coated in slime and mold. The smell is apparently unbearable. But here's the really disturbing part. They use necromancy for everything. The Slowed keep reanimated corpses as servants and slaves. They raise dead sea creatures as pets. Their whole society runs on undead labor. Imagine visiting a place where everything that moves might be a corpse being puppeted by necromantic magic, and you start to understand why nobody wants to go to Thras. The most famous thing about the Slowed is the Thracian Plague. In the First Era, the Slowed released a plague that killed more than half the population of Tamriel. Over half. It was devastating beyond comprehension, wiping out entire regions and nations. In response, an alliance called the All Flags Navy sailed to Thras and absolutely destroyed the place. They shattered the Slowed's coral towers and sank large parts of the archipelago. People thought the Slowed were extinct for a while. But they came back. The Slode recovered, and by later eras they were still around, still practicing their vile necromancy, still occasionally causing problems. They are apparently extremely difficult to actually kill permanently. Plus, they have this weird life cycle where they start as little grubs, squirm to the ocean, transform into aquatic forms called polwiggles, and then eventually mature into the massive slug beings. And in a really disgusting twist, adult Slode catch and harvest their own young to make Slode soap, which is a powerful alchemical ingredient. So they're not just necromancers and plague bringers, they're also casually cannibalistic toward their own offspring. The coral towers of Thras are interesting from a metaphysical standpoint too. Before the Ulflax Navy destroyed it, there was something called the Coral Tower, and scholars think it might have been one of the towers, those reality anchoring structures that hold the world together. If the Slode built or maintained a tower, that means they understood the fundamental architecture of reality at a deep level, which makes them even more dangerous than just being talented necromancers. They were messing with the basic structure of Mundus. And then there's Lig, and this is where things get properly weird. Lig might not even exist in the normal sense. It might be from a previous Kalpa, a previous cycle of reality before Alduin ate the world and everything reset. Or it might be an adjacent place, a parallel version of Tamriel that exists sideways to normal reality. The sources are confusing and contradictory, because Lig itself seems to be confused and contradictory. What we know about Lig comes mostly from Mankar Camoran's commentaries on the Mysterium Exarchus. Now, Camoran was completely insane and trying to destroy the world, so his reliability is questionable. But he claims that Lig was ruled by Druch kings in ancient times. The Druch are these tentacled monsters that live in water now, but according to Camoran, they once ruled entire oceans as tyrant kings. Molag Bal was apparently the chief of these Druch kings in his previous form before he became a Daedric prince. That's in one of Vivek's sermons too. The claim that Molag Bal was spiny and armored and made for the sea when the Druch ruled. According to Camoran, Myrun's Dagon was created in the bowels of Lig by the Magnage. They made him as a weapon of hope and rebellion, and Dagon raised up legions and destroyed the towers of Lig, bringing down its cities and freeing Nirn from whatever Lig was or represented. This is mythic language, heavily symbolic, but the implication is that Dagon's entire purpose is destruction. He was literally manufactured to destroy things, and his first act was destroying an entire world or dimension, or something that might have been oppressing the current Kalpa. Some scholars think Lig is a previous Kalpa that somehow left imprints on the current one. The way Kalpas work in Elder Scrolls is that Alduin is supposed to eat the world at the end of each cycle, resetting everything for a new Kalpa to begin. But there's this figure called the Leaper Demon King, who supposedly hides parts of the old world from Alduin, and then these hidden pieces get stuck into the new world by the greedy man. So, fragments of previous Kalpas can persist into new ones, carried forward by things that manage to slip past the world eating. If Lig is one of these fragments, that would explain why it's so strange and contradictory. It's not supposed to exist in this Kalpa at all. It's a leftover, a glitch in reality, a piece of a dead universe that somehow survived into the current one. And if the Druch really did rule it, that means the Druch might also be survivors from a previous Kalpa, which would explain why they're so alien and why they don't fit neatly into the categories of other creatures in Tamriel. The Vivek connection is interesting too. In the 36 lessons of Vivek, there are these beings called Grabbers from Lig. They take Vivek's child monster Hanaud and build their Tower Hope on it, turning it into something called City Face. This is extremely symbolic language, but some people think the Grabbers are the Magnage and City Face is actually an allegory for how Mehrunes Dagon was created. So Vivek might be describing the creation of a Daedric prince through this weird mythic poetry. The other interpretation is that Lig is an adjacent place, a parallel dimension that's similar to Tamriel, but different in key ways. You can't get there by normal travel. You have to slide sideways in some unusual manner, entering through non-cardinal directions. What does that even mean? Cardinal directions are north, south, east, west. Non-cardinal would be what? Diagonal, up, sideways through time. The language suggests that Lig exists at a right angle to normal reality, that you have to move in a direction that doesn't usually exist to get there. Some people think Lig is what happens when Nirn is folded up, creating an imprint of itself in some other location. Like if you pressed Tamriel against something and it left a stamp, and that stamp became its own place with its own history. This imprint Tamriel is Lig, a shadow or echo that has its own existence separate from the original. Whatever Lig is, it represents the idea that there's more to the Elder Scrolls universe than just Tamriel and Oblivion and Aetherius. There are adjacent places, previous kalpas, parallel dimensions, and other weird metaphysical locations that exist in the cracks between normal reality. And some of these places are so strange that our normal concepts of geography and history don't apply to them. They're places where the rules are different, where reality might work in completely alien ways. What makes all these locations, Paendonia, Thraz, Lig, interesting is that they're all referenced but never explored. They exist in the lore as these tantalizing mysteries. We know just enough to understand that they're out there, that they're important, and that they're deeply weird. But we don't know enough to really understand them. They represent the edges of the map, the places where known reality fades into mystery and speculation. Next, we need to talk about the Elder Scrolls themselves, because despite the franchise being named after them, most people don't really understand what they are. They're not prophecies. They're not books. They're wounds in reality itself, and they're incredibly dangerous. The Elder Scrolls exist outside of time. They contain information about past, present, and future, but not in the way history book or fortune-telling device does. They contain all possible pasts and all possible futures simultaneously. When you look at an Elder Scroll, you're not reading something that was written. You're accessing a point where time and causality break down, and everything that could happen is happening at once. It's like staring into the raw structure of reality before it's been collapsed into a single timeline. This is why they blind people who read them. It's not a curse or a magical effect. It's the inevitable result of a mortal mind trying to process information that exists in a state beyond normal space-time. When someone reads an Elder Scroll, they're forcing their linear consciousness to engage with non-linear information. The human brain just can't handle that kind of input. It's like trying to pour the ocean into a cup. Something has to give, and what gives is your ability to perceive the normal world. The Moth Priests understand this. They're members of the cult of the Ancestor Moth, and they've developed a ritual that lets them read the Elder Scrolls with slightly more safety. They prepare for years, learning meditation techniques and mental disciplines. They surround themselves with ancestor moths during the reading, and the moths somehow help filter the information, making it slightly more manageable. But even with all this preparation, every time a Moth Priest reads an Elder Scroll, they're blind for a period afterwards. The first few times, the blindness is temporary, maybe hours or days. But each subsequent reading leaves them blind for longer, until eventually there's a reading where they just never get their sight back. The priests accept this. They call it the penultimate reading, when they know their next reading will be their last. At that point, many withdraw to seclusion to prepare themselves mentally for what they're about to experience, because that final reading supposedly grants them incredible clarity and understanding. It's described as a sublime understanding of the contents of the scroll. So they trade their physical sight for this transcendent knowledge, and then they spend the rest of their lives at the temple of the ancestor moths, tending to the ancestor moths and reflecting on what they've learned. But here's the really disturbing part. Even people who are trained, even Moth Priests with decades of experience, they can't control what they see in the scrolls. You can't just open an Elder Scroll and look up a specific piece of information. The scrolls show you what they want to show you. Sometimes they show you visions of possible futures. Sometimes they show you events from the distant past. Sometimes they show you things that haven't happened yet and might never happen. And sometimes they just show you chaos, swirling symbols, and impossible images that make no coherent sense. Different people see different things when they read the same scroll. There are 4 categories of reader. Naives can't read them at all. They just see meaningless symbols and get nothing from the experience. Unguarded intellects can read them and gain knowledge, but they have no protection from the mind-shattering effects, so they typically go blind immediately on their first reading. Then there are the moth priests themselves, the illuminated understanding, who can read the scrolls multiple times through their training and rituals. And supposedly, there might be a 4th category of people who can read the scrolls without any ill effects at all, but those are incredibly rare. Maybe people with divine blood or those who've achieved states like Kim. The Elder Scrolls also can be destroyed. People have tried. They're immune to fire, to magic, to physical force. You can't unmake an Elder Scroll because they're not really physical objects in the first place. They exist partially outside of reality, so conventional means of destruction don't apply. The best you can do is hide them or lock them away, but even that doesn't really work, because the scrolls have this tendency to move on their own. They appear and disappear. The number of scrolls in the White Gold Tower's library changes every time someone counts them. Scrolls vanish from secure vaults and show up in random locations. It's like they have their own agenda or will. Some scholars think the Elder Scrolls are artifacts from a time, from before the creation of Mundus, when reality hadn't stabilized into a single linear timeline yet. That would explain why they exist outside of time, and why they contain all possibilities simultaneously. They're relics of that primordial chaos, preserved somehow through the creation of the mortal world. Other scholars think they're tools created by someone or something to observe and manipulate the time stream, like probes sent from outside reality to see what's happening inside it. What's clear is that the Elder Scrolls have power over reality itself. They don't just predict the future, they can influence or even determine it. When a moth priest reads about a prophecy in an Elder Scroll, that prophecy becomes more likely to come true. It's like the act of observing a possible future helps collapse the quantum uncertainty into that particular outcome. This is why the Empire employed moth priests to read the scrolls. They weren't just trying to predict what would happen. They were trying to guide fate itself toward favorable outcomes. But this also means the scrolls are extremely dangerous. If you read about a disaster in an Elder Scroll, you might be helping make that disaster real. If you see a dark future, observing it could be what causes it to manifest. This is why the moth priests are so secretive about what they see. They don't just share everything they read, because speaking about certain visions might make those visions come true. Knowledge from the Elder Scrolls is a responsibility as much as its power. The relationship between the Elder Scrolls and Dragon Breaks is interesting too. During a Dragon Break, when time fractures and multiple timelines exist simultaneously, the Elder Scrolls are somehow involved. They either cause Dragon Breaks, or they're drawn to them, or they document them in ways that normal chronology can't. When reality itself is unstable, the Elder Scrolls seem to become even more active and even more dangerous. It's like they thrive on temporal chaos, or maybe they're trying to document all the contradictory timelines that emerge during these periods. There's this concept that the Elder Scrolls are writing themselves constantly. They're not static documents. They're actively updating based on decisions made by mortals and gods. Every significant choice, every major historical event, every pivot point where reality could have gone different ways, the Elder Scrolls incorporate all of it. They're like living records of possibility, constantly expanding to include new branching paths and new potential futures. And this brings us back to why they blind people. When you read an Elder Scroll, you're not just seeing what might happen, you're seeing everything that might happen, including all the contradictory possibilities. You're seeing the version of history where you won and the version where you lost, the timeline where you lived and the timeline where you died, all at the same time. Your brain tries to reconcile these contradictions and just can't. The mental strain is so severe that something has to break, and what breaks is your ability to see the normal world. In a sense, you become blind to mundane reality because you've seen too much of transcendent reality. So when the games let you pick up an Elder Scroll and carry it around in your inventory like it's just another quest item, that's not really reflecting what these things are. In the lore, having an Elder Scroll should be reality-bending and deeply dangerous. Just being near one should have subtle effects on probability and causality. People who carry Elder Scrolls should experience weird coincidences, temporal anomalies, and prophetic dreams. The scrolls should feel alien and wrong, like holding something that's not meant to exist in three-dimensional space. Next, let's look at the pattern every empire seems to follow. If you pay attention to Tamriel's history, you'll notice something weird. Every major empire goes through the exact same cycle. First, there's a divine mandate, then a golden age, then religious fractures, and finally collapse. It happens over and over again, almost like it's scripted. And the really disturbing implication is that maybe it is scripted, that there's something in the cosmic design of the Elder Scrolls universe that forces empires through this pattern. Start with the Alessian Empire, the first empire. Alessia was a slave who led a rebellion against the Aelids. She got divine backing from Akatosh himself. She received the Amulet of Kings and established the covenant with the divines. That's the divine mandate. Then, under Alessia and her early successors, the empire thrived. They united Cyrodiil, pushed back elven influence, established the basis for what would become the imperial culture. That's the Golden Age. But then, the Alessian Order emerged. These were religious extremists who wanted to purge all elven influence from Cyrodiil, including from the gods themselves. They grew increasingly powerful and fanatical until you had the Marukati Selectives, literally trying to edit Akatosh to remove his connection to the elven god Auriel. They caused a 1,000-year dragon break doing this. That's the religious fracture, and eventually, the Alessian Empire tore itself apart in the War of Righteousness, a civil war so devastating it killed half the population in some regions. That's the collapse. Then comes the Second Empire under the Riemann dynasty. Riemann Cyrodiil was supposedly born from a union between a king and the spirit of Alessia herself. Whether that's true or propaganda, he had the Amulet of Kings, which gave him the divine mandate. He united Cyrodiil again, defeated an Akaviri invasion, and the survivors of that invasion recognized him as Dragonborn and swore loyalty to him. Under Riemann and his successors, the empire expanded massively and experienced a golden age of culture and military might. But then, religious tensions emerged again. Different provinces had different faiths, different interpretations of the divines, different relationships with the Daedra. The empire started fracturing along these religious and cultural lines. And then the last Freman emperor was assassinated by Demorak Tong, the Akaviri potentate took over, and eventually that collapsed too. The Second Empire fell, and you get the interregnum. Centuries of chaos with warlords and pretenders fighting over scraps. Finally, the Third Empire under Tiber Septim. Tiber had the Amulet of Kings, which he found in the ruins of Sancretor, divine mandate. He conquered all of Tamriel, something no emperor before him had managed. He unified the continent under one banner, established trade, built roads, created an unprecedented age of prosperity and peace. That's the Golden Age. The Septim dynasty ruled for over 400 years, and this was probably the most stable period in Tamriel's history. But then, religious fractures started appearing. The worship of Talos became controversial. The Talmor claimed humans couldn't become gods, and the veneration of Talos was blasphemy. This created tension within the empire between those who supported Talos worship and those who wanted to appease the Talmor. And then the Oblivion Crisis happened. Emperor Uriel Septim VII and all his heirs were assassinated by the Mythic Dawn. Martin Septim sacrificed himself to end the crisis. The Septim line ended. That's the collapse. The empire has been declining ever since, losing provinces, losing legitimacy, barely holding together. 3 empires. 3 times through the exact same cycle. Divine mandate, golden age, religious fracture, collapse. The pattern is so consistent it can't be coincidence. Some scholars in Tamriel have noticed this too, and there are various theories about why it happens. The most disturbing theory is that the cycle is enforced by cosmic design, that the gods or the structure of reality itself won't allow human empires to last forever. Maybe it's because immortal empires would become too powerful and threaten the cosmic order. Maybe it's because the divines want mortals to keep striving and struggling rather than settling into permanent stability. Maybe it's just the nature of empires in a world where gods are real and actively involved in mortal affairs. There's also the Dragonborn connection. All three empires were led by Dragonborn emperors, at least initially. The Dragonborn are tied to Akatosh, the god of time. And Akatosh seems to have this thing about cycles. Time is circular in the Elder Scrolls, not linear. Kalpas come and go, ages rise and fall. Maybe the empire cycle is a smaller reflection of the Kalpa cycle. Human empires are born, live, and die, just like the world itself is born, lives, and dies. It's fractals all the way down. The religious fracture part is particularly interesting because it's not random schisms, it's specifically about humanity's relationship with the divine. The Alessian order wanted to remove elven influence from religion. The Second Empire fractured over questions of which gods to worship and how. The Third Empire is breaking apart over whether a human can become a god. Every time, the breaking point involves theology and the nature of divinity. Maybe this is intentional. Maybe human empires are being tested on their understanding of the sacred, and they keep failing the test. What makes this really dark is the implication for the future. If the pattern holds, any fourth empire that emerges will follow the same cycle. Divine mandate, golden age, religious fracture, collapse. It's inescapable. The Mad Dynasty that rules what's left of the empire in the Fourth Era doesn't have the Amulet of Kings, doesn't have a Dragonborn Emperor, doesn't have divine mandate. So they're starting the cycle partway through, which means they're probably doomed to fail even faster than their predecessors. Unless someone figures out how to break the pattern, Tamriel is stuck in this loop forever. Next, let's talk about lycanthropy being more than just a disease. Lycanthropy is commonly called Hircine's curse, and people treat it like it's this awful affliction you catch from being bitten by a werewolf. But that's missing the bigger picture. Lycanthropy exists for a reason. It's not random. Hircine, the Daedric Prince of the Hunt, created it deliberately, and it serves multiple purposes in his cosmic agenda. First, understand who Hircine is. He's the huntsman of princes, the father of man-beasts. His sphere is the hunt itself, not killing, not violence, but the pursuit, the chase. The test between predator and prey. Hircine isn't evil in the traditional sense. He's actually pretty honorable by Daedric Prince standards. He believes in fair hunts, in giving prey a sporting chance. If you manage to turn the tables on him and become the hunter instead of the hunted, he'll respect that. He's not needlessly destructive like Mehrunes Dagon or manipulative like Boethiah. He just wants a good hunt. Lycanthropy is a tool for spreading his influence across Mundus. Every werewolf, werebear, werebore, every person infected with any strain of lycanthropy becomes a walking advertisement for Hircine's sphere. They are constantly reminded of the hunt, constantly driven by predatory instincts. When they hunt, they are unknowingly worshipping Hircine whether they intend to or not. And when they die, their souls go to Hircine's hunting grounds, to hunt with him for eternity. So, from Hircine's perspective, lycanthropy is a recruitment tool. He's building an eternal army of hunters in his realm. But there's more to it than that. Lycanthropy tests mortals. Not everyone who gets infected handles it the same way. Some embrace it as a gift. They see the enhanced strength, the speed, the healing, the predatory senses, and they think this is incredible power. These people often become devoted followers of Hircine. They hunt in his name, they establish werewolf packs, they pass on the curse deliberately. The companions in Skyrim did this for generations. The circle of the companions were all werewolves, and they saw it as a source of power that made them better warriors. Other people see lycanthropy as a curse. They hate what it does to them, hate the loss of control, hate the blood they spill when they transform. Kodlak Whitemane, the harbinger of the companions, was one of these. He realized that lycanthropy would prevent him from reaching Sovngarde, the Nord afterlife. His soul was bound for Hircine's hunting grounds instead, and he saw that as damnation. So he worked to find a cure, to free himself and his companions from what he saw as spiritual slavery. This tension, gift versus curse, that's exactly what Hircine wants. He's testing people. How do you respond when you're given immense power that comes with loss of control? Do you embrace your predatory nature or fight against it? Do you see yourself as a hunter or do you cling to your civilized identity? Hircine is interested in these questions. He's not trying to corrupt people or damn them. He's just curious about what they'll do when faced with their own animal nature. The structure of lycanthropy itself is interesting. It's described as a disease that seeps into the spirit. It's not just physical. The transformation isn't your body changing shape, it's your soul expressing itself in a different form. That's why curing lycanthropy is so difficult. You can't just treat it with medicine or spells. You need to remove it from the spiritual level. The Glenmoral witches can do this because they're tied to Hircine and understand how his curses work. You have to literally fight the spirit of the wolf that's infected you, drive it out through spiritual combat. And here's something that gets overlooked. Not all cultures see werewolves the same way. In mainstream imperial society, lycanthropes are hated and feared. They're monsters, abominations, things to be hunted down and killed. But some cultures, particularly those that live closer to nature, see lycanthropy differently. Some Reachmen view it as a sacred connection to the wild. Some Bosmer see were creatures as blessed by Y'ffre in a different way than the Spinners are. There are werewolf packs that operate like tribal societies with their own codes and hierarchies. To them, lycanthropy isn't a curse at all. It's an identity, a way of life. This cultural variation shows that lycanthropy fills different roles in different societies. In civilized areas, it disrupts social order. Werewolves can't maintain normal lives, can't follow normal rules. They are forced to live on the margins, becoming outlaws or hiding their condition. This creates conflict, forces societies to deal with elements that don't fit their structure. That disruption might be intentional on Hircine's part. He's the god of wild places, of hunting grounds and forests. Civilization, with its laws and walls and order, is antithetical to his sphere. Lycanthropes are agents of wildness inserted into civilized society. In more natural settings, lycanthropy is a form of power and connection to primal forces. It's not disruptive because these societies already have room for people who live according to different rules. Werewolf hunters are valuable members of tribal communities. They protect the tribe, hunt for food, serve as warriors. The curse becomes a blessing in contexts where predatory instincts and animal strength are assets rather than threats. The curse can be passed in different ways depending on the strain. The most common form, werewolves, can be caught through being clawed or bitten by another werewolf during their transformation. But you can also receive lycanthropy deliberately through rituals. The companions received it through a pact with the Glenmoral witches. Harbinger Terfig made a deal. The companions would hunt in Hircine's name in exchange for power. The witches performed a ritual that infected the circle with lycanthropy. They thought it would be temporary, but were deceived. The curse proved permanent, binding generations of companions to Hircine. This shows that lycanthropy can function as a pact. It's not always involuntary. Some people seek it out, actively wanting to become werewolves because they recognize the power it offers. And Hircine will grant this power to those who prove themselves worthy hunters. He's not stingy with his gift. If you can handle the responsibility of being a predator, if you can hunt with honor and skill, Hircine will accept you into his pack. The afterlife implications are huge. When a lycanthrope dies, their soul doesn't go to their cultural afterlife. A Nord werewolf doesn't go to Sovngarde. An Argonian werewolf doesn't return to the Hist. They all go to Hircine's hunting grounds, regardless of what they believed in life or how they lived. This is a form of cosmic kidnapping. Hircine claims their souls because the curse binds them to him. Some lycanthropes are okay with this. They see the hunting grounds as an ideal afterlife. eternal hunts in a realm of endless wilderness. Others see it as slavery, being forced to serve Hircine forever instead of achieving their own version of paradise. The Ring of Hircine is an artifact that lets the wearer control their transformations. Normally, werewolves transform involuntarily, often in response to emotional stress or during full moons. With the ring, you can transform at will, multiple times per day. This gives lycanthropes much more agency over their curse. They can use their werewolf form tactically rather than being victims of it. But getting the ring requires impressing Hircine. You have to participate in his hunts, prove yourself worthy. The ring is a reward for skilled hunters who have earned his respect. Hircine's hunting grounds themselves are worth understanding. It's a realm of dense forests, vast grasslands, blood-red rivers. The landscape is made for hunting. During the day, werebears hunt the inhabitants. At night, Hircine announces himself with packs of werewolves. Mortals who end up there become prey unless they're lycanthropes themselves. It's an eternal cycle of predator and prey, exactly what Hircine loves. For someone who values the hunt above all else, it's paradise. For anyone else, it's a nightmare. So, lycanthropy serves multiple purposes. It spreads Hircine's influence, disrupts civilized order, tests mortals on how they handle power and instinct, creates communities of hunters, claims souls for Hircine's realm, and maintains the cosmic significance of the hunt. It's not just a random curse, it's a carefully constructed system that furthers Hircine's agenda while giving mortals a choice about how they respond to it. Finally, let's talk about what magic actually is. Most people think of magic as this mysterious force that mages channel to do cool effects. Fire spells, healing, summoning creatures, whatever. But that's surface level. When you really look at the lore, magic in the Elder Scrolls is reality editing. Mages aren't manipulating energy, they're rewriting the local rules of existence. Start with where Magicka comes from. Magicka flows from Aetherius into Mundus through the sun and stars. The sun is the hole Magnus made when he fled the creation of Mundus, and the stars are the holes his followers made when they followed him. These aren't just light sources, they're tiers in reality through which pure magical energy pours into the mortal world. Everything living has magicka in it. Your soul is literally a piece of Aetherius bound into physical form. When you cast magic, you're channeling that Aetherius energy and using it to impose your will on reality. The schools of magic each approach this reality editing in different ways. Alteration is the most obvious. Alteration spells literally alter the physical and magical properties of things. You can make things heavier or lighter. You can create shields out of nothing. You can breathe underwater or walk on its surface. You can open locks without keys by convincing reality that the lock should be open. The book Reality and Other Falsehoods explains it perfectly. To master alteration, you first accept that reality is a falsehood, a perception imposed by greater forces. Then you make an appeal to those forces that's insistent but not insulting, convincing them that it's easier to change reality as you request than to leave it alone. That last part is key. You're not forcing reality to change through sheer power. You're persuading it. You're making reality an offer it can't refuse. Subtle changes are easier because they're more plausible. If you want to make something slightly lighter, that's easy to convince reality to accept. If you want to make something fly, that's harder because it's a bigger deviation from normal physical laws. But skilled alteration mages can convince reality of increasingly impossible things. Illusion works differently. Illusion isn't bound by the laws of nature like alteration is. Illusion affects perception and mind directly. When you cast an invisibility spell, you're not actually making yourself transparent. You're convincing everyone who looks at you that they can't see you. When you cast a fear spell, you're not creating fear as a physical thing, you're directly altering the target's mental state. The effects of illusion only exist in the minds of the caster and target. Everyone else recognizes reality normally, unless they're also affected by the spell. This makes illusion weaker in one sense. It's not real the way alteration changes are real. If you use alteration to open a lock, the lock is open for everyone. If you use illusion to make someone think a door is unlocked, they'll turn the handle and be surprised when it doesn't open. But illusion is also stronger in another sense. It's not limited by physical possibility. You can make someone believe absolutely anything, no matter how impossible, because you're not asking reality to change, you're just asking their brain to misinterpret what it's seeing. Conjuration bends the boundaries between planes. When you summon a creature, you're not creating it, you're pulling it from oblivion into Mundus temporarily. This requires establishing a connection between planes and convincing something from the other side to cross over. Daedra come willingly sometimes, because they're curious about Mundus or because they're bound by pacts. Undead are pulled from wherever dead spirits go. Bound weapons and armor are pulled from the Daedric realms, where they exist in their pure forms. Skilled conjurers can develop telepathic links with their summons. They're not just calling creatures and giving them orders, they're establishing communication channels across planes. This is why conjuration is considered dangerous. You're not just playing with reality within Mundus, you're poking holes in the barriers between worlds. Do that wrong and you might let something through that you can't control. Or you might create a permanent breach that allows oblivion to leak into the mortal world. Destruction is straightforward but interesting. Destruction magic deals damage, obviously. Fire, frost, lightning, whatever. But it's not creating these elements from nothing. It's convincing reality that these energies should exist in a specific location at a specific intensity. A fireball spell is rewriting local physical laws to say combustion occurs here, now. The energy comes from magicka, but the effect comes from reality accepting your rewrite of its rules. Restoration is similar but opposite. Restoration magic heals, cures diseases, wards against magic and physical harm. It's rewriting damaged or corrupted states back to healthy states. When you heal a wound, you're not magically making tissue regrow. You're telling reality that the wound shouldn't be there, and reality accepts this correction. Restoration can also banish undead, because undead are violations of the natural order. You're essentially telling reality to enforce its normal rules again, and the undead cease to exist because they were only sustained by breaking those rules. Now, here's the scary implication. Every time a mage casts a spell, they're editing reality. Most spells are temporary. Reality pushes back and reasserts its normal state once the magicka runs out. But what happens if you make too many edits? What if you rewrite the same part of reality over and over? There's this suggestion in the lore that reality itself can become damaged from overuse of magic. Areas where lots of magic gets cast can develop weird properties. Natural laws start bending even when no one's actively casting spells. This is why powerful magical locations, like the College of Winterhold or the Imperial City, have strange things happen near them. The local reality has been edited so many times, it's starting to remember the edits. This also means mages are inherently dangerous to the stability of the world. A really powerful mage isn't just someone who knows lots of spells. They're someone who can impose their will on reality so strongly that reality has trouble pushing back. Archmages, master enchanters, people who've achieved godlike magical power, they're walking reality warping hazards. This is why organizations like the Psijic Order are so careful about who they teach and what they allow to be taught. It's not about keeping power for themselves. It's about preventing someone from accidentally or deliberately breaking reality through excessive reality editing. Enchanting is particularly interesting because it makes the edits permanent. When you enchant an item, you're binding a piece of reality rewrite into a physical object. The object now carries its own local rule set that overrides normal reality whenever it's used. An enchanted sword that deals fire damage isn't a sword with magical fire attached to it. It's a sword that tells reality, when this strikes something, combustion occurs. The enchantment is a standing order to reality, powered by soul gems, which are literally fragments of souls from Aetherius. This is why soul gems are necessary for enchanting. You need Aetherius energy to sustain the reality rewrite. The soul in the gem gradually depletes as it powers the enchantment. Once the gem is empty, the enchantment fades because there's no more energy convincing reality to accept the modified rules. Permanent enchantments require such large soul gems that only grand souls, souls of intelligent creatures, provide enough power. This raises huge ethical questions that most mages conveniently ignore. The schools of magic are somewhat arbitrary. They're philosophical models for organizing spells, not rigid natural laws. In theory, you could achieve almost any effect through almost any school if you approached the reality editing from the right angle. The schools exist because certain approaches work better for certain effects. It's easier to heal someone with restoration principles than with alteration principles, even though theoretically alteration could do it by altering damaged tissue back to healthy tissue. The schools are teaching methods, ways of thinking about how to persuade reality, rather than discrete types of magic. What all of this means is that magic is scary. It's not friendly wizard stuff. It's mortals taking pieces of ethereal energy and using them to gaslight reality into accepting temporary or permanent rewrites of its rules. Do that carelessly and you damage the fabric of existence. Do that skillfully and you become a godlike figure who can bend the world to your will. And everyone with any magical talent is doing this to some degree every time they cast even the simplest spell. So when you look at all these pieces together, belief shaping reality, hidden lands existing in the cracks of the world, elder scrolls as living wounds in time, empires locked in cosmic cycles, lycanthropy as a deliberate tool of a Daedric prince, and magic as reality editing, you start to see how unstable the Elder Scrolls universe actually is. Nothing is solid. Everything can be changed. Reality is negotiable. The world is held together by consensus and willpower, and there are countless forces constantly trying to reshape it according to their own agendas. That's what makes the setting so compelling when you dig into the deep lore. It's not just a fantasy world with magic and monsters. It's a world where the basic structure of existence is constantly under threat from people who believe too hard, mages who edit reality too much, gods who want to rewrite their own nature, and ancient artifacts that exist outside of time itself. The fact that Tamriel continues to exist at all is kind of a miracle when you consider how many things are actively working to break or reshape it. Anyway, that's it for this batch of lesser-known lore. There's always more to dig into with Elder Scrolls. The setting is ridiculously deep once you start pulling at threads. But these particular pieces really show how the cosmology works at a level most players never see, unless they're reading every book and analyzing every weird detail. Reality in Tamriel is way more fragile and malleable than it first appears, and that's exactly what makes it so fascinating to explore.